Welcome back to Bratislava in Slovakia, day 6 of the Coolbet Open Festival, but day 2 of the main event, Jason.
Yes, it's going to be an exciting day. They've already played down into the money, so we're hopping in after the first break, but there were 110 players to return out of the 620 player entry field.
And now all the players that are left are guaranteed at least 1,110 euros. First prize of 60,000 euros to the winner, which we will crown tomorrow. But I mean, 620 entries total, Jason. We didn't know until late last night because there was a late flight into the day 2. But 620, that makes it the third biggest Coolbet Open main event ever.
Yeah, it's rather exciting. There was a little bit of buzz about whether the 300,000 guarantee would be met. So 600 was that magic number that we were hoping to see. And being that it's the first time in Bratislava, and Coolbet's not even open to the players here in Slovakia, it's quite a nice turnout, I have to say.
And we have a nice feature table for you to start off the day. They have been playing since 12 o'clock. The bubble has burst, as Jason said, and now there are going to be pay jumps that we have to keep, pay attention to. So I guess all of these players are in a good mood, and we do have the man who came into day 2 as the chip leader. It's Joseph from Israel. His first name is Yehuda. He came into day 2 with 861,000, which is kind of unbelievable because the starting stack on day 1 was just 30,000.
Yeah, that was pretty sick, and I was surprised that I even had to double check that I was that shocked because he was not on the feature table. We did not stream on day 1C where he bagged that massive stack. But then yesterday we saw the same thing by Barnabas Notch, who knocked out Martin Cabral and wound up with 775,000 to end the day. And we'll likely see him at some point in the near future as well.
As you can see on the screen, Josef, he has been building so far on day 2. He's up to 940,000. We can't be sure that he's still the chip leader in the tournament, but he's definitely top 2.
Yeah, for sure. As we get lower and lower, we'll have a better handle on that. Props out to Dennis, who will be getting us likely that information. Also Melvin, perhaps as well. But we'll try to get that as we get closer and closer. But yeah, it's safe to say he's in the top 3, top 2.
Shortest stack at the feature table is Savason from Iceland. We've had him on the feature table before. That was on day 1A, the first flight into main event out of 6. But he's not short, even though he's the short stack at the table. He still plays 26 big blinds when they are going to start play. And the blinds will be 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante.
We're also going to have a pay jump right away as well, because the top 63 players will be going home with 1,215 euros. So I don't know if that's going to influence play. It showed a little bit when you have that like 20, 30 big blind stack even lower to make sure that you're not the next player out. Pay attention to what's happening around you, but I'm not sure if the players care about a €100 pay jump. So it's just 2 players, 1 more player out, and it's 1,215 euros.
Players are still getting seated. We will introduce all the 8 players when the play gets started. But we have 2 Israeli players at the feature table. Not only the chip leader Josef, we also had Ohad Aaron Freund, who was at our feature table on day 1A. And actually, okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Which nation do you think had most players to day 2?
I mean, I know the answer, but it would be actually shocking already to most people. You kind of gave away the clue, though, here. So it is easily going to be Israel with basically players on every single feature table that we've had other than the Nations Cup, which Israel wasn't participating in. Yeah, we have 3 Israelis actually at this table, not just 2. There's also Yahir Kimhi and C2. We haven't had him at the table before.
So 20 Israeli players in day 2? Well, some of them have already been knocked out, but not that many. It's just 6 out of the 20, so they still have 14 left, and that's still the biggest nation. Now it's Josef against Freund. Israeli players up against each other, seated next to each other, so this is a battle of the blinds. Josef in the small blind, Freund in the big blind. 7 deuce 8. Nothing there for any of the players. Josef checks and Freund, he bets 8,000, the minimum.
Let's see what we can learn about Josef over here, how sticky he is, even though he did build a big stack. It's our first hand that we've seen him at the feature table.
King high could be good. He calls 7 on the turn. Josef checks again. And Freud bets again. 22,000. And gets Josef to fold. So you were actually, right. That was a good opportunity to see how sticky he actually is.
Yeah, so I gave up on the turn. It's not that easy at that point, but I like the way that Freund played that as well. He sensed that when he wasn't raised and it was checked again on a paired board, that he can get away with another bet. And he's deep enough where if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but it's better to go in a positive direction.
So the third Israelian is going to be first to act this hand. Yahir Kimi. I like the way he's matched, well, tried to match the hat and the shirt. It's kind of off.
And the
Yellow
headphones
green.
off the ears and the t-shirt.
Folded to Ylva Torscher, which is a streamer and a Coolbet ambassador. She's at our feature table. Has 266,000 behind the 16,000 she raised to. Folded around to Josef on the button. Let's jack 8 go. Freund with King Jack.
Could get him in trouble.
He calls. And then Savar Ingi Savarsson from Iceland in the big blind. Puts in the necessary 8,000 to call. We don't know what he has, but no, we still don't know what he has.
Should be defending wide though. It's getting the right price to see a flop with most of your holdings.
And king high flop, like you said, could get, okay, it says, oh, there we go. There we go. Not yet. There we go. 3 deuce suited. Okay. 1 spade for him there, but top pair both for Freund and Torscher. Torscher with the better kicker. She c-bets. Looks like 17,000. Blue chips worth 5,000. Yellows are 1. And those grayish chips are 25,000. 18,000. Quick call from Freund. And Savarsson gets out of the way to the turn. 8 of hearts.
Not the best card in the deck for Ylva, but she shouldn't be that concerned, especially when Freund checks. It's just that Freund is going to call with the 5-6 suited from the small blind, and that would have been one hand that called the flop that got there on the turn.
92,000 in the middle. Torsrud, she checks. And the deuce of hearts on the river. Quick check from Freund. I think Torsrud is going for value here. And the quick call from Freund. And he gets the bad news. How much was it? It was 36,000. Okay, Freund is down to 322. Torsrud at an all-time high, playing 376,000.
Very well played there by Ylva. Bet sizings and all checking on the turn when it could have been a little bit of scary card, knowing that she probably only had 1 street of value betting left anyway, and basically got max value, I feel, out of this hand. Of course, she would have gotten a turn and a river bet just because it was King Jack. On the other hand, it's a lesson sometimes not to be playing these king-jack offsuits from the small blind against an early position raise, assuming Ilva hasn't been a maniac at the table. And from what I've seen from Ilva when she's playing Hold'em, she's playing, pretty wisely and not out of control.
Yeah, I mean, she can be a maniac, but never at the poker table, Jason.
Okay. Maybe in PLO, though, when you can get away with it, it's a bit of a different game.
She's actually worked on opening up her PLO game.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
I know she has that PLO community as part of her stream.
Yeah, she has a weekly PLO tournament on Coolbet that she streams on Tuesdays, along with her regular Friday fun, which was played live here yesterday and was finally won by Sargis Torkoks from Latvia. I hope I didn't butcher that name. So
Ilva did try. I saw that she put 3 attempts into that tournament. I know she really wanted to win her first live home game, or at least her first live home game at a Coolbet Open. Maybe she's had a live home game actually at her home. I imagine she has over the years. But basically bringing the online poker game, home game that she has to a live setting is always very nice.
It happened very fast. I had to kind of, I mean, I wasn't really sure what happened, but it looked like actually Yair Kimi, who was in the big blind, folded an ace after an open. It was king, queen. So that could give us an indication that he might be thinking about pay jumps.
Did you see the other card?
Yeah, it was, I think I saw a 4 or a 3. So it wasn't a big ace, but still. Could be some history as well, with the player racing having been on the snug side. But still, that's kind of... The bubble, it's not that long since it burst. And, I mean, people are usually really tight on the bubble just to make sure they get into the money. So if that was the case, that Polaware has been tight before, doesn't mean that he has to be as tight now and could open wider than he has done.
Yeah, this little pay jump isn't enough to dictate what you should be playing or how you should be playing, but maybe if you have a hand, you can play it a little bit slower, hoping somebody else goes out. That's kind of, it's not going to add too much, to your overall ROI, comparatively speaking, than a min cash does, which is almost double the buy-in. Now the pay jumps are about 20% the buy-in.
Magni has opened pocket kings. A new player in seat 5. Oh, Josef called. No, he 3-bet actually 250,000. What a start for Magni.
Under the gun. I mean, I do like a 3-bet in some spots here. Certainly before the money, I love this 3-bet, even in these positions.
Gilles Magni from Belgium. Has 244,000 behind. And here's the 4-bet. It's kind of... Or did he just call? No, I think it's a 4-bet.
You put yourself in a very awkward spot with just a call here.
Yeah.
You're out of position.
Out of position,
kings, so anything that's less than a king, but you're very often ahead like you are here. Okay.
Went 105,000.
Wow.
And called necessary 55. Oh, and look at the stack to pot ratio. 230 in the middle. Oh, that ace is not the card Magni wanted to see. Josef in position. Magni is, he sized the 3-bet so he could just shove the flop, what that was the plan, but does he reconsider when an ace comes, or does he go small? He goes small, leaves himself room to actually fold, but that also opens him up to being exploited.
Let's see if Josef can turn his hand into something other than what it is.
He does have backdoor possibilities.
And then will Magne call if he's shoved upon is the other story. It's very hard to call, but it's also you already put in so much of your stack. You basically announce with that 4-bet in a way that you're getting your stack in.
Just 40,000 from Josef.
Josef could just raise it to 80 and see what happens actually as well. But
he could just call as well, you know, 40,000 and maybe see a turn that could improve him, but gets the job done, and a sigh of relief from Gilles Magny from Belgium, the only Belgian player who made it to day 2. And what a way to introduce yourself to the feature table. That's what you can call a good start.
yeah, for sure. You get your Cowboys and ace comes and you win the hand anyway.
48 big blinds now.
If he jammed it pre-flop or raised bigger pre-flop, then he's not getting that extra 50,000 that he added in. Or 55,000 even. It was 50 to 105.
But Josef down to 819,000. Slightly less than he started the day with. But still 102 big blinds, which is, well, at this stage in a big tournament with 620 entries, it's not often that you have more than 100 big blinds with 61 players left. Pullover folds. 7 deuce, Josef. It'd be good that you can just take a hand off. Freund folds. Savarsson with pocket 6s. It's gonna open it up. He goes big. 21,000. Not quite 3x, but close. Folded to Kimi. No, yeah, he folded again in this, but I understand it this time. Folded to Fehrenbach in the small blind. He calls. So 4 Israeli players at the table now. And a set of 6s for Savarsson. Nothing there for Fehrenbach, but he is in the big blind. And look at this, Savarsson tricky, checks it back. 9 on the turn. This is what we call a big blind board. Let's see if Fehrenbach is going to try to represent.
Such a trap. I love it. And you can check, even though it's a little bit of a wet board, it's a very good check back.
Fehrenbach does not fall for it. Checks again. Now Savarsson, well,
It got a little wetter with that second club coming.
and he has to bet now to try to be able to get it in on the river. And it bets 20, look like 24. And Fehrenbach just folds.
Very disciplined play throughout the hand by Fehrenbach that could have easily cost him some chips. So he was basically being induced to bet on the turn and didn't fall for the trap.
But still, it's in other situations, you might call that a missed opportunity to steal the pot with King High. Might not need to, but to try to represent. But he was maybe hoping to check it down, and the King High had the showdown value. I mean, there are pay jumps that we have to take into consideration, and some of these players will definitely be thinking about these pay jumps.
We just had a pay jump. We're down to 61 players now, so we lost some players on the side tables. Maybe we could take a quick look and see who they were.
All of the players, while you do that, Jason, all of the players now guaranteed 1,215 euros.
So it was Mikolas Banyash, who we've had at the TV table, out in 62nd place. Hamar Lil with Win TV, he's out in 63rd place from Estonia. And Israel's Ruslan Solomonov out in 64th place. So once in a while when we see the counter go down, we'll give some updates like that so you can follow along. I'm not going to go through the entire list of 110, so if you're curious, just type something in the chat and we can tell you if your player is still in or not.
Or you can go to coolbetopen.com if you have friends or family who's still playing. You can go to coolbetopen.com and click on live updates and then just click on day 2 of the main event and you find every single player there. There might not be a correct chip count, but the knockouts are should be correct. So if you don't see your friend there, he or she is probably still in. Meanwhile, Pullover and Freund, who sees a flop, 10-7-10, 59,000 in the middle. Pullover with a 7-3 suited has the best hand now. Bet 13,000 from Freund. Pullover, he calls. 8 on the turn, and it's the 8 of spade. Flush draw, open-ended straight draw for Freund. Pullover still with the best hand, checks.
Perfect card for Freund, though, for the reasons you mentioned. If you're not going to get that king, obviously. So tempting to bet here.
Doesn't have a made hand. The board is paired, but still, I can check to 2 times. It looks like he's gonna go big here.
About 2/3 of the pot.
36, so half pot.
Half
well,
pot.
but is that enough to get the job done? We now know that he could still hit a king and a 9 as well to make a better hand than Pullover, but now Pullover just folds his pocket, no, not pocket 7s, but his pair of 7s, and well, fortunate turn for Freund.
It's interesting. It went check on the flop there, right? So to not call half a pot on the turn
No, he
on that board.
I think Freund bet the flop.
Okay. Then disregard. Then that looks very strong.
13,000 was the C bet, and the Pullover called with his pair. King Queen this time. Again, he opens 16,000. Savarsson folds. Kimi with 10-8 suited. He comes in. Torsrud with pocket 3s. She calls. Fehrenbach folds. Magni folds. Pullover folds the small blind to our chip leader, Josef, in the big blind. Queen 7 suited. I'd be surprised if he doesn't call with this hand. He's getting a great price. 68,000 in the middle. He just has to put in another 8. And he does. Five, king, 7 top pair for Freund. A pair of 7s for Josef. A gut shot for Kimi, backdoor flush as well. 3 overcards to Torsrud's pocket pair, which, you know, is not quite really that unusual when you have 3s.
Not unless you're hitting your set. So I'm not surprised Freund is betting his top pair, especially with the big blind in this hand. I don't think we're going to see Kimi continue, but Josef may. No, very clear that somebody was going to have a king to him and didn't want to see another card with his middle pair.
I think Josef is fishing for information here.
Yeah. I mean, Israel isn't the. I mean, it's small maybe geographically, but in terms of the poker community, it's not that small. But there's a good chance these two do know each other.
Yeah, I talked to some of the Israelis last night, and they could confirm most of them know each other, or they have, well, they know each other now anyway. And as you also said, it's like he was really interested in Norway, my friend Asuda, which I met last night, and said that's a really long country, but also small. And that's true. And speaking of Norway, Torsrud with ace jack off suit is going to open here. Actually, 15 Norwegians through to day 2, made it the second biggest nation. But unfortunately, 7 were out before we started our broadcast, so there is a maximum of 8 Norwegians left in the tournament, Torsrud being one of them. Folded around to Freund in the big blind, and he is gonna raise. No, that was just a call, didn't put in enough to make it a raise. I don't know if he meant to raise.
No, it looked like he was trying to call and accidentally, like an extra 1K chip slipped out.
Yeah, as long as it's less than half the raise, you're okay.
Could be a tricky flop for Freund.
Yeah, hits a 6, top pair for Torsrud. That's 15,000.
If Ilva has not been opening a lot, then you could put her on a strong hand from early position, but even then you should be likely calling if you're defending here with 7-6. Even though it's strong, there's ace queens, king queens, ace kings that do not connect at all, or pocket 10s, pocket 9s that are ahead of you, but maybe you could steal it away from those kind of hands.
And he raises Jason to 45,000, a check raise, and Torsrud with top pair, top kicker. She is going nowhere.
It may cause her to think twice if a heart comes, if a 7 comes, if a 2 comes, completing some of these draws that are out there. And that's one of the cards.
Deuce of diamonds. 5-4 would make it straight.
And that could be one of the hands that would be check raising the flop, that would be defending from the big blind with.
And Freund is going to continue the story. He's going to try to say, I have 4-5, or 2 pair, or maybe even a set of 3s, a set of 6s, and puts Torsrud to the test. How much? 58,000. Not quite setting up for a river shove. Torsrud with the effective stack, but it's not that much between them, and she calls.
250,000 chips in the middle.
And the 3 that pairs the board on the river.
And
Freund,
the heart.
yeah, and the heart. Are you going to keep representing here, Freund?
If he can turn his hand into a bluff, it actually puts
No, he
into
gives
a
up.
ridiculous spot.
He gives up, he checks. I think Torsrud is more than happy to check behind here. Better safe than sorry. She looks, well, she's thinking about this. No, she checks. And the big pot, she's relieved to see that she has the best hand. And she is up to close to 500,000 in chips.
No, she just won. That pot was 500,000. Yeah, close to 500,000. But Ilva played that hand very nicely. There was no reason to overplay your ace-jack at any stage of that when your opponent is taking control. And then not falling into a potential trap. There was no trap to be had, but yeah, making that bet can be very tricky. It seems like Freund is the kind of player that could be checking when he hits the river and trying to trap you.
So Torsrud, Coolbet ambassador and streamer and a Norwegian champion. She won the latest event online during the pandemic. Played her first Norwegian championship back in 2007 in Gothenburg in Sweden. So she's what we might call a veteran How do you pronounce?
Definitely a veteran.
Veteran. You said.
Yes.
Thank you, Jason.
More than 16 years,
Hard word to say.
which means Ilva was playing poker at like 8 years old. I don't know.
Well, she will take that as a compliment, Jason. Kimi, ace 3 suited, has opened under the gun, and it's folded around quickly, so I think he has kind of a tight image. So even Savason just snap fold the ace 5 offsuit in the big blind.
And the next pay jump is going to be when we're down to 55 players. It'll be from the 1,215 euros that players are collecting now to 1,340 euros for a 125 euro pay jump.
The plan today is to play down to 16 players, and if we don't reach 16 players before we play 10 levels today, then tournament director will stop play and all the remaining players will come back tomorrow for the final day. But if you make it top 16, you will be guaranteed a little more than 2,600 euros. And if you just tuned in, 60,000 euros for the winner.
Not bad at all. I mean, a lot of these players qualified, some even for free, to the Coolbet Open. So imagine qualifying in for something like 10 euros. And
yeah, this guy, Savason, he is an online qualifier.
so he's in for a potential massive ROI. And then there were 60 euro live qualifiers here at the casino as well. So to go from 60 euro to 60,000 euro, also quite amazing.
Freund opened with Jack 10 from the button. Got called by Kimi. Did not fold an ace in the big blind this time. And has the best hand on the 6-9 king flop. Now it's Freund with the best hand. Hits his Jack on the turn. Goes check again from Kimi. Freund probably thinks it's safe to bet. And he does, 20,000. And that gets the job done. Kimi folds. We also have Eric Polover from Estonia, who's an online qualifier at this table. So he's in seat 6, already guaranteed a nice payday.
That's one feeling I've yet to experience, is to qualify to something online and then make a deep final table run in something I qualified online. I'm not usually playing a lot of qualifiers for events because I don't have as much time. But when I have, it hasn't worked out quite well either.
Folded to Josef in a hijack, 8-7 suited, opens below 800,000, but still a massive stack at this point. Folds quickly around to Fehrenbach, and he folds in the big blind. No, wait, Torscher was in the big blind.
I'm almost sweating for you.
Usually when I would see a fun table with Ilva on it, it would be because Ilva's making the fun, but it's just a fun table in general.
Yeah, Gilles Magny from Belgium. He's the one who's tried to lighten the mood a bit. Here we have Magny, ace-7 suited. Opens to 16,000. Pullover folds. Josef with ace-8 does not want to play. Folded again to Savage on ace-queen this time for The man from Iceland, and he calls, will be in position after the flop. Rest of the table folds. So Magni dominated, but hits top pair on the 3-7-5 flop, 2 clubs.
Should be continuing when he's opening from early position. In this case, from under the gun, especially when you hit the top pair. It might be different when you're in position against the blinds. You may want to slow play it, but even then, you're going to want to bet this.
But he bets 17,000. Savachon.
Not buying the story.
He calls.
The story's right this time, but as we pointed out, Magna would be betting a lot of flops.
6 on the turn. 4-2 straight.
Shouldn't really be a scare card from Magne. How many 4s or 8-9s is Saverson calling with? He would still be more concerned that maybe his opponent flopped the set or has an overpair that he's calling with.
It shouldn't be a scare card for Savachon either. Ace high, queen kicker could still be good. And he bets looked like 35,000. Those, let's call them white, even though they're grayish. The white chips 25,000, and the Savachon folds.
So even if he thinks he's ahead here, he's likely going to be facing a big river bet that he has to make a decision on if his opponent either has the nuts or nothing with showdown value. And then you're going to be put to the test with a polarizing bet potentially. In this case, I probably would have been checked to him on the river, depending on what the river was. Not if it was another 7 or an ace.
So Magni trying to say to Savachon that he had an overpair to the flop. And Savachon, a believer, Jason?
Yeah, that doesn't check out, that story.
We know he had the best hand. Top pair on the flop. So a little unlucky for Savachon. Josef now with pocket tens.
Chance to get some of the chips back that he bled away at the feature table, but still has the most at this table.
Freund is folded. Savachon in the hijack. 171,000 behind now. Thought about it, but folded. Kimi folds. Torsrud is gone, so is Federbach. With the ace-9, Magni with ace-queen in the big blind.
Looks like just a call. It was a 2.5x, but flops a top pair here.
Ace-jack-7 and checks to Josef.
Like the bet, but it's not the right timing for it. It is a small bet, though.
Just 12,000. Magni with the call. Deuce on the turn. Check from Magni. Let's see if Josef decides to check back.
If he's putting his opponent on a jack, I do like a bet here.
And he does, but again,
It's too
pretty
small.
small. He bet, yeah. That's 23,000 into 76.
Unless the plan all along bet small, and then bet big, then this is okay. That's what I thought he was doing. He bet small and the flop big on the turn. But
And Magni, he has to start feeling a little bit worried now with his top pair.
he might be thinking about raising too, though. I don't think he
Is
could be
there
thinking about folding. It's too small, so it's, I think, either call or raise.
But is there any reason to raise here? What do you accomplish? But he does. He agrees with you. That's an option.
Trying to get some value maybe from like the Jack X's weaker aces. Even a hand like what Josef has. Maybe Josef will think his 10s are good, but I think he's going to understand that he's behind, although it would be a kind of a sick play if Magmi had something else than what he had.
It's so risky to raise here, but now I think he feels quite comfortable when Josef acts this way. Unless Josef actually is a professional actor.
Yeah, and then just jams the lot.
Yeah. Second club on the turn, so maybe Josef could start to level himself and think, okay, is he doing this with did he pick up a draw on the turn and check raise to get me off? And look at this.
Like a king, queen of clubs, or a 8, 9 of clubs maybe? 9, 10 of clubs? Josef,
And look at this.
oh my!
Oh, he's not yet put it in. It's kind of, I'm not going to accuse him of doing
No,
pump,
they went
pump,
side to
pump
side.
fake, but he moved it to the side and glanced at Magny.
And he's always been looking down. He wasn't looking... Well, now he's looking at his opponent.
Yeah.
But when he was making the movements, he
Yeah,
wasn't...
you're right, yeah. But he looked up at him directly after he had moved the chips. Sometimes you kind of... Some players do this to try to get a reaction with the pulse and everything, but he folds, and I think Magny can breathe a sigh of relief. And he's up to 477,000 now. Oh, just a reminder, I saw that we have to remind you about the free roll coming up, but since we started a little bit earlier today, you still have plenty of time to get into that one. It doesn't start until 1900 hours CET. And if you are watching this on YouTube, you should be able to see the free roll password. No, it has not been put up there. Did you catch it, Jason?
No, but I can go through my secret hiding sources and dig out the password. We can have an exclusive release if you give me a minute.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. We've got all day because we are going to be broadcasting until the end of this day, the second and penultimate day of Coolbet Open here in Bratislava. Freund with the 9s. Opens to 16,000. Folded quickly around to his fellow countryman, Fehrenbach. Fehrenbach Lahav. He calls with ace-8 on the button. Magny in the small blind. Jack-10 suited. Pullover in the big blind has ace-3. Getting an insanely good price, 8,000 into 64, but with the baby kicker, sometimes you're easily dominated when you get an open and 2 other callers, so he folds 5-7 Jack on the flop. Top pair for Magny, who now has the best hand, also with diamond there for the Belgian. He checks to Freund. Decides to check with the overcard, and now it looks like Fehrenbach is going to try to steal this one. Power of position called on the button. Looking for a favorable flop or a favorable situation, which he now has gotten, but I don't think Magny is going anywhere with the top pair. And he calls. Freund, he folds. 4 on the turn gives Fehrenbach a gut shot. 6 for a straight. We also know that if he hits his ace, he's good. Magny checks again. Exactly 100,000 in the middle.
It's not really a card he should be wanting to bet from the button, though, especially after the small blind call that would have completed that 6-8 draw.
And he agrees with you, Jason. Checks behind, takes a free card, and whiffs. Deuce on the river.
Let's see if Magmi tries to get some value now. Not really any value to be had, but he could try.
30,000. He's gonna try, and he gets the fold. But I like the try from Fehrenbach.
Yeah. Once it's checked, of course. And we do have the password to the free roll now. So the password is from the country where Mr. Sævarsson is from. So it is what Stig?
That should be Iceland.
Yes, with a capital I. It's the country and not the food.
And what's the capital of Iceland?
That is not the password, thank goodness, because if anybody can spell it in the chat that isn't from Iceland, I would be impressed. But
REYKGJAVIK.
you can probably combine a lot of other letters in there, and I would say it sounds good to me. But yes, it is Reykjavik is the capital. But that is not the password. We're not going to test your spelling skills today.
Iceland.
Unless you cannot spell ice followed by land as one word.
Folded. No, hold on. Kimmy has opened Queen Jack. Down to 164,000. Has a little more than 20 big blinds behind. He's open. Gets called by Josef with A7. But no problem when he hits top pair. Josef checks.
I expect Josef to call a bet here because of the ace of clubs he has in his hand. And Kim here getting a dream situation. If you're going to open off a short stack with Queen Jack, you're always happy to see a queen with two very low cards.
18,000 quick call from the chip leader. And the king of clubs on the turn gives Josef a flush draw. And not only a flush draw, the nut flush draw. Check, check, so gets free card Josef and hits his flush on the river. But Kimmy with the jack of clubs and checks again Josef quickly. Kimmy checks to see if he has a club. And he sees that right now it's the third best club you can have. And he bets. Josef can actually not call here. He has to raise.
But playing a little bit of Hollywooding here. He set the trap, but it wasn't really what he was looking for here.
And here's the raise, 9,000. Quick call from Kimmy, and he gets the bad news. The trap worked for Josef, who now is back up to more than 800,000, 819 to be exact. Kimmy down to 121.
The play worked out, but it may have worked out better if he just bet. Like, then he doesn't have to bet 25,000. He can only bet 25,000 because he was facing such a small bet, but there was 80,000 in the pot. And if he just bets out 50,000, it looks like either he has it or he's trying to take it. And I think the jack of clubs is going to be calling in that spot. So you're not putting Josef on aces, right? He was in the blinds, I believe, in that hand. So we see that he had an ace, but the likelihood of him having an ace is very reduced.
And just make sure, when Jason says he can't bet bigger, of course he can if he wants to, but Jason is talking about the pot size. He can put in as much as he wants, as you know, at any time. This is no limit. Folded around to Josef, and A7 this time in the small blind, and just limps in on Freund's big blind. Check tray for Freund, and he is gonna try to steal this one, and raises to 26,000. Josef going nowhere, he calls.
Nice try there by Freund, but Josef looks like he's checking his entire range from the small blind.
King, 8 king.
It's a kind of flop if you raise from the big blind that you're going to be betting a lot of the time.
And Freund agrees. Jason down bets to 23. And Josef folds the
wow.
best hand.
Wow. Now, I'm very surprised about Josef's play. I don't mind the limp call, but
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to call one more street with the ace-high in that situation. I mean, 2 kings on the flop makes it less likely that your opponent has a king. But still, less likely, like I've said many times, doesn't mean impossible. Sometimes people hit trips.
and then sometimes they're not betting their trips, so it's kind of like.
Good point.
And it seems like these two have a little bit of back and forth going on, so it'd be the kind of dynamic where you would maybe be trying to get cute with your traps.
Kimmy raises pocket fives, folded quickly around to pull over. He folds. Josef on the button, queen 7 suited. He's not gonna call. Freund in the big small blind with ace jack off.
It is an under the gun open. If it was a cutoff open, then I would like to see, or even a button open, a 3-bet, but if I'm in his spot and I'm sitting on the stack depth, I'm either calling or even folding depending on how strong I put the under the gun's opening range on. But no fear, firing in the 3-bet, like around 35, 36,000.
And look at Savachon. He looks interested because he looks down at ace king. He's got 155,000 behind. Kimmy has just 105 behind his open.
Dream spot for Cyberson.
And he goes all in. It is a dream spot if he gets called.
Even if not.
You're right. Big pot already. 231,000 in the middle. And Freund is yet to act.
It's for more than half. Not for more, but it's for about half his stack if he calls. He should be thinking about whether Severson is capable of doing this with an ace lower than a jack, and he's probably not. He's not doing it with king queen most likely. So you're either absolutely crushed range-wise or flipping. He could be doing it with 10s, 9s, 8s, those kind of hands, maybe even lower pocket pairs. And we've seen him a little bit more than maybe Freund has, but I just don't see him doing it with like an ace-10 suited. And shows the ace, makes the fold here, Stieg, so makes the correct play. Still a nice spot for Severson. A lot of dead money in the pot. Even as a 70-30 favorite, it is really better sometimes to just add 30-40% to your stack than risk it all for a double.
Good result for the online qualifiers, Savachon.
And we're down to 53 players, which means we've had another pay jump. Let's take a look at who has hit the rail recently.
Wow, at this pace, we are going to be finished early.
Yeah, we may be at a final table before the first break, and we are stopping at 16, so that would be a little awkward.
But we know that's not going to happen because play tends to slow down if short stacks are knocked out, which I guess they have been.
So players have locked up 1340, but some of the players that have that cash for 1215, included a couple that we've had at the feature table, including Marcin Buzlovsky and Itzhak Dagme. We had them both, and David Elka was also at the feature table, I think, twice.
Meanwhile, sorry to interrupt, Savachon, well, this is not going to be exciting because Savachon from the small blind, okay, he tries to let Kim in here. It's also kind of tricky, you know, with his kings in the small blind. And now he's going to bet. He just reaches for chips and the Kimi snap folds. Now you can continue, Jason.
Also, Gudjon Janssen went out in 60th place, also at the TV table. But yeah, they've locked up 1,340 euros. The next pay jump isn't until a few more players go out, with the top 47 players locking up 1,505 euros. So pay jump's a little bit more serious, 165 euros for the next one, but still shouldn't really dictate how players are playing. It would just maybe dictate that maybe they'll take slightly longer on a decision if they're maybe one off from a pay jump.
Eric Polover from Estonia looks down at the ace-6, under the gun +2. Looks like he's going to open. Somebody's sending messages to one of the players saying, you're on the TV table, you're on the TV table. Relax, they all know. Folded around to Torsrud. In the big blind, she does not defend with 9-7 offsuit. That might be because Polover has been patient, hasn't really gotten involved unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think we've seen him fold hands similar to this from early, and even maybe even mid position. So maybe just got bored of folding, saw an ace, and worked out for him. You don't really want to play ace-6 post flop.
Or just aware of his own image, which is important to be when you are playing poker. You kind of think you have built a tight image, why not try to steal every once in a while? And if you get called, you could flop something good. Magni, Jack 10 suited, first to act, he opens. Josef with pocket fours.
Good to see the big stacks get tangled up here.
He calls. Freund and Savachon folds, so does Kimi. Torsrud in the big small blind, she folds. Kimi again, folded the baby ace. Fehrenbach with pocket nines and 189,000 behind.
Normally this is an easy squeeze spot, but with Magni opening from under the gun with a big stack to act ahead of him, it's not as easy as it looks. It's
But
just easier because we can see the cards.
But he does squeeze to 45,000. And Magni has folded. Josef cost 29 to call. He folds.
Very disciplined by both of the players, and Fehrenbach doesn't have to sweat anything. There were two overcards by Magni with that Jack 10 suited, and picks up a nice pot. Now when you're picking up those 6.5 big blind pots without having to see flops, they add up quite nicely.
Freund resisted the temptation to open King 9 off. From low jack, Savachon folds, so does Kimi and Torsrud. So we are not going to have a battle of the blinds. And don't look, Magni.
It
King
wasn't
Jack.
that good, though. I mean,
No.
it could be utterly dominated, you know.
But it could have been something good.
It could have been something good.
But still, he has no reason to, get frustrated. He's had, well, Has been here maybe for half an hour at the feature table, and now he is second chippy at the table.
A half a millionaire.
Oh yeah, he's built even more, I think. Joseph down to 777,000, which is respectable still. But of course, now only 56 players, no, 52 remaining. That means that there has to be some other big stacks as well. I'm not so sure that Joseph is still top 2 in the tournament. Kimi with pocket fives has opened, folded to Polovir in the big blind, ace-2 suited. That's defend-worthy.
It's even 3-bettable, but not necessarily against Kimi. I mean, that's the problem, is he's facing a short stack. It wasn't a min-raise, so he is going to 3-bet.
No, I think
No,
it was
it's a
just a call, yeah.
Yeah.
Kimi with their 65,000 behind. Top pair for Polovir, depending on how Kimi plays this one. After, oh, that's kind of a string bet. If he didn't announce it properly, I think maybe the dealer thought that, okay, the intention was quite clear. If he didn't announce it verbally, bets 15,000. Polovir, if you call with ace-2s, you kind of have to call this bet, and he knows this. I don't need to tell him. He does. Queen pairs the board on the turn. Polovir checks again. This might scare Kimi. 82,000 in the middle. He checks behind. And another queen. Now Polovir feels pretty safe. Is he gonna try to bet, or is he gonna go for a more tricky line?
He may put himself in a really weird spot with these fives. It's either a shove if he wants to fold, that's the better option. This raise now. What does he do if Polovir jams?
And Polovir checks, Kimi checks behind, and he's left with 6 big blinds.
Fives is a hand that can flip well, but not play very well post-flop. It's very rare that you get a flop that has a 5, and that's pretty much what you're going to feel safe with, or a 3-4-6 flop is nice as well. But it's about 1 in 7 to flop your set.
So I think what you're saying is no reason not to play. It was kind of late position, but he should have jammed instead of just open.
Yeah, once you're down that low, he had, I think, about 10 big blinds to start the hand. It's, I think, standard to jam, and if you're playing like a satellite or you just really feel uncomfortable about jamming it for some reason, then a fold is still better than a raise. Unless you're just a ridiculous post-flop player, where I've studied situations where you're raising off a short stack. I'm sure there's ways that, or reasons to play differently.
Torshu has opened ace-5 suited. Polovir in the small blind. He folds ace-7. Joseph with 3 deuce of clubs. He's gonna call. Suited hand. Suited connectors might flop well, does not though.
And neither does Ilva.
Jack 8-9, but she has position. Joseph checks. Torshu checks behind. He's got the backdoor diamonds, but not anymore when the 10 of club comes. 4 to a straight. And now Joseph is going to try to steal this one with a bet of 12,000, and that works. So if you just joined us, a reminder of the free roll that starts at 1900 CET. You have plenty of time to do something before that starts. I mean, enjoy the nice weather, if the weather is nice wherever you are. I'm not sure what the weather is like on Iceland right now, but the password is Iceland, capital I.
And not Reykjavik.
Not Reykjavik. But I'm pretty sure it's not as nice as here in Bratislava, because the weather has been amazing this whole week. Not that we have gotten the pleasure of enjoying the sun much. We have, like you often are on a poker trip, we have been mostly inside, mostly indoors.
So blinds have gone up to 5,000, 10,000. Then we have Fehrenbach opening up with a min raise here. His stack size is a bit different, so it's a different circumstance. A raise is most appropriate.
He's got 21 big blinds behind. Now even I can do the math. Finally.
I liked Joseph's, by the way, awareness that last hand, understanding the board, understanding his cards were irrelevant to the situation.
Yes, he played it well. Fehrenbach still best on 3-6-6 flop. It's a good flop for pocket fours. Freund, first to act. Jack high. And look at this. Leads here.
I guess that might be scary to the king, queens, aces, and stuff, but if you have a 6, are you donk betting? There's some players that will, to be fair.
Jill, 19,000, and the call from Fehrenbach. Deuce on the turn. Gives Fehrenbach a gut shot to the straight. Also another undercard to his pocket pair. And look at this, Freund. It's gonna fire again, 93,000 in the middle, and now he goes bigger.
It goes along with his story that 2 would have completed the straight if he was holding a 5-4. Little does he know that Fehrenbach holds blockers to that.
56,000, setting up for a river shove. Not saying that that's what he is going to do, but he's trying to tell Fehrenbach that I have plans to shove on you on the river.
And unless a 4 or 5 comes on the river, it actually would put him in a rough spot, even if he calls the turn. He may be thinking about shoving himself, understanding that if he got his hand caught in the cookie jar, that he probably has some outs. Of course, it could be against a 6-3. Wow! Gets Fehrenbach to fold.
Strong play by Adam Freund.
So first Joseph and then Freund, the 2 Israelis in seat 7 and seat 8, not playing their cards, playing the situations. Josef's hand wasn't that big against Ilva. This one was a bit bigger.
And now Kimi running out of time under the gun in this hand. Next hand he has to post not only the big blind but also the ante. And the blinds have gone up. It's not much left now for this man, and he folds 8-5. He's got 5 big blinds behind. Gonna have to put 2 of those big blinds in the next hand, whether he wants or not. Wants to or not, I should add. Fold the 2 pullover. Ace-8. Opens.
2-2.
2-2. 22. Have you ever worn a 2-2 before, Jason?
Probably. Like, definitely like as like a 6 or 7-year-old, you know, doing like whatever dancing, I don't know.
Raise and take it for pullover. It doesn't look like a guy who's worn a 2-2.
It's bad that I have to think about whether I've done it as an
Yeah,
adult,
I know.
It's certainly possible.
I think it's bad that I'm old enough to even know what a 2-2 is. And now Kimi in the big blind. Not much behind. Just 3 big blinds. Ace-10, Torsjö, folds, open folds, Ace-10 suited. Magni is gonna try to knock out Kimi with Jack-10 suited.
Pretty hand.
Races.
Can be open to any position off that stack size.
Yeah, and it seems kind of strong now as well, since we have the short stack in the big blind. But Josef is going to come along. 10-9's offsuit. Freund folds. Savashon in the small blind folds king 9. And Kimi has ace deuce suited. Well, this could be a great spot for him. He is going to get 2 calls if he jams it in. But he is just going to call. I guess he does that to just shove any flop. Maybe. Nothing there for him. Top pair for Magny. Has the backdoor flush draw. He checks, but he can't fold here. I mean, he's getting such a good price.
Yeah, but other players can bet other players out after the flop, so at least he's reducing, let's say, the odds, and maybe somebody is like, maybe Josef, for example, is going to try to steal it away with the gut shot.
But just a bet of 10,000 min bet from Magny and the call from Josef with the gut shot. And a 5. Okay.
Can he fold it there?
He folded, actually. And he has to put in the small blind after this hand. Could the chip count be wrong?
No, that's what he had. But he is going to have another chance anyway.
Magny slows down. Gives Josef the opportunity to bluff at this. But I think Magny is in a check call mode. No, Josef checks behind, takes the free card. And hits. But so does Magny. 2 pair for the Belgian now. Second pair for Josef.
I think now Magny has to bet. I mean, maybe not, because Josef seems to have different gears, and we know that Josef will likely be checking behind.
Did have the gut shot, but another gut shot. Ah, okay, he bets and quick call from Josef with his pair of 10s. So another nice spot for Magny, up to 672,000. Josef down to 702. And it did at one point have 960,000.
I'm surprised he didn't take a moment to think about it. His call chip was in, like, even before the bet was fully in.
Yeah, well, still, I kind of like that. Because, I mean, you should always have a plan when you're playing poker. Of course, sometimes the plan can change, but sometimes it kind of works out the way you thought it would, and even though you lose the pot, still the plan you should stick to because it's the best action you can do. And if you have a plan for several eventualities, then you save time. And if you're a good poker player, you want to see as many hands as possible during each level. So I like it.
That's assuming you had everything planned out after you decided to flat 10-9 offsuit from late position.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we're going to take this hand now, Fedenbach, with the ace-jack suited. Something that's kind of that poker and chess has in common, you know. In chess, you have perfect information, so if you are good enough, you can actually see every foreseeable move in the future, which no human being can, but some chess computers are getting near. And in poker, I mean, if you think about if you're up against one opponent, it's easier because then you just have one opponent to think about, and there are a lot of plans for, you know, from pre-flop where you're up against 8 to the flop where you might get heads up, and then again on the turn and the reverse. So there are some paths that you can
Only Senko
choose.
can do that in his head, though.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, it's true. It's true.
But there are some chess masters that are like phenomenal at poker. I mean, Magnus Carlsen is not necessarily phenomenal, but then you have guys like, he's above average, he's more than competent, but then you have guys at the top of the pack. You have guys like Adamar Ladva from Estonia. And I remember when he first started playing live poker, and you could just see that, wow, I've never seen him before, and he's just playing on such like a high level even back then. Obviously he was already playing a little bit online by the time he was able to play live because of the age difference in Estonia, but still it does help that you can remember these situational stuff that you study and that you can then apply in a lifetime situation and not just review and say, oh, I should have done that differently.
It's kind of similar to, well, now poker players are studying kind of like chess players with the solvers. And there are so many, I mean, too many lines, optimal lines for, any normal human being to remember, but still you can group kind of similar situations, similar hands together, and apply that to playing poker when you play poker. Called GTO, Game Theory Optimal.
Pretty much any studying is to get to that point. But then game theory is always game theory, so optimal is optimal only when everything else is optimal, so then you should be applying your game theory accordingly.
It's in a vacuum, let's put it that way. But we are playing against other people, and there are some variables when you play against other people that you have to take into consideration as well.
But it's hard to exploit someone that's playing at a game theory optimal
Yeah,
level.
and that's what it's all about. It's about making yourself as unexploitable as possible, but you still have to play exploitative against other players when you see weak points. Folded around to Torsrud on the button, 10-9 suited. She's gonna open, been quiet for a while. Quietly built herself up to almost, well, to more than 400,000. Federbach folds the ace-9 in the small blind.
Respecting Ilva being quiet.
Absolutely. Magni, no respect. He's gonna defend with king-6 off. And ace-3-9. Well,
Ace-9, it would be looking pretty sick at the moment.
Yep.
Fehrenbach
Torsrud.
regretting his respect.
Yeah. Torsrud continues with second pair. Can represent the ace. Her pair was good enough against Magni's king-6, and he snap folds.
Well, we have 46 left, so that means we've already hit another pay jump just like that. So now the top 47 players have locked up 1,505 euros. Albert Zari, Sigurdur Sigurdsson, so another Icelandic player. Daniel, why are all the names impossible for me to pronounce? Eheni, Vitaly Sherba, Adam Marjanovic, Andrei Sintula, Andras Matre, Lukas Fracek, who we've had at the feature table. Those are the players that all cash for 1,340 euros, so congratulations to them. I'm sure they would have liked to have gone further. Maybe they're going to be hopping in the side event. There's a 1K one-day event today as well, and plenty of smaller buy-in events to go along with that.
I think you did great, Jason. Good job. It is hard with so many nationalities.
There were just so many names in a row that were hard. That was
But Kimi is now all in with Queen Jack after Freund raised King 10. Or he opened, I should rather say. It's folded around to Pullover and the big blind. He calls with 6-3.
So Kimmy in a spot to maybe triple up.
Not on the 5-5-5 flop. Pullover checks. But of course, Kimi can still hit. And Freund, he's gonna try to get rid of Pullover, and Pullover folds to the bet. So, Freund ahead. Kimi needs a queen or a jack, 3 on the turn, and hits the jack on the river to get the full triple and more, I think. I think that meant take that in Israeli.
I'm back.
Wow.
Don't mess with the yellow.
But he's still super short. He does not have much time.
He has a fold, call, fold with the 6 big blinds, so we've proven. So this could last like 2-3 orbits, the 6 big blinds, if he's playing that patiently. Meanwhile, his play has allowed him to get a couple pay jumps, so it's worked out from that aspect.
Yeah. What I was about to say before Kimi tripled up is that you did great with the names. And I mean, it is difficult with the nationalities. And there were so many nationalities, different nationalities, through to day 2.
Meanwhile, Sevarson with the ladies, waking up with a hand.
From Iceland, one of 23 nations represented on day 2 of the Coolbet Open, and there were even more nations represented through the first starting day who had 6 different flights. Gets a call from Polover with pocket 3s. Josef in the big blind. He calls with king 4 suited.
So despite the bigger sizing, Sevarson not getting what he wanted, which was likely to go heads up here, he's getting a 3-way to the flop. Ooh.
And a 3 in the door, and 6 and a 5, all diamonds. Savason with the queen of diamonds. But a set for Polover, who checks. Josef checks with his open-ended straight draw. Or an open-ended straight draw, I should rather say.
This could get tricky for Severson. No reason for him not to think he's ahead. Obviously has some redraws to the flush, to the set if he... but he's not going to go anywhere if he's played back at here. And I think Polover should be raising. I mean, there's already 3 diamonds out there. Obviously he's behind a flush, but can improve to a full house if that happens. But it looks like he's just going to call. Josef quickly folding his open-ender, sensing that something is amiss. Meanwhile, he had some live cards. Not anymore.
6 pairs the board. Well, he could hit the queen for
Well,
bigger full
Severson
house.
has some live cards, but
Yeah.
if Josef...
Oh, yeah, you were thinking about Josef, sorry. Polover checks.
He has a 4-out Severson.
Oh, and he bets 50,000. I think Savason went all... No, Polover went all in. He called. It was a 150,000 bet from Savason. Put Polover all in. And he needs to hit a queen to knock... No, for not to be knocked out of this tournament.
Where is it?
Oh, and
my
the queen on the river.
Wow.
A 6 as well. You were right, Jason. But wow, that's again a miracle card.
Wow. 4-outer on the river.
First Kimi to triple up, now Savason, and this is a big pot, 480,000. And I feel so sorry for the online qualifier, Polover, the 2 online qualifiers going up against each other here.
Wow. Insane.
And shakes his head, understandably.
Cannot blame him for getting it in there.
So
was so far
unlucky.
behind. Yeah.
But still, Savason did nothing wrong. Could have been up against another overpair to the flop that he had dominated.
Big smiles there, and rightfully so. Sevarson's son maybe getting ready for a nice win here. It would make a nice story. You got it in, you know, you won the trophy, but you were almost out, but you hit your 4-outer.
And I'm sure there has been a lot of stories throughout this main event here at the Coolbet Open. Players who are still in, that has been on the verge of being knocked out earlier on.
Maybe we see a shove here.
Kimi with 6-5 suited. No. Still gonna wait till he picks up something better. And it's kind of like with 6 big blinds, He has a little showdown value. Well, not this hand. He wouldn't have had that because Magni looks down at Ace King and opens.
Even then, you should be happy to get it in against Ace King.
Yeah, but still he could.
Not against eights, though.
I agree, and he still has kind of a little fold equity with the 6 big blinds. He could actually raise and take it. You never know. Josef with pocket eights.
Oh
Here
boy.
comes the 3-bet from what might be the former chip leader after this pot.
Could be set up for a massive pot here, though. The two players have 1.3 million in chips between them.
And it's folded back to Magni. Not the first time these two tangles. Or maybe tangle. What's that? Did I put an S too much there, Jason?
Or tangled, maybe.
Tangle? Yeah. Okay, I'll go with that next time. Eyeing the stack of Josef.
Too many chips to 4-bet shove. Can easily call being in position, but I'd like to see a 4-bet. The problem is if he's 5-bet, then it looks like a very scary proposition with your Ace King at that point.
And decides just to call. Deuce 10-6, just one overcard to Josef's pocket pair. He is still best. All the colors of the rainbow, which by the way is incorrect because there are 2 black cards. C-bet is small, 32,000.
Might be enough. I wouldn't blame him if he folded here. I mean, it did look strong, that 3-bet from the small blind. On the other hand, you're priced in pretty much to see what happens on the turn.
Yeah, I think you have to call at least one street, and Magni does. 3 on the turn, should not change anything. Josef might start to worry. That is up against an overpair. No. 77,000.
Now Magni should be able to get away. It's still only 1/3 of the pot, but it's a big bet. The story is a bit different than what's being told, but it's not that much different. Ace King is still behind. Ace, if he decides to raise here, it would work, but you'd have to have a scary read for that.
But he calls.
Yeah, from a chip perspective, it's an okay call.
And with sport pairs on the river.
That could spell trouble, actually.
34
Magni.
big blinds in the middle. 340,000. This is a huge pot. Ah, Josef checks. Magni might check behind here. I mean, Ace King has some showdown value.
He should check behind, actually, at this point.
Yeah, and he does. And Josef back up to 846,000. Magni down to 475. No, but I think he's been disciplined. Yehuda Josef still down 94,000 since he first was moved up to the featured table. Also we see downward swings for Fehrenbach, Freund, Kimi and Pullover. While Savachon up 265,000. Also, of course, still Magni up, and even though it was, well, quite a lot down this end, and Torsrud has also had a good appearance at the featured table. Been selected though, the Norwegian streamer and Coolbet ambassador. Folds this hand. Folded to Magni. Fehrenbach folded an ace. Did not want to open from the low jack, I think. Josef, jack 3 on the button. He folds. Freund in the small blind, queen 8. Raises 2. Oh, Savason has queen 10 suited and calls the 32,000, which was Freund's raise. And has Freund dominated. Queen, deuce 4, both players with top pair. Freund out of position, first to act. Was probably gonna bet the flop no matter what, and now with top pair goes, well, was it half pot? It's kind of been his standard c-bet in most spots. 33,000, quick call from Savason. Unless the board pairs on the turn, it's going to be hard to be a split pot, but it does. There are some cards that can save Freund on the river, one of them being an 8, of course, which would mean he would win the pot, but also overcard to Savason's 10. Another queen, 45,000. Savason with the call, and Freund with 167,000 behind has the effective stack. And the turn is a 7. Savason with the best hand. Are you gonna pull the brakes now, Freund? And if you check, how much are you willing to pay Savason with your top pair?
And is Saverson going to be willing to call a shove even here? He has some considerations.
He does not shove. Bet smaller, but still Savason leans back. He has to be a little worried here, because now Freund has fired on all streets. But he calls. And Freund down to just 11 big blinds. Savason 642,000. That's 64 big blinds. And I mean, it's not long ago that he got the full double. He was on the verge of being knocked out, Jason.
Yeah.
And look at him now.
From 0 to hero, that's a true Cinderella story in the making. Hit his 4 outer before with the queens against the 3s, against a set of 3s, against a full house actually, because it was a 6-6-3 on the board after the turn. And then that queen spiked the river.
And I mean, this could be Iceland's tournament. I mean, they still have a lot of players in it. Looked like it was going to be Israel, and it still can be, because they have a lot of players as well. I don't know how many have been knocked out lately, but 20 players made it through to day 2 from Israel.
Well, we're going to have a 45-minute dinner break soon. Maybe we can do a quick flag update during that dinner break. We can see.
And now Pulaware open shoves ace-10. Slightly less than 10 big blinds. 97,000. Folded quickly around to Savason. Folds ace-5. 7 deuce for the critically short Jakimi, who feels that he have to fold there. or has to fold, left with just 40,000, 4 big blinds. It's going to be 35 because he has to put in the small blind of 5,000.
It's kind of a massive stack for him, considering he would fold it down to 2 big blinds before. It's double that.
Silver lining.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
to look. It's a glass half full situation.
And
He still
still,
has some chips.
yeah. But I think there are still some players that have to be knocked out for him to make the next pay jump. But it could be something he's paying attention to. It should be something he should be paying attention to.
The next pay jump is a nice one, too. It's 200 euros between 40th and 39th place. From 1,505 euros to 1,705.
Yeah,
Got
so-
loud in here all of a sudden.
Yeah. So 3 players more just, well, could lose 3 players during one round before he has to post the big blind again. But then he is effectively going to be all in. Freund opened Jack 8 with his, well, kind of shortest stack now. Got called by Thorsrud with the 10-9 for Ace Queen. Thorsrud checks. Freund, I guess he will c-bet and probably take this down. Go small and it's enough to get the fold that he definitely wanted on that flop.
So a bit unorthodox playing this way off a short stack, even from the cutoff, but it paid off nicely for Freund. Nothing that Ilva could do there, and yeah, well done.
Yeah, he kind of does it as a pure steal, and in the hope that the other players are gonna take it as strength. Worked out fine, even got the call from the big blind.
Oh-ho.
Polovir with pocket tens, 12 big blinds now.
Could be shoving here, could be raising.
He shoves. Josef folds. Freund is going to fold. Savason, A7. Still a lot of players behind. He folds. Kimi, 9-6 offsuit. Nope. Thorsrud folds, and so does Ferenbach. Pullaware up to 14 big blinds, almost 15, and buys himself, well, now he can actually wait 2-3 orbits before he has to make a move. But it's gonna be expensive if he does. Frank Kjærstad Bach in the chat on YouTube wants the password for the free roll, which starts in, well, 1.5 hours, and that's Iceland. Iceland as in the country, with a capital I.
Not the food.
Not Reykjavik, but Iceland,
The country.
the country, the island.
The country named after ice being on a land.
Yeah, fittingly enough.
Unlike Greenland, which has no ice.
Kimi all in. King, queen suited, good enough. 35,000. 3.5 big blinds. Folded to Magni in the big blind. He has 8-6 off, and he just has to call. He's getting too good of a price. Would have to call with any 2 cards in that spot. And does have 2 live cards. I mean, we should not be rooting for players, but now I'm kind of rooting for Kimi here.
Yeah, me too. It's hard not to.
Ooh, got shot for Magni. Also backdoor flush draw. King. Okay, now only a 7 would knock him out, but that does not come. 2 pair on the river for Kimi, who's up to 85,000.
This is the most we've seen him at in probably an hour now.
And that would be a story. Yeah, I had like nothing less left. I was down to 2 big blinds. Came back.
And he seems like a player that likes to have fun. It's hard to have fun when you're on 2 big blinds. It's even hard when you're on 8, but not when you're Kimmy.
No, it's admirable. He's been in a good mood the entire time that we've had him on this feature table. Even though he has been short. Josef, pocket deuces. He hasn't really been that active. Does not want to play. We were kind of speculating on what style of player or kind of player he was earlier when we just got him to the feature table. Often people with big stacks are a little loose cannons, but Josef has proven to be solid. Savason opens ace-4. Folded all the way around to Magny in the small blind. He folds. Pullover 6-8 in the big blind. It's defendable. And he calls.
Fortunately for him, both his cards are live as well.
And 8 in the door and a 6. So 2 pair for Pullover who checks. That is the big blind flop. So let's see if Savason slows down. I think he has to try with a c-bet here, 20,000.
And even though he hit this flop with 2 pair, that 9 makes it that you kind of want to not be too cute about this. Hope that you get like an ace-9, 9-jack kind of hand.
Yeah, he's all in. And this hand is... Oops. I was about to say this hand is over, but look at Savason. Wants to know how much.
Maybe he thinks he has ace-9 or ace-8. I don't know. Or maybe he thinks he's good that his opponent could be doing this with like a 7-jack.
Let's hope he...
Or
Okay, he double checks and sees that it's 4. I was thinking sometimes the 4 can look like an ace if you squeeze, but he found the fold.
Then I don't think he's asking how much still. I think he's just calling.
You're right. That would be a slow roll, and we don't slow roll unless it's a very good friend and she or he can take it.
Or it's Sean Deep.
Yeah, you're right.
Nothing against Sean. He would just actually even appreciate it because he loves doing that.
Yes.
Come back.
I don't mind if I'm slow rolled. I'll just get like a quick laugh out of it. If it's somebody doing it maliciously, I'll even just laugh so it's not like going to ruin my... I mean, usually it's when you're out of a tournament, you know, if they do it in a cash game, I just get up. It's then not friendly.
Yeah,
If it's done just to like have a laugh, then, you know, it's no big deal, really.
don't give them the pleasure of seeing your pain.
I'm an emotional guy, though, Steve.
I know. I would never slow roll you, Jason.
I would like it if you slow roll me.
Oh, okay. Challenge accepted.
Not in cash games, but if we're just playing, like, it happened to be at the same tournament, or if it's like a fun cash game that we're just playing with friends, of course, but not like a typical casino cash game where it's... Well, that could be fun, too. Dude, you could do it in a cash game. What am I saying? Not if we're playing super high stakes, but we're never going to be doing that anytime soon against each other.
Federbach opens with pockets 9s and gets a fold from everyone. I was about to say, well, not if when we see each other at the final table, but the odds of that happening is slim to none.
Yeah, we're both either one of us working an event or these days both of us working the event. Me sometimes as a lead or a co-commentator, and more of the time doing other media things like live reporting, preparing articles, running podcasts, you know, typical media stuff, running teams, organizing stuff.
Kimmy, 9-6 suited, 8 big blinds.
I do want to come to Norway to play, though, one of these days.
Well, there is an opportunity.
Not for me, not during
No,
those
no,
dates.
but in the beginning of next month, when the Norwegian Championship is being held at Gardermoen. And there's also tournaments that you can play even though you're not Norwegian. You will not get the title. There's no title in those tournaments, but it's a side event to Norwegian Championship on Norwegian soil.
You'll get a hug from Stig, apparently.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And a spanking.
No.
Okay, just a hug. I tried, folks.
Torsrud open pocket fours. Freund calls in the big blind, ace-8 suited. And the 4 in the door for Torsrud and an 8 for Freund. He might get a little sticky here. He checks.
This could be trouble. It could be the end of Freund.
He only has, well, we'll give him 12 big blinds behind. Torsrud, she bets 20,000.
We want Freund to fold. I mean, we're rooting for Ilva too, but if we're thinking of Freund, we want him to fold, but it's his flop.
Yeah, he just can't. He's got second pair top kicker, and he calls one street. 5 of spades on the turn. Might slow action down. Freund checks again.
Completes 2 draws if Ilva put her opponent on a draw.
Yeah, the 7-6 would have gotten there, as well as 2 spades. And she just shoves on Freund, and Freund...
Can he get away?
That's the thing. I mean, if Torsrud had like the ace of spades or a big spade, she might do the same move.
But she'd be doing it with ace-jack. We see her doing it with the set. Would she be doing it with a mate flush, maybe? She'd be doing it with 9-10, but we know she wouldn't be necessarily opening from under the gun +2, but Freund might not know that.
But he knows she has not been out of line, at least not while we've had them as a feature table, and he folds, and he is still here.
I like the play by everybody involved. It was just an unfortunate hand for Freund, but it could have been a lot more unfortunate. He could have been out of chips. Ilva has to protect her hand once that third spade comes. It's a pretty good bet by her. Just didn't work out. Freund almost called, and could have even been that she had her opponent drawing dead at that point.
And has she even lost the hand at all at this feature table?
I think like a couple small ones, you know. Where
Yeah, but
she's
I
just,
don't. I'm not counting, you know, defending big blind pots. I mean, the
No,
bigger
then-
pots, she's won every single one.
Yeah. She's, I guess, used to now being under the lights and camera. She's been on a bunch of cash game streams over the years, and I think a few times in international tournaments. I'm sure locally as well.
Oh,
in
she's
Norway.
had so many feature tables in the Norwegian Championship, final tables as well.
And then just being a Twitch streamer, you don't think twice about being under the camera, but it gives you also this like sense of adrenaline right before you go on. And that's when you're thinking about it, but then once you're starting, that adrenaline doesn't necessarily go away, even though you're not thinking about it. So maybe there's something to this where it's allowing Ilva to focus on her game, but obviously she was doing well before she got to the feature table, so maybe it's just a matter of circumstances that she's getting cards and getting some action, and then when she's not, it's been easy for her to get away. When she's not, she's really not.
And she also has worked a lot on her game for the past few years. I mean, she started streaming because of the pandemic. She didn't even like to play online before that. She was a live player. But
Do you study with Ilva?
actually, we haven't studied together yet. We have kind of loosely talked about it. And she has been in, well, I think a couple of study groups that I, for some reason, have not been invited into. But
You're too good. But we have
no,
Freud
we have a
jamming.
shove, 8-7 suited, all in, close to 12 big blinds, and this works out fine for Freund. Gets the opportunity to shove the button with 8-7 suited, knows that he has fold equity, knows that there's, well, there is always a slight risk that one of the players in either the small or the big blind picks up a hand good enough to call with, but more often than, what's the English?
More often than not.
More often than not. Thank you, Jason.
That's what I'm here for.
That's to help me out with the English. Yes. No. Well, yes.
We could switch
but
to
but
Norwegian. That'll be fun.
yeah. Yes, but not only that. Magni with pocket jacks. Still healthy with 425,000. Altogether raises to 20. Josef, 8-7 suited, looks interested. Has to worry about the short stacks behind here, which, well, it would kind of be forced to fold if one of them went over the top. Maybe not Kimi, but we'll see what happens. Freud folds an ace. Savarsson folds an ace. Kimi is gone, and Torsrud folds the small blind.
So Josef can be in a bit of trouble if it's an 8 high, 7 high flop.
He could. It's not, but he picks up a gut shot. 3-6-10 flop, rainbow.
Definitely the flop Magmi wants to continue on, but if it was even one overcard to the jack, we would see him continue quite often.
Continue, he does. Quick call from Josef with the gut shot straight draw. No spades for him there. Spade on the turn. It's the queen, overcard to Magni's pair.
Changes the dynamics of the hand. After the call, we'll very often see Magmi check, especially with an overcard coming, and that opens up the door for Josef to be betting. But Magmi not being afraid, it doesn't look like, and will be continuing with the aggression, thinking he has the best hand, which he does.
75,000 is the bet.
Josef trying to get a read, it seems. The one thing he shouldn't be doing is just calling, unless he has a plan on the river to bet if it's checked to him, but not just to get that 9.
If he paid attention, he would see a swallow from Magni, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Sometimes people swallow.
Yeah, you can only go so long without swallowing steak.
But still, sometimes it can be a tell. Gets the fold that he actually wanted in that spot. I mean, if he got called, it could have, you know, been really scary.
Especially out of position.
Yeah.
In position, you don't mind a call there, and then you can always check back the rivers. Or if you're bet, you can decide what to do. You're dictating the speed.
Folded around to Savarsson. Ace 4 in the cutoff. Just 3 players behind. Opens to 23,000. Kimi, Jack 6 suited, has let the blinds pass through him one more time, so he's down to 6 big blinds again.
Yeah, he didn't seem too happy that Savarsson was opening there. He looked like he was ready to shove his Jack 6 suited that time.
And Jason, he still hasn't reached the next pay jump.
3 players away still, in fact. 4 players away.
Yep.
Even though it's 200, it's not enough to, you know, if you, once again, you can wait a little bit longer if you're 1 away, but it shouldn't really be changing anything quite yet.
Erik Polover from Estonia.
His turn with the jacks. Worked out well for Magni a hand ago.
Yeah, and he's worked his way up to 19 big blinds. That's what he started the hand with. Raises to 22,000. Joseph with the pocket kings. This could potentially be the end of our online qualifier from Estonia.
Yeah, this spells trouble. He had under 20 big blinds to start the hand. That's not a hand you can be just folding jacks unless somebody else also wakes up with a hand. That could really be the only thing that saves him.
And Joseph has 3-bet to 45,000. Freund folds a pair. A6 for Kimi now after Savason folded the same hand. Different suits, or at least suit.
Kimi's been very disciplined. I expect him to be actually folding, even though we see he's actually not in the worst spot. There were some aces folded though.
He does fold. Torsrud folds. Fehrenbach with ace-queen offsuit.
Oh my.
And he has 17 big blinds behind the small blind.
And Joseph has 3-bet light before. I don't know if Fehrenbach knows that or not, but if he does feel that he can, this is a 4-bet shove spot, so this could be the one that saves Polavir if that happens.
And he goes all in. Magni has folded back to Polover. Now I'm still...
Not an easy spot.
And he folds, and it doesn't even take that long. Quick call from Josef, and this is for Fehrenbach's tournament life.
Wow. Polavir folding those jacks. Let's see if, I mean, it was the right if you're up against kings, but the board can be anything.
And here's the flop. 7-3 for no help, at least not immediate help to Fehrenbach. 5, okay, now he wins with an ace or a deuce. Picks up more outs, but the 5 is not one of them, and we lose. Fehrenbach, Lahav, out in 43rd place.
It's nice watching Doron play, but time ran out. It was just an unfortunate spot, but that did save Polavir.
Gets a nice payday anyway, 1,505 euros, which is almost 3 times the buy-in to this tournament, which means he can play the next 2-1 and still be kind of break-even.
I wanted to say 5 on the turn. I don't feel well.
Or can enter the Hyper Turbo tonight 8 times and still be ahead.
Yeah, you're right. That's a re-entry tournament.
That would be my path. Just go in, like prepay for 8 entries, so you're all set.
So, first knockout on the featured table in a while.
Right.
Yeah, but still out in the field, there has been a lot of knockouts since they came back from dinner.
Meanwhile,
No,
Joseph
not dinner.
Up to near 1 million in chips after that hand.
Yes. He is, I think, at an all-time high, and Torsrud with pocket aces now opens from the cutoff. Magni has folded. Polavir, King 5, that's a fold. And now...
Unfortunate for Ilva not to get action with her aces, but I'm still marveled that Polavir was able to get away and he folded.
Yeah, with the
Really
jacks.
quick. Maybe I get there at some point. You know, like I do fold jacks in those spots sometimes, but it's the whole thing looked a little bit suspicious. But once it's a 4-bet shove, I guess that makes it a little bit easier.
Freund
Was correct.
Yeah, Freund been the most active player at the table, but still not really enough hands to paint the total picture. But he has been active, and he has been forced to be active now for the last period because he is still kind of short, 14 big blinds, which will be less in big blinds after the break that's coming up.
I believe it's a 45-minute dinner break coming up. But we'll find out before we go off the air. If it's still 45 minutes, that's what it was scheduled to be.
I believe you're right, but still, it will come up on the screen, so it will be easy to follow. A clock counting down till we continue on day 2 in the Coolbet Open main event here in Bratislava. Folded all the way around.
So it wasn't the last hand.
No, I'm not saying that it's going to happen even this hand, but it can't be that long until they get their dinner break. And the thing is, will Kimmy still be here?
And Freund as well is short.
Yes, so it might be a long dinner break for the short stacks.
Although Kimmy, if he has more than 2 big blinds, maybe we'll have a very good dinner break.
That's true. Now 7 deuce. Are you going to do it now? It might work. It's like 6 big blinds.
There is fold equity depending on who's in the big blind.
Yes, definitely.
You are getting aces to fold, let's say, in middle position as well, because you have players after you to act.
Yeah, and when Jason says aces, he doesn't mean pocket aces.
No, I mean hands like ace 6 offsuit should be folding most likely. Like Ilva, if she has ace 6 offsuit, is not going to be calling a 60,000.
Look at this. Do we have a stall here? We are getting closer to a pay jump.
It's not that close though. It's still 3 off.
Yeah, but we are getting closer.
He may just want the blinds to go up to break and hope that some of the other tables play an extra hand, so there could be like a combination factor there.
Oh, hold on. I think somebody called time on Kimmy. It is a pre-flop decision. Shouldn't be that hard.
And although I like Kim Hee in general, his attitude, this is a little poor form just in this particular hand to be stalling with 7 deuce.
Yeah, so we see floor. Josef is his name, but it's his first name. Shares his first name with one of the players at the table. He's the floor in this tournament.
Whereas Josef as his last name.
What's the capital of Iceland? Okay, so finally get the fold. Let's not let the clock run down.
I wonder what that was about, though. We'll see if we go on break after this hand or not.
Yeah, I think it had something to do with the fact that there will be a pay jump. Not quite yet, but I mean, he has not done this before, and I mean, some situations it's understandable. It is unnecessary. One of the players picked up on the fact that this is a pre-flop decision. Shouldn't take too long to make up your mind. And he was given a little time, and when somebody has called time on him, he still has some time to make his final decision. So,
but if he's doing that again pre-flop, they probably will just give him 5-10 seconds at most, just because it was an unopened pot.
yes.
It was only because they said most likely this was the first time that this has happened.
Yes. You are absolutely correct.
Sometimes you have something to think about with 6 big blinds. Like if you had like 6-7 suited, maybe you think.
Yeah.
Or if you have aces, maybe you want to Hollywood or.
But now, Kimmy with the 10-9 suited.
This is a hand to actually think about, for example. Personally, I would like to see him shove.
Me too. He has to put in 20 of the 60,000 he has in stack in the next hand. And then it's kind of like he wins his own big blind. Now there is 25,000 out there that he actually could win by just shoving here and getting folds around. And also, if he gets called, he has a nice hand to double up. I mean, 10-9 suited. It's a beautiful hand, but Kimmy, no. So he's gonna have to be in the big blind in the next hand, and that's expensive. But now, it seems like we are on a break. We still have Freund in the small blind against Savarsson's big blind. But Kimmy,
I think he jammed. No.
yeah, no. Did he? Really? No, he raised to 30,000. Savashon moved for deuce of diamonds while Kimi walks past the camera on his way to dinner. And Savashon, he folds. 42 players left in the main event. Winner paid 600,000, already guaranteed 1,505,000.
60,000, not 600.
Oh, 60,000. Yeah, I was thinking Norwegian kroner. Dinner break. We'll be back in 44 minutes from Banco Casino in Bratislava. Entries, not players, but still 620 entries to Coolbet Open main event. 110 made it through to day 2. Now we are down to just 42 players battling it out of, well, for a first prize of 60,000 euros, Jason.
Yes, not 600,000 unfortunately, but 60,000 is still a sick prize for a 550 buy-in tournament, 300,000 guaranteed. And several of the players still in the mix have qualified for much, much less. So someone is going to be in for a massive payday tomorrow. But meanwhile, players have already locked up a nice sum. The top 40 players have each locked up 1,505 euros, with 39 and higher getting at least 200 more with 1,705 euros. So there'll be a small little money bubble coming up pretty soon.
And we have a new TV table with one of, if not the biggest stack in the tournament. We think that Ilavsky, who is playing 1 million, which is 87 big blinds right now, he is the chip leader.
Yes, it seems like he is, and he was at the feature table yesterday. He was getting involved with some big pots. He had a big stack to end the day, top 5 to enter day 2, and looks like he's put that to good use.
Closely followed by Oskar Vedde, who is his second place on the chip count at the feature table, 839,000, playing 69 big blinds. Shortest stack at the table, Pekka Ikonen from Finland, 200,000, 16 big blinds. Shortest stack, but not short stacked.
No, it doesn't need to be in push-shove mode, and yeah, same with Sversen, who we've seen before as well. Similar stack, does say 1 big blind more, but it's 5,000 more. In an orbit or two, that might change, but for now they can just sit back and wait for something to happen in 8 max poker. Well, it looks like 7 max to start over here.
Average stack being 442,000. So we have some players below the average stack, but still, you shouldn't really be too worried about that as long as the structure is good. Count your big blinds.
Yeah, when it's 1 hour blinds, for sure, that's the case. That's more important than average, not average. It's just important to know where you're at in terms of big blinds and act accordingly based on what the other players at the table are doing.
If we get down to 2 players today, we will stop play and continue tomorrow. If not, it will be at 10 full levels. And right now we are at level number... Which of the day, Jason?
It would be level 19 now.
Yeah, but
and we would end
we started
at level 24.
24, yeah,
level
yeah, that's
15.
right, yeah.
So 15 and 16 were off stream, and then 17 and 18 we were already in the money. We were live, and now we're on to level 19. But I wonder what Oscar was up to off stream. I mean, he had a decent stack to start the day, but nowhere near the 800 and change he has now. So must have been some fireworks for him. I know he's not afraid to get involved in marginal EV spots. If he thinks he has an edge, he's going to take it.
A Norwegian streamer representing Coolbet has his own stream with his brother Jonathan, which is who is still in the tournament, and he's playing a stack of somewhere around 220, 30, 40,000. So not doing as well as his brother, but still 20 big blinds. And those 2 guys have studied a lot. So Naj looks down at ace 5, he folds. Pekka Ikonen folds to Sverrisson from Iceland, another son of someone, and I guess it's Sverre. He folds.
But it could be of Sverre's son as well.
Yeah, you're right. We had Saversson. Okay. Vedde folds. No, he raises king 6 from the cutoff. And then we have Brandon Mifsud on the button. We've had him at the feature table before. That was on day 1A. Folds the button. Miljavski in I should rather say Martin Javski in the small blind, ace 9 suited, same suit as Vedde. He calls, and Kim Hagström from Sweden, he folds. Am I mistaken if I say I saw Hagström on the final table of the 8 game yesterday?
Ah. Not an easy field, that 8-game, actually. A lot of talented mixed game players getting in the mix. It helped that some of the real Norwegian beasts weren't here. I mean, fortunately for the 8-game players, unfortunately for us as like a poker community.
Yeah, it was kind of. I mean, half the field were Norwegians in the 8 game, but only one of them made the official final table, Øystein Stai. And Hagström, I was correct, he finished second behind Ville Tapini-Hakala from Finland.
I thought maybe he wasn't on the final table, but Øystein I thought was on the final table of that. We had him on the stream yesterday as well. You have it up? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah, so Øystein did. He took 4th. And Dario took 5th. Okay.
He loves game. Getting frisky with the queen 3 on the button, random steal, and gets the blinds to fold.
When you have nearly 100 big blinds at this stage of the game, you can open very wide from all positions.
So playing on home court, the Slovakian. Home court advantage, isn't that something?
To some degree.
And
It could be when it comes to railing, but the Norwegians would outnumber them, probably the Israelis as well. Maybe
Yeah.
even the Icelandic group.
Yeah, 8 players from Slovakia made it through to day 2. Not sure how many is left, but we do, or they do, I should rather say, have the chip leader right now. Folded to Vedda. King 10 offsuit. Races to 25,000. I think we already kind of get some idea how we got that big stack.
Off his stack, though, it's fairly standard to do a min raise from here. It's basically a live min raise without putting in the 1Ks.
Yeah, but I was thinking about being active. That's
Yeah.
the way you build a stack. Did not, I mean, I did not criticize his play. Gets called by Icon in the big blind, defense with king deuce suited. Has the best hand on the flop, deuce 8, ace 8, but still Vedda with both position and the initiative gets checked too. It's always gonna see bet this flop, 20,000.
And normally, if you were deeper, you would call and reevaluate on the turn, but here it's a different story because Ikonen, if he calls, he's down to a little more than 10 big blinds. He might call anyway. I mean, all 3 possibilities are here at the moment. There was an early position raise, though, so I think fold is what we're likely to see.
And there's the fold. Yeah, it's really hard to, I mean, what do you do? I mean, if you call, you check, maybe you might get a check back, but still, you're kind of giving away a free river as well by doing that, and your opponent has 2 overcards. That's one thing you can be quite certain of.
If it was like a jack 8 deuce flop, it makes so much of a difference. Once that ace is in the mix, it makes it very difficult.
One thing I have to remind you of is that we have a free roll starting at 1900 hours CET. That's 12 minutes from now. And there has been some news, Jason.
What's that?
There is going to be a bounty on my head. I am going to enter. I'm going to play it while I do the commenting. I apologize beforehand because I will time out a lot. But if you manage to knock me out, you will receive a €50 ticket on Coolbet. So get in there. I mean, there's already lots of tickets as prizes, and now a €50 ticket on my head.
And meanwhile, we have Brandon over here waking up with the jacks. It doesn't look like he's going to get too much action, actually. So back to the free roll. Sorry about that, Steve.
Yeah, this was never going to be exciting, Jason. I saw that right from the start. Come on, it's Mifsud. He's no one
Boring.
messes with him. No, and the password is Iceland. Capital I. Iceland. No people from Iceland on our featured table, and I think that's almost the first during the Coolbet series here in Bratislava. Oh, and again, it's kind of hard to pronounce my nick in any other way than Norwegian, but if you go to the chat on Facebook, you will find it if you just scroll a little bit. I posted it there. So, Sangfugl 1. Look for something starting with an S and then a lot of letters and a 1.
We do have one Icelandic player at the table, I think. Isn't Sversen?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sverrisson, I forgot about him. You're
maybe
right.
jinxing him. I don't know. Let's
No.
hope, because he has a short stack.
No.
He'll come and blame you.
Chip leader.
Maybe me for pointing it out,
Yeah,
actually.
that's true, it's true. Chip leader Ilovsky raised it up with ace-jack suited. Now it's the Finn who is in danger of being knocked out. He goes all in. Still players left to act. We have the man from Iceland, Sverrisson, in the small blind. He folds, but defaults the big blind back to Ilovsky. Doesn't look that happy, but feels he just has to call. And we'll be happy to see that he's up against an underpair and he's not dominated. So we'll flip for Icon's tournament life. And now there are no re-entry possibilities. Used to be, just yesterday, queen in the flop and it's a club. But still ahead. King, okay. No 10, no ace, no jack is what Icon is thinking, and he dodges. 6 of spades on the river.
So instead of hitting the rail, he's up to 344,000, nearly 30 big blinds. And even though Ilovsky would like to win every flip, if he's going to lose a flip, now is the time. It doesn't really change how he's going to be approaching anything.
Still in great shape with 966,000. And I have been told that Martin Ilovsky, he knows what he's doing when he's playing poker.
Yeah, he's a good player. This isn't his first rodeo here in Banco Casino, or pretty much at a few places throughout Europe, at a featured table or at a final table even. He was getting the better of the other Martin yesterday at the TV table, Martin Cabral. But that was also a circumstance of the cards, but seemed to get him to do what he wanted.
Oh, Hagström, he goes by... we're on the first name basis with Kim Hagström.
Yeah, that's because they have it backwards actually in our system here too. That's
Well, we can go with Kim so we know who we're talking about.
at least it's his first name.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He won't be offended. And Sverrisson is going all in from the button with King 10.
15 big blind shove.
Kind of big. That defolds, and so does Mifsud in the big blind. I was getting kind of worried there, you know, that he might be knocked out after your speech about Icelandic players and one being at the table.
Now
and
if it
maybe
happens, it's not your fault.
No.
He just got one through. I do like the shove. It was about 15 big blinds. Really no point in doing anything other than shoving there. You can, of course, raise.
Yeah.
But shouldn't be folding. And a shove is fine.
Porter outrun. He says go Brandon. And he's talking about Brandon Mifsud. Who,
He's waving a
is in-
Maltese flag.
yes, he is. And also we have people cheering for other players as well. Hendnart writing Heia Oskar Vedde. Sverrisson with pocket force. Oskar Vedde, he folds, and here's Mifsud. He is all in. We don't know what he has. He has ace queen against the pocket force of Sverrisson. Ilovsky has folded. So a flip for our friend from Iceland's life. Tournament life, I have to point out. And let's just not hope the jinx comes now. Well, okay, there's a queen in the flop. He needs to hit a 4 on the river because this turn is a 6 and another king. And unfortunately, we lose Sverrisson.
And now your statement is true. We do not have any Icelandic players, unfortunately, at the TV table. When he was snap called, he should have been thrilled to see that ace-queen rather than a pocket pair, because any pocket pair is likely going to be higher than his 4s as quickly as Mifsud called. Fortunately, not able to win the flip like we just saw a player do with pocket 5s. That's poker. If you don't win your flips at crucial moments, sometimes you're out the door. If he won the flip, he'd be in good shape. Instead, it's Mifsud on about $500,000 in chips. Brandon would have been also, he would have been on crumbs if he lost that flip, Steak. So did quickly get it in. Didn't think ace-queen is, I'm going to fold. He's here to play. Just a few minutes before your free roll starts here, Steak, and 500 euros on the line. Password is Iceland to all, open to all Coolbet players. And Stieg announced that there's a 50 euro ticket bounty on his head as well. So if you knock out Stieg and win the tournament, you're going to get 150 euros worth of tickets. Prizes to at least the top couple dozen of players. That'll be determined at the end of late registration. They'll can enter more than an hour after it starts, because it's a good structure with 8-minute blinds. But meanwhile, we have Oscar here with the 5s. I'm pretty sure he's going to be playing it.
And you are correct. Opens to 25,000. Folded to Kim in the big blind, and he folds as well. I just scrolled through the list of players still in, and I think that Savir Ingi Savarsson, who we had on our feature table not long ago, I think he's the last remaining player from Iceland.
Ooh, and we had so many to start the day.
Yeah, Iceland.
We have another Savarsson. We have both Savarsons are in.
Well,
Jarton.
Is he still in?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay, so two.
Both Savarsons are repping Iceland, but I think that's it.
Yeah, I just saw the one Savarsson. That maybe that was why I just got confused. I saw them both in
one is
different
maybe
places.
the son of the other too, to make things even more confusing.
And they should both be sons of Savar, no matter what.
Yes.
Yes.
And we have two Vedes in, because Oscar's brother's in, as we mentioned as well.
Meanwhile, Mifsud, A7 from the cutoff. No, he's just gonna fold that one. Gives Ilovsky a chance to steal, but not with ace-deuce. 8-deuce. Kim from Sverige. Heja Sverige! He limps in with queen 6 on the nudge big blind. King 5 for the Hungarian. He checks his option. Flop is 8 for Jack. Kim checks. Nudge with the best hand, checks behind. King high right now still is the best hand when the deuce of spades comes on the turn. Kim checks again. Nudge checks behind. Jack pairs the board. Check from Kim, check from Nudge, who takes down a small one. Some people will probably react now that I said his last name, Nudge. Nudge, Naji. I think there's a kind of the Y is almost silent. It's there, but it's not pronounced Nagi, and it's not pronounced Naji, but it's more Naji. But I had to check. I asked the Hungarian just to be sure.
Yeah, because yesterday I was calling him Nagi, because that's how you would say it with English, but then Hungarian it does have a different pronunciation. But Barnabas was correct. His first name.
And he shares the last name with a famous Hungarian fencer. David Nagy, who has been at the top for many years. They might be related. Who knows?
Are you a fencing fanatic?
No, I wouldn't say fanatic.
But you do watch, obviously, if you know that as a fact.
Yes, I sometimes do. I've sometimes commented fencing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ilovsky opens queen 8 from the cutoff, and he gets slapped by Kim with ace 10 on the button. Still players left to act. 3 bets to 75,000. Kim Nudge with king jack. Looks interested. I mean, we've talked about squeeze spots before, Jason. And this is kind of like a squeeze spot.
You would have been happy to get involved if Kim just called here.
Thinks about it and folds to Ikon in the big blind. He's gone back to Ilovsky. And he lets it go.
Nice little pickup there by Kim. He
So
would have got to play the hand in position if he was called, but still it's just ace 10. I'm sure he's happy to pick up the small pot there.
the free roll has started. And I am in it. And there's a bounty on my head.
Are you still in?
Yeah, I mean, this time I'm not the one timing out, but a lot of the other players are, and we get a new player to the table, and that's another Norwegian. His name is Øystein Stai. We talked briefly about him not long ago when we talked about the final table of the 8th game.
Yeah, I believe he took 4th or 6th place.
You are absolutely right. If it wasn't 5th, well, anyway, I had it up here, but I think I just checked, and no, he's there. He's no, he was 6th. You're right.
So then Øystein finished 4th, because I know it was 2 Norwegians, 4th and 6th.
Yeah, they're both named Øystein, or
Okay,
or,
so
or Øystein, as you like to say, which is fine. I mean, it's not like Naj.
It's close.
Yeah, it is kind of. And of course, Oskar and Øystein, they know each other. Looks like Øystein's had a nice day as well. He brings a lot of chips to the table, those blues being worth 5,000, and he got 3 stacks of those. Does he have any white? Well, we will find out shortly.
And straight into the big blind. So welcome to the table for Øystein.
4 whites worth 25,000 each, so another 100,000 there.
So about 430-ish. More actually, about 450. No, there's more than 4 whites as well.
More than average stack with 40 players left in the tournament. Lost 2 players after they came back from dinner break. Milovskis opened king 10. Kim with the pocket jacks.
And just 3-bet a pot too, so it may look like he's bowling a little bit, doing it 2 hands in a row.
And Ilovsky, as the chip leader, has to start to think, why does he pick on me? I can knock you out. Don't you know who I am? Because he is actually kind of renowned. Martin Ilovsky from Slovakia. Folded around to Ikonen. He folds in the small blind. Stai folds the big blind. Back to Ilavski. Same 3-bet size as the last time. Slightly better hand for Ilavski this time, but he decides to fold and smiles.
So it looked like Oystein had around 560 or 580. It went by very quickly, but healthy stack. Can't believe you're still in the free roll. I'm impressed with your staying power here.
Yeah, I think I played... well, I haven't played. I've folded 3 hands.
Respect. Going through the replayer, you would have won at least one of them, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. But you know, I'm kind of tight. You have to earn my bounty. I'm not just gonna give it away. Folded around to Jakob Malui from Israel.
Day 1A chip leader. First time we're seeing him at the feature table.
The Israel is doing really well still in the main event, as they have done in side events throughout the series. Had a winner yesterday. Only Aron, who won the No Limit Hold'em 225 euros.
That was a heads-up Israeli affair. I don't remember who he was up against. They made a heads-up deal before he won.
Me neither. Folded around to Vedde in the big blind. Well, he's close to the chip lead now, seeing as Silovsky has lost a few small ones. I mean, it's like we could still... I think if everything went their way, we could have a final table of just players from Israel.
Is that the only country that applies to? How many from Norway are left?
Well, unfortunately, we were 15 from the start. And we are, let's see, I think we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so close to a final table of just Norwegians. But now Ilavski has opened with the jacks, folded to Naj in the hijack, ace queen. Naj with just a call. Understandable, still players left to act behind. Vedde. Now hold on, Stai is still thinking about this. He's getting a pretty decent price on the button. And I think he was thinking, if I call, I think at least one more player would call, one of the players in the blinds. Vedde folds a small blind. And we have Mifsud in the big blind. He just folds, even though he was getting a really good price. Deuce 4. Three players to the flop. No, 3-bet from Stai. Sorry, I missed that, Jason. Wow.
Putting some pressure on Ivalski here. Ilavski.
Yeah, it's easy to say Milavski because of the M, which stands for Martin. Seems so strong, but still jacks. It's also a strong hand, but now you're facing 3-bet. Of course, well, you have to take into consideration from the button, and here we go. There's the 4-bet from the chip leader. Stai tried to steal this one.
And it looks really strong because he just folded to back-to-back 3-bets before.
And I mean, Stay just sat down at the table. They might have had some history prior to day 2. I mean, they could have played with each other maybe on one of the flights or more than one of the flights on that were led into this day. Or prior tournaments, because both Stay and Ilavsky has played a lot of poker. Stay, highly respected in the Norwegian poker community as a player and as a person. I think I should add. Just a nice guy.
I'm not sure if I've met any Norwegian poker players that haven't been friendly. You know, it's
Well,
there perhaps are, but maybe not ones that are traveling internationally so much.
well,
Except for you.
yeah.
No.
Okay.
Ooh, here we go.
Stay wakes up with Ace King just after he 3-bet folded on the button. Now he's first to act. Opens to 24,000. Vedda on the button. I know he doesn't like to fold the button if he can avoid it, and he has Queen 10 suited.
Might be his turn to 3-bet, but it looks like he's reaching for more of a call sizing.
Unless he reaches for some whites as well, but he does not. Just the call. Mifsud with Ace 4 and small blind. Is this your time to squeeze, Brandon?
Not while he's getting a massage, anyway.
No. So he just folds.
And Ilovsky with the easy completion there with the 3s, although it does dip him under $1 million by a few chips.
This could be a big one if the right flop comes. Well, king high for Stay. That's top pair, top kicker. Gut shot for Vedda. No spades there though.
Might call a single bet just because he's also in position. I expect Stye to be auto betting here.
And it does. 40,000 it looked like.
If there was at least one spade on the board, I think he'd be calling, but other than that, he's only calling if he thinks that he could steal it away later.
Vedda folds. And Ilavsky. Pure set mine. He folds. Well, on the right kind of flops, he might have tried something cunning, but not that one. So I'm in the free roll, Jason. Just have a message for the player Klusevic from Estonia. I mean, don't try to knock me out when I have the biggest stack. Not the biggest stack in the tournament, though. I'm below starting stack, of course, but still.
Bigger than him, though.
Yeah. I did not try to knock me out. He played it perfectly. And we chopped. Password, Iceland, with capital I. Melun with ace-queen suited. First to act.
Doesn't look like it's going to be a min raise, but maybe I'm wrong. No, that's a lot of chips coming in.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fistful of chips. Take that, 44,000.
Almost 4x. Unless blinds randomly went up, but the graphics says we're still at 612.
Folded around to Ilavsky, who calls from the small blind with Jack 10 suited.
Mixing it up a little bit, playing a little deep stack poker. He'll be in trouble if there's some hearts, though.
One heart, and it's a king. Ilovsky checks. Nothing there for Malou. He does have the best hand. And he continues, but he, well, not much more. Oh, he actually down bets slightly.
Should be enough to get the job done, though, while Ilovsky is reaching for chips, but unless he has a read.
Oh, look at
Wow.
this. There is one heart there, so he has backdoor flush possibilities and runner on the straight, of course. But the queen hits Malou, but now Ilovsky with an open-ended straight draw. Check, check. So he gets the free card. Does he hit? Yes, he
Oh
does.
my.
And two pair for Malou. Ilovsky with the straight, and he checks it. He checks it.
Wow.
Could it be that these two have history from before? And look at this. That's more than 100,000. And Ilovsky with the stone cold nuts.
Such a sick setup. Is he going to jam it now? Is he just going to do a standard little bit of a min-click back?
300,000 in the middle. Malou with the just over 400,000 behind.
What do you raise to here if you're Martin? That's what he's thinking about.
He's got 225 in his hand right now. And no, let's go a little bigger, closer to 275. And what did you do now, Malou? He called, and he sees that he was indeed unlucky with both the turn and the river. Runner straight for chip leader Ilovsky, who is playing 1.4 million.
Very unfortunate for Malou there. It's a bit of a setup when he connects with the queen. He has showdown value, slows it down, and then he must feel he's good with the ace in the river.
Yeah, it's just a terrible cooler. So hard to see the Jack 10 in that spot, the way this was played. Because remember, Ilovsky called the flop.
And it wasn't a small bet on the flop. I mean, it wasn't big either, but it was still 4 big blinds on the flop bet.
And look at this, Malou down to 236,000. That's still 19 big blinds. So he's not in terrible shape, but Ilovsky playing 1.4 million, 115 big blinds. It's almost 3 times the average in the tournament with 40 players left. And playing for a top prize of 60,000 euros. Notch folds. Econ, he's gone. Stay with Jack 10 offsuit. Under the gun, +2. He folds. Oskar Vedde folds to Brandon Mifsud in the cutoff, Jack 9. Folded around to Malou in the big blind. Facing an open to 25,000. Still thinking about that last hand, where he lost a big chunk of his stack, but he decides to defend with Queen 10 suited. No, Jack 9 offsuit and Queen Ace Deuce. Flop hits Malou. No, he did have Queen 10 on, and he just leads out here. Should be easy for Mifsud to get away from.
That's just betting frustration there.
Yeah, I think so too. Sorry, I was in the hand in the free roll. I mean,
You won a hand. You opened up with, can I say what you opened with? Because it's in the past.
no,
but-
I'm not gonna give you my opening range.
Okay, so he opened and everybody folded. So Steek won his first hand. Probably the only hand he's going to win. So let's give a round of applause to Steek.
I did not win the hand though.
No, it wasn't that hand. That
No,
was the
oh
hand
the other
before.
one, yeah.
This one you won.
Oh, the ace 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you gave it away.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so, no, no. Don't. Yeah. Well,
I was so careful.
ace 10. That's the bottom of my range, just so everyone knows.
Or the top.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, it's folding ace jack.
Back to the action. Stike, it's an opportunity, but still, King 9 suited. He's in early position. He might have picked up something from Oscar Vedde. I doubt it though, but still, Vedde with ace queen opens to 25k. If suit folds, Ilovsky with King 9 suited.
Three betting.
Yeah, they probably have some history. I think it's safe to say that Ilovsky and Vedde has kind of been trying to take the captain role at this table, but look at Kim, who looks down at pocket queens on the button. And this is one of those really fortunate situations where it could seem like you are just doing a squeeze from the button and you wake up with a hand. And he just
Did he
jams
jam?
it. Yeah, I think he did. He jams
Wow.
it. Okay, still players left to act behind. But they folded back to Vedde. Well, ace, queen in this spot.
I think Ilovsky just saved him a lot of chips with this 3-bet because Ilovsky's involved with the hand, it should make Vedde think twice here.
Yeah, he has to worry about Ilovsky, but he, well, does not. Oh, no.
It's an interesting
It
move.
says that Kim called for 81, so I don't think it was a jam.
Then it's okay. Otherwise, everything is very curious
Yeah,
because he's playing it out of position. But flop's top pair, look at this.
Yes, he does. And now has the best hand. Ilovsky called, and he has second pair. Also outflopped Kim. No, the thing is, we don't really hear the table sound that well. And it kind of looked like it was just an all-in from Kim, but it's not.
And now can get away.
Yeah, well, Ilovsky bets his king here. 75,000. Better calls. And Kim, he folded. Disciplined fold with queens on
Oh
that
my.
one. And the 9 of spades on the turn hits Ilovsky. He has 2 pair now.
Trouble for Vedde.
He checks. Big pot. More than 400,000 in the middle already.
He has to be slightly concerned about some ace kings, even pocket aces, pocket kings playing as Vedde would just did with his ace king, but not enough to not bet here.
Oh, and look at this. Bets kind of small, I think. Was it 100,000? 125 maybe? Yeah, 125.
Yeah, it's so hard to fold here. You're so often ahead. And a blank 4 diamonds on the river. Be interesting to see. Oscar has less than a pot size bet behind, so Ilovsky may try to go for max value here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can kind of ish pinpoint what Vedda has here. Might be worried about ace king, but probably, well, it's not entirely impossible that Vedda has played ace king this way
Or
against
even ace
Stevowski.
9.
Yeah. $673 in the middle. He goes for value, 225,000.
Such a nice bet, because now Oscar's thinking if I fold here, if I call here, I'm still going to have some chips. So there are hands like ace queen that he might call here that he's probably going to fold to a jam. Although maybe he's going to call jam too. It really just depends on his read.
And he's going to be left with 300,000 if he calls. And he does call and gets the bad news. Sees that Mihailovsky was kind of lucky on the turn, but still, equity is equity.
And he's the one that led as well. He wasn't pushed back upon, so Mihailovsky controlled the whole rhythm of that hand after the flop.
3-bet, and then was in position after the flop. And I mean, look at this man. He was the chip leader when they came back from dinner break. And he definitely is still the chip leader in the tournament. He's built.
So we've had another pay jump, and it was Yair Kimhi, who was previously on our feature table. He was the last player out to cash for 1,505 euros. The top 39 players have walked home with 705 euros, including 39th place finisher Sevar Savarson, who was also on our feature table.
So that is another one of the players from Iceland gone. So it's just Savarsson Junior, I think you say in English, in the Norwegian, and I think also Icelandic we say Junior.
You don't say Savarson son?
No, we don't.
I have to brush up on my Icelandic grammar. Right after I brush up on my English grammar. It seems like you've been on the same stack in this free roll since the very beginning. Are you playing any hands here, Stig?
No, not really. Just playing premiums, of course, every single time I get involved.
We have a queens versus ace king situation in the free roll.
And flush on the river for Glucini, who now has a big stack.
Broadway
In the
here,
meanwhile,
though,
Broadway from Ikon, and this is a battle of the blinds. Nachi with Jack 3 in the small blind. Got called by Ikon, and he leads out. He got the gut shot, but the best thing he can hope for is a chop in this hand. Has to come another queen. 13,000. Just a smooth call from Ikon.
I like it. No point in raising there.
Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Is Naj going to think that he can keep the pressure up and take down the pot now?
Nope. He checks.
Let's see how Ikonen approaches this. He may want to check again in hopes that Naj will bet the river.
But still, you want to try to get full value when you have the nuts. And Naj could have a hand that he would call 20,000 with, but he does not, and he folds. So, I missed it this time, but I mean, he took about 500,000 from Vedde, right, our chip leader Martin Ilavsky.
Yes.
So he's up to, well, closing in on 2 million in chips. And there's a total of 18.6 million in play. And those are distributed between 38 players right now. That's like a, I mean, even I can do that math. That's like average stack when there are, no, not average stack, what am I talking? Yeah, when there are, no, hold on. I'm not going to do the math, Jason. I back out of that one.
Well, let's just say it's 1.86 million when it's 10 players. So,
Yeah, that's
but keep in mind there were, I think, 2 players that bagged twice, so their smaller stack was forfeited. So it's probably around 1.85, but that's not going to affect the calculation so much. Well, if we Conan here, this time with the Cowboys, he just won a hand flopping the nuts with the Queen Jack and a big blind, and this time he's in the small blind.
Ilavsky with his new favorite hand, King 9. He is opened.
Not suited this time, but still King 9.
Icon in the small blind. Still has Øystein Stai in the big blind. Goes to 300 and...
I think 76,000.
Oh yeah, that was not whites. No, 76 of course. Stai is folded, Queen 8, back to Ilavsky. Hasn't seen any 3-bets from the Finn while we've had them at the feature table. And probably not that often prior to that, so he decides to give the Finn respect. Pekka Icon.
Do you recognize any of the players at your table in this free roll here, Stig?
Oh, yes, I do. From Nick, I know ex-loser.
Norwegian player?
I think so. I mean, I think he's kind of a regular in both Vedde's tournaments on Coolbet. They are streaming Oskar Vedde and his brother, and also Ylva that we had at the feature table prior to this one, Eva Kim. So all those 3 streamers from Norway still in, and now Ilavsky
Back at
tries
it
again. Yeah, Queen 10 offsuits under the gun +1. Come on, he's got close to 2 million. Of course he can just open. I mean, well, he has Malou behind. Malou with the 3-bet. Ace Jack.
Looks like a shove as well, so nope, it's to 110.
Folded around to Vedde in the big blind. 9 tray. He folds back to Ilavsky. Does he call this time? Made a speculative call against Malou earlier on, which he profited on, but now he lets it go. Well, one of the reasons for that is probably that Malou does not have as many chips as he did. Look at this, 162 times the big blind for Martin Ilavsky from Slovakia.
More than the next 4 players put together, actually.
Yeah, that's just a dream spot to be in. And now Vedde, the shorter stack. He was
Still 23 bigs.
yeah, still time, but he was second chippy at the table not long ago until, or before he lost that big one to Ilavsky.
And blinds will go up before you know it to 8,000, 16,000. It'll still be not a push fold stack, but we'll make those small stacks even smaller.
Yeah, but he knows what to do with that stack size. Both he and his brother Jonathan has been, or Jonathan as we say in Norway, has been studying a lot. They don't always agree. They sometimes argue on stream.
That's good. That's healthy.
Yeah, and that's often, you know, really entertaining to watch. And another thing, when they stream, both are so immersed in their own tournaments that they can actually sit and talk to each other without listening to each other. And tell about what's happening at my table, and the brother is talking about what's happening at his table, and they are have no clue what the other one is saying.
But
It's
meanwhile,
just-
we have Oscar.
oh,
with a
Oscar
3-bet
all
shove.
in with King Queen from the small blind, and this is gonna work. He was lucky with the timing. Ikon had opened 10-8 suited out of nowhere. No
Have
such-
they ever gone physical with each other on the stream as brothers?
No,
Ah,
but I mean,
I don't know why I'm disappointed about that.
Yeah.
I don't like
Well,
violence.
it's
So
like
it's
they.
very strange.
No, I mean they are both fit guys. I mean, both of them have a passion for working out, which I just don't get. But still, they have been lifting heavy things for a long time, both of them. I mean, it's not easy to see here when you have a camera on it, but those arms, that overarm, is about the thickness of my thigh.
Mm.
That you see Oscar with the cap. Stay with 5-3 suited. And I know Oscar, he has kind of a love for this hand, 5-3. It's called slä in Norwegian. Snake hand. Now, I think Stay, if he takes this one down, he's definitely going to show that one because he has Oscar to his left. So we have to keep an eye on that. But still, we have chip leader Ilavsky who might put an end to that. He looks down at A6 in the big blind. And he is going to 3-bet.
If Sty can 4-bet this, then he's an absolute hero.
Yeah, with Oscar, he definitely is. Oscar is gonna worship him. I don't know if Sty... No, he didn't even show. He might say to Oscar now in a little while. I had the... It's just a terrible way of saying it as well. Just so annoying. I think that's kind of the point with that hand. But this is a very typical Norwegian thing, and let's not make it an international thing, okay? Still time to get into the free roll. If you haven't already entered, go to the Coolbet client and look up Coolbet Open free roll. The password is Iceland with a capital I. A €100 festival ticket to the player who wins it, and also tickets from 2nd to 24th. And a bounty on my head, a €50 ticket. If you knock me out, and my nick is, well, I could try to say it in English. It's Sangfugl 1. Sangfull 1 in Norwegian. Aces for Ikon. And Style has ace 5 suited. Not averse to 3-betting in position Style. That could be costly if he decides to do so now. And look at this. Vedde still hasn't folded. 3-bet 256,000. It's quite a small 3-bet. Vedde with king queen suited. Probably was thinking about it, but he folded. Mifsud has king jack on the button. He folds. So does chip leader Ilavsky. Kim is gone back to Ikon. How do you play this one, Pekka Ikon? Could get a little tricky and just call the 3-bet. He knows that he will be up against just one opponent. He will be out of position though. But I mean, already 111,000 in the pot. If he calls, it will be 42 Stye with 359 behind. And he just shoves all in, so Stye gets away from it. I think he would have lost more if they saw a flop. But still a nice one for Pekka Ikon. 37 players left in the tournament. Nudge first to act, looks down at King Jack suited, and opens to 26,000. Icon folds, Stye Ace Jack.
Dominating hand to Nodge's King Jack.
Didn't really work out for Stye last time he 3-bet, which was last hand. But that does not stop him from doing it again. Yes, it does. He calls. I have to be careful what I'm saying here. But he will be in position of notch. But not Ilovsky, who calls on the button with 7-4 offsuit. Still have players in the blind. Kim has folded ace-3, and the small blind, Malou, with 6-5 in the big blind, gets a great price and calls the necessary 14,000.
Ilovsky getting a little frisky here, just playing the fact that he has chips in the button. But look at this flop.
Queen, king, queen. Notch with a pair of kings to go along with a pair of queens. That's in the flop. Not much for anyone else. Stye with a gut shot to Broadway.
And Ilovsky may try to steal this one away after it checks around to him. It's not going to work, but he may try.
Well, he didn't. Looks like he checked, and then an ace for Stye.
Rather unfortunate for Nodge that he didn't continue after getting a fortuitous flop.
Malou checks. I think he has already folded inside his head. Checks around to Stye. He checks. No need to jazz up the pot. He might, I mean, with 3 other players, it's not entirely impossible that one of them has a queen and are playing a little tricky. Ilovsky bets 75,000. Did not do it on the flop like you kind of predicted, but he did it delayed on the turn.
Which could turn out to do a big benefit for Oystein if Nodge calls, but Nodge does get out of the way, so not betting the flop actually saves him money. It doesn't cost him money. Assuming Stodge would have called to at least see a turn.
Taking his time, Eystein Stye.
Perhaps thinking about getting it in here. Does just call. And now has less than a pot-sized bet behind.
9 on the river. Stye is still best here. I mean, Ilovsky was drawing dead, so of course Stye is still best,
but not a scare card. The 9 doesn't change anything. The only scare card would have been a jack, which he blocks. Maybe another king.
it goes check, check. Ilovsky, no, he's on the button. Stye's first act, of course, he's got position. Of course, it's Ilovsky. I mean, he only does stuff like this on the button, and he does it well. He did it well against Vedda. Okay, he was a little lucky. Now he does not have the best hand.
But he may decide to jam it here.
Yeah, I mean, if that was his plan.
What would have called
No,
the
he gives
turn?
up. He gives up. But it might have worked. And a nice one for Stye, up to 530,000. But look at Ilovsky. He still has 1.9 million behind here.
Yeah, it wasn't a massive mistake for him. I don't know about calling hands like 7-4. I know you want to play a lot of buttons, hands in position. But I think once he did play it, whether you bet on the flop, bet on the turn, it's not going to matter too much. But he understood once he was called by one of his other 3 opponents in that spot that chances are they're going to call any sized river bet. Still below starting in the free roll. I see you're still in at least, so that's already beating expectations.
Yeah, wow, I lasted for
Let's see if I
44
can read your
minutes.
chip count. Not too much below starting, actually.
No, but the blinds are getting higher. Still possible to enter. Password Iceland. Coolbet Open free roll in the Coolbet client. 63 players left. 120 players.
And a bounty on your head for 50 euros on top of the 500 euro prizes in prizes that Coolbet is adding to this free roll. So 550 total prizes, tournament tickets ranging all the way up to a 100 euro festival ticket. Maybe Stig will win that and his own bounty.
I don't think that's the way it works in this tournament. Usually in bounty tournaments it works that way, but not this one. Still close to 40 minutes left of late reg in the free roll, and Ilavsky has opened Queen Jack suited, Malou with Ace Jack in the small blind, and a fistful of chips. That's his trademark. He 3-bets. Notch gets out of the way. Back to Ilavsky. We've seen him call 3-bet from Malou earlier on, and it's not really too big. 75 to call, but Malou doesn't really have that much behind. But Ilavsky has called.
And in position, but now he's going to have to pay off Malou on this flop.
Both players with top pair. Ilavsky with the queen kicker, Malou with the ace kicker. Yes, Malou, you do have one spade. $262,000 in the pot. And he jams. And he got the call. But it's not over. He's way ahead right now. But does not want to see a queen. Does not want to see a 10 for a sweat on the turn. 3 is a safe card. And he fades. Deuce of diamonds on the river. And Malou gets the full double. And more.
And we're starting to see some cracks in the armor by Ivalsky. I mean, 1.6 million is still likely the overall chip lead, but he was beyond 2 million before. Calling the 3-bet, he was in position, but basically he put himself in this spot by calling the 3-bet, not giving his opponent enough credit in that spot, understanding that you are playing a lot of hands.
So they are going to count the stacks. That's already been done. And now Milou is going to start stacking. That could take a while, because that was a big one. I have another player that I know at my table in the free roll now. Amilin. Amilin. She is one of the regular viewers of all the Norwegian streams.
So shout out to Amilin.
And by the way, we haven't mentioned it, but tonight at 11 o'clock Central European time here in Bratislava, it's 6 space time to have his free roll. Christian Arstad, also a Norwegian streamer. So
Says here it's at 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh yeah, it
so
starts
they switched the
earlier. Yeah.
time.
Oh, I will. Oh,
So you're going to miss that one.
I'm gonna miss that one, but that's okay. I got to play.
You got to play last night.
Yeah, I
and
got
if-
to play Acer Sigis the other night, and I got to play Yeva Kim's Friday Fun yesterday. So I've had my share of fun. Ilavsky opens Ace-5 from the hijack, folded to Notch in the small blind with Ace-7. He folds. Ekon has Jack-2 in the big blind, or Jack-Deuce. if you are, or if you favor that. I mean, deuce 2, like you said, Jason, it's the same as tray 3. But it's kind of an old school. I like tray and I like deuce. It's kind of old school poker terminology.
Looks like we have, and I just stood up, Oystein.
No, Stai was just stretching his legs. He might have... Okay, we're gonna do this hand first because Stai is in the big blind. Vedde looks down at ace king under the gun.
Happy just to raise off a 20 big blind stack. No reason to do anything else.
Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante. Vedde raises to 32. Min raise, folded quickly around to Ikonen. King 9 in the small blind. He folds, Stai 8-5 suited. He might, I think he probably will defend here.
I think it's one of those hands you'll defend, but be cautious because even though it is Oscar who can be opening wide, he's not going to be opening super wide from under the gun.
No, not with his stack size. 20 big blinds.
Oh,
5-6 stray. Look at Stai. He has a pair. He has a flush draw. And checks.
And Oscar
Vedde
has that ace of
has
diamonds.
the ace of diamonds. Yes, you are correct, Jason. Checks behind. And a deuce on the turn. Well,
I think after Oscar checks it back on the flop, it invites Oystein to be betting even when he doesn't have something that connects.
oh, just a bet and a snap fold from Vedde.
Good awareness by Oscar, not wasting any time. He can move his mental efforts already to the next hand.
And now discussing a little bit the two Norwegian players at our feature table. And Oskar still has his brother Jonathan in the main event with 37 players left. At least we hope so. I think so, because still 37 left, and I haven't seen Jonathan's name on the list.
No, it was Freund, though, that went out in 38th place, so that's the latest player that we lost.
I talked to Freund during the dinner break, and he was hoping, no, he had actually heard that we'd said nice things about him, so that was fun, and he was curious about a couple of the hands he had played. Nouch with the pocket jacks. And the healthy stack opens. Icon folds the button. Stai in the small blind. He folds. Vedde in the big blind. Has to let it go, but still has time. Well, I don't know, Ilavski. It might be cold for you. You are Slovakian, but for us from Northern Europe, I mean, for us, it's like... I mean, every single day here has beaten the entire Norwegian summer.
Really?
Yeah.
Because in Lithuania, we keep having real summers. So I mean, now it's not summer anymore, but it's not winter yet there either.
But I mean,
That's a shame.
Norway, we can have nice summers. This one was kind of meh, and it was wet.
Are you playing a hand?
Yes, I'm playing a hand in the free roll, and I have been shoved on by a player who covers me.
So it could be the last hand depending on what you do here.
No, hold on. I cover him or her.
Could still be your last hand depending on what other people do.
Yeah, it's Diego. Oh, by the way, no action for Naj, but he's going to try again with ace-king. Oh, God. I got two ISOs behind here. Well, okay. I'm going to fold. Good luck, guys. Icon with pocket jacks.
Fireworks about to erupt here.
Notch, you open 233,000.
No reason not to suspect a 3-bet coming.
Icon taking his time. And there you go, Jason. That looks like 85,000. Style with kings on the button. Oh, my god.
Wow. It could be another case where we see jacks somehow fold. We had that earlier. I don't remember the player involved, but expect a 4-bet coming.
Wasn't that Kim? No.
It may have been.
Yeah, I think so. Kim Hagström. And still players left to act behind. And there we go. The 4-bet to 85. Vedde has folded, Mifsud has folded, and back to Notch with ace-king.
He may actually fold here. It's a lot of action in front of him. Ikonen hasn't been splashy.
But still,
Oyster
got them both covered. Does have ace-king.
But he'd have more than 40 big blinds if he folds. Otherwise, he's gambling. I mean, he is gambling potentially for near a chip lead, though.
But, you know, he might get folds from both players. You never know. Sometimes people 4-bet. Well, probably the 4-bet is something. But sometimes you have, like, 4-betters. Icon hasn't really been out a lot.
He
And Notch
folds it.
folds ace-king. And now the decision on Icon, he notices. I mean, with Stai's, you know, table image, he has been 3-betting and folding. He has been forced to give up sometimes. And, you know, these players should have been paying attention to what's been happening with Stai before. And it's always so annoying when an active player who has a higher 3-bet frequency wakes up with a big hand. But sometimes they do.
I think if Notch got in here, Ikonen could have gone out of the way, but now it's nearly impossible. I think we are going to see him jam it in.
The 4-bet to 185, not, of course, not to 85.
It makes a big difference because he knows that if he jams in, more than likely than not, his opponent is going to feel priced in. But that could work out to his benefit if he thinks his opponent is potentially doing this with hands with 10s and 9s or 8s in them. Thing is, what are you beating with the jacks to a 4-bet when you have to realize that your opponent is a thinking player, maybe hasn't played with you very long to know that you have.
And he's all in, and Stai is calling, and he has Icon dominated. I don't think I saw any jacks folded.
Still some hope then.
Might be, I did not pay attention. No help to Icon on that flop. No help on the turn. Needs a jack on the river. 4 means that we lose Pekka Icon in 37th place. And Stai up to 1 million. Sporting the Jevakim patch, which means he's part of the last longer that Jevakim has. Wow. Well, we've had some great feature tables earlier in the main event, and but I mean, I think this is actually the most dramatic table we've had so far. But of course, it's going to get more dramatic the deeper we get into the main event, Jason.
Yeah, it makes sense. As we get further and further along, the emotions are going to get bigger, the hands are going to be bigger, and the pots are going to get bigger. It's just unfortunate there for... it's just unfortunate to run your jacks in for Ikonen there. It's...
yeah, it's... I mean, what can you do? We talked about it. Stai has been active, and he has been three betting, and he's been creative, and now he had the goods, so you can't really fault him for calling there. But
Only
out, actually, he got 36th place because
so
Shahar,
eventually-
Shahar Levinger was knocked out in 37th. So a consolation prize of 1,705 euros for Icon, yes, of course, and for Levinger, who we had at our feature table on day 1A.
If Naj didn't get rid of his ace king, I think everything plays out differently. Conan is still playing. Naj is short.
Yeah,
Works out the same for Oystein, more or less. He would have 100 or 200,000 more.
yeah, Notch had Stai covered, but still not by much, so he would be critically short. Now Vedde on the button with 8-6 suited.
Looks like we might be going on a break, but maybe it's just multiple players breaking at the same time.
Yeah, it might just be action at one of the other tables as well. You know, poker players tend to be curious, but now Vedde open to 32,000. I was going to say it's kind of unfortunate with the table draw right now with his stack size because he's got Mifsud
Oh
and
my
the chip
God.
leader Ilavsky
A wide
behind.
jam here.
Yeah, king, queen, but he knows that Vedde can open the button with a lot of things that king, queen has beat. So
And
I
he
think
has
this
Ivalsky right next to him as well.
yeah, I think this is of course he takes a chance against the chip leader Ilavsky, but still they played with each other for a while, and you know, thinking players know that I know that you know that I know that. So Mifsud, but it's the biggest play we've seen him do at the feature table today.
Yeah, we've seen him on, what was it, day 1A, make some big moves, but that was when he could still re-enter. But still, he had a lot of chips and wasn't afraid to do these 3-bet shoves for 25, 30 big blinds in that spot either.
And talking about re-entering, you cannot re-enter the free roll, but you can enter if you haven't played it already. Still 23 minutes of late dredge in that one. I'm still in, but I'm kind of short, so you have to hurry if you want the bounty on my head, a 50 euro ticket, courtesy of Coolbet. Meanwhile, Milavsky now. No, Ilavsky. Martin Ilavsky.
His
Pocket
turn.
jacks. In the small blind. Folded around to him on Kim's big blind. 10 deuce suited. Just a snap fold from the Swede.
Not messing around, raising it up to 75,000, nearly 3x from the small blind. Some of the really good players I see even with a larger sizing from the small blind, it's really the one position where you can size it up nicely because you're guaranteed to play the hand out of position when you're called.
Oh, now I know even more players at my table. Catrob has come to the table with a big stack.
Is that bad news for you? You
Yeah,
basically just have
kind
a
of.
shove stack though, it doesn't really matter.
Kind of, because it's like Catrob was really nice to me not long ago. And she won an Ace of Siggy Star Wars card protector, which I really wanted. I was close to getting it, but Catrob got it, and she gifted it to me.
So now you won't mind if she collects your bounty.
Because I am all in.
You're
Not
already
oh, and we have Oppdaring. That's Anne. I know her too. Now, of course, everyone's gonna call here. Oppdaring is all in. Amilin is all in.
Oh boy.
GG Arj is all in.
You may have a monster stack
Oh.
after this.
Yeah, or I will be out. So far, okay. I'm up against.
You're ahead.
I'm ahead. Am I still ahead?
anymore.
Not anymore. No.
Oh,
Oh,
clap,
not
clap,
flush draw
Oh.
or 9.
No,
9.
6-4 got
No.
there.
6-4. GGRJ. GG. Oh, I gotta be careful here
It's
now.
gonna be the chip
Yeah,
near
hold
chip leader.
GG. Yeah, of course. GG. Can you follow the
ARJ,
ARJ?
yeah.
Yeah,
So we have
follow the action. Okay.
We have an open here with my move suit with ace-3 suited. We just saw him 3-bet jam with king-queen off, and Ilovsky, who before on the button, called with 7-4 off, has a stronger 7, this time a suited 7-6 calling, and Balul feeling priced in from the big blind with King Jack, and both his cards are live. Ooh, what a flop here for Lilovsky. I mean, players that by now know he's capable of calling light. It is also a good flop for Mifsud as well, though, so expect some action by one of these players.
Mifsud with the nut flush draw.
Playing it safe, and Lilovsky trying to disguise the strength of his hand, but not the cleanest of boards to do so with, despite flopping trips. Ooh, not falling into any traps despite it being a big blind kind of board so far.
Mifsud is gonna take a stab at this with his flush draw.
And it felt like Lilovsky was like drooling over his opponent's stack as that bet was coming out.
I don't think Mifsud saw that. We saw it, but Mifsud, he was looking straight forward.
It's a problem with getting a massage when also being at the TV table. You do miss some stuff, so you can't move your head around very much.
Just a smooth call from the trips of Lilovsky.
Not taking the safe route. You would say calling is a safe route, but it's really not on this kind of board.
And the club on the river. Mifsud with the flush. I think Lilovsky is probably aware that Mifsud could have something like what he actually has.
And Mifsud with not much more than a
Oh,
pot-sized bet behind.
did he just jam? He jammed. He's all in. And decision on Lilovsky.
Now Mifsud should feel safe. If that was a full house, it would have been snapped off.
Yeah, he knows he has the best hand now. So he can relax. I guess he was already relaxed. You know, he's had a massage for a while now.
But Lilovsky is going to play a 6-5 the same way he just played a 6-7. A lot of players would have just snap called this off because it is just a pot-sized bet behind, thinking that a player could be floating with the idea that if another club comes, I'm just going to try to rep it. We know that's not the case here. It's just easy to talk you into that's being the story.
Stands up. And calls. Lilovsky down to 1.1 million. Mifsud up to a million. Close to. Okay, 1.2 Lilovsky. 991 for Mifsud.
So the downswing continues for Lilovsky. That was just a cooler. I don't blame him for calling. You made it once again saying just calling these hands from the button are getting him in trouble, but this one was more than fine. It was a little bit more questionable with the 7-4 offsuit, which wound up costing him a little bit as well. But still a healthy stack. 1.2 million at this stage is about 75 big blinds, so nothing to sneeze about at all.
This is going to take a while. In the meantime, you can still get into the free roll, even though my bounty has been taken. But there are nice prizes. I mean, first place, a 100 festival ticket. So you could actually try to qualify into the festival, who is going to be here in Bratislava at Banco Casino.
November
Later.
27th to December 3rd, that one is.
Yes. Password is Iceland, capital I, get in there. Just 64 players left out of 153 entries so far. And there are also tickets for the places between 2nd and 24th of different, also festival tickets, but in different sizes, smaller than the 100. And we know that a lot of players qualified here to the Coolbet Open. One of them being, well, I'm not sure if Øystein Stai qualified, but I know that Oskar Vedde did. I think he actually won several packages. And he has this green wristband. If you see a player with a green wristband, then that's an online qualifier. And Vedde, Queen Jack suited, all in. 222,000 under the gun, +1.
They got a player with an ace to fold.
Yes, folded all the way around to Notch, who folds 9-5. Still under the one, under the gun. I'm gonna start saying UTG +1. UTG +1, or UG as they have.
Don't do that.
Abbreviated it
No,
on the
that
graphic.
doesn't need to be on the graphic. It's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just 3 letters. Come on. No, UTG +1. But we are playing 7-handed, and that kind of makes UTG +1. Well, you have fewer players behind than you would if it was full ring, 8 max.
Down to 34 players, so we did lose Stanislav Koleno, guy that's done well here at Banco Casino over the years. We already know about Pekka Samuli Ikonen, who we lost on the feature table, and we're caught up on the rest. So it's really Stanislav, good game to you. Don't think I've seen you around this week, but I know you do well here at Banco Casino.
So the plan is to play down until we have 2 tables left in the main event, then stop play and continue tomorrow. And now, okay, let's see, Milovsky, who opened pocket deuces. Kim Hagström from Sweden, pocket 8s. He has a little more than 20 big blinds. He goes all in. Still players left to act behind. Malou, I think he would have liked to see a flop with 10-9 suited on the button, but it's going to be too expensive when he's up against a jam. And look at Notch, pocket kings.
Wow.
Wants an exact count. Of course, he's going to call no matter how much Kim has.
This is more to try to get some action from Milovsky, but it's not going to happen with 2s. But let's say he has something like 9s or 10s that he may think twice about. Maybe now he would be more likely to get in with that. But it's going to be an easy fold for Milovsky no matter what. And we don't know. Maybe the player in the big blind shows up with queens or aces, something that they have something to think about, ace-king even. Notch has nothing to think about.
Taking his time, like you said, trying to lure Ilovsky in here as well. Still, I don't think it matters that much in this spot.
But now he should just wait for the official count number.
Yeah, he kind of has to when he asked for exact count, and I like that because it kind of gives the illusion that you have a decision.
And checking the cards again.
Yeah, I think that one I would drop. The double check I would stay away from it. You have to be careful not to overdo it. But okay, still players behind. Stai folds, and Ilovsky has already folded. And I think Kim, he knows that he's in trouble now. He needs help. He needs an 8 or 4 diamonds, of course, 4 to a straight.
What a spot for Notch, though.
Okay, 9 in the door and the 10. Okay. Runner on straight possibilities. Also 2 diamonds. Okay, open-ended straight draw. 7 or queen, but a 6 on the river, and we lose Kim Hagström.
A queen would have given Naj a straight, so it was a queen.
Oh, yeah, you're
a
right.
7
Yeah,
or an
yeah,
8.
you're right. It went so fast. I mean, easy when you say it like when you've studied the flop.
Yes. When you have time. The
When you have
dealers are
time.
freaking speed demons. I love
Yeah,
it.
but
But it makes it harder for us.
Yeah, we say goodbye to Kim Hagström. And, well, I hope there are still Swedes left in the tournament because, heja Sverige! But unfortunately, Kim, you've had good results. Final table the 8 game yesterday. And now a deep run in the main event in Bratislava Coolbet Open 2023. Sweden it's kind of like, didn't really have that many players through to day 2. They had 6.
We also lost Rostislav, a player from Ukraine, in 34th place, so we're down to just 32 players. The graphic will catch up in a little bit. I'm trying to now see if we have any Swedish players remaining, and I do not see any Swedish players remaining. I believe that was the last one.
Unfortunately.
We still have players from Belgium, Israel, Norway, Finland, Austria, Czech Republic, Iceland, Estonia, Malta.
Yeah, well, he's on our
Egypt.
feature table.
And Hungary.
Brand Mifsud. Yeah, well, I mean, Egypt and Belgium is quite impressive because they only had 1 player through to day 2. And meanwhile, Notch has opened ace 10. 855,000 now. Vedde, the shortest stack at the table, pocket 8s in the big blind, and he is gonna almost go all in. Leaves himself with a few chips behind.
Cheeky, cheeky.
And Notch with a decision now. Could easily be dominated, which we know he is not.
And he has the players in the blinds to think about too. I don't mind a call here, but I would mind if he's going over. If it's a bounty tournament, I like a call for sure. It's tough against a player like Oscar. I think I would have to call. But I'm not shoving in case I got shoved over.
And Notch has just knocked out 1 player. Are you going to go for another one? Risky with ace 10. You are behind. Still have a healthy stack. I mean, when
This
you
could go
just
either way.
got a big stack like that, it feels, you know, sometimes you feel like, no, I'm not going to take this spot because if I do, I'll be down to 600,000. That's still a lot of chips. But I mean, the stacks, ICM-wise, the chips you have in front of you is worth more than the ones in the middle.
He might be aware, though, that Oscar can do this off a 15 big blind stack with hands like ace-5 suited, you know, hands that Naj is actually dominating.
And that's absolutely true.
I think from a chip EV perspective, it's a call, and it's not for enough of his stack where it shouldn't still be a call from...
Yeah, but it's, I mean, he just kind of got there, you know, after he had to fight until he finally knocked out.
If you're able to lock out the emotions and just look at where you're at right now, that's very hard to do. I've caught myself in that trap after the fact.
And he folds.
Oscar can breathe a sigh of relief. He should realize that, I mean, he would have been happy to see 7s or 6s, which could have been equally as thinking as long, but he's probably now knows he was against 2 overcards. I don't think that Notch would have thought as long about ace-7, for example.
And I think you are right. Still below 20 big blinds.
I like how you still have the free roll open despite busting. You're still interested in how your table mates might be doing.
Yeah, I'm railing this one.
You win anyway.
It's like a double rail. We're railing one while commentating another.
Yeah, I got. Oh, I know that Carol Baskin. That's Baskin.
It's the real Carol Baskin.
No,
Ah.
but he's a friend of mine. He lives in Malta.
Wait, Carolyn Baskin is a he.
No, Carol Baskin.
Carol
Yeah, it
Baskin
is a
is a
he.
he.
Yeah, it is a he. And
But not in real life, because then I'm very confused.
I guess his life is kind of strange, but I would say it's
No,
real.
he's from the Lion Show. What was it called?
Yeah,
Why can't I think of his name?
The Lion King. Yeah,
That wasn't the Lion King. That was
no, not
musical.
Lion King. That's a musical. That's something else. The Lion. What was it? Tiger King.
Tiger King.
Tiger King. Yeah. Okay.
I just had the wrong animal.
Yeah.
There were lions in that documentary. too.
Yes. And there was a Carol Baskin. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, a lot of insane people in that.
Yeah. No, but he's a friend of mine. He's still in it. He just came to the table, and what I was trying to say was that he was probably disappointed that I was knocked out, because I know he likes to knock me out. Vedde with the queens. Stai raised the button with 8-7 off. Vedde in the small blind. He's gonna do it again. Mifsud in the big blind has already folded, and Stai folds with a wry smile. Doesn't waste any time to try to get the impression that he had a good hand. Stai, he knows that the other players knows he will raise the button with a
And
big
Oscar
range.
showing that he had it anyway.
Of course he does. He wants to be able to do it again, you know. But now he's got more than 20 big blinds. Well,
I think less still, right? Because
Yeah.
it's 16K big blind.
and we have a new player at our feature table, and that's another Norwegian. Roy Thomas Sorknes sits down in seat 5.
I didn't realize he was actually still in, let alone coming to the featured table. No, I knew that he was playing. I
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
know,
yeah. I thought you meant as if, you know, it's like, is he still in? No, he's capable, and also a follower of the Norwegian streamers. He plays the streamers tournaments, and he contributes.
I liked the big stack during yesterday's Day 1E. It was big enough. He was among those. There were 4 players from Day 1E that cracked the top 5. He was one of those 4.
Norman. Norman.
Floor being called? I don't think
Already
there's...
causing trouble, C5. I don't know what
Yeah.
you said or did, but the floor is being called when you just got to the table. So only one logical way to think about this.
Well, Sorknes, he has 3 names. We might get him on a first name, what do you call it, basis?
Yeah, we may get him as Thomas.
Yeah,
we
we
might
might-
get his
yeah.
middle name that nobody ever uses.
Yeah, well, he uses Thomas.
Oh, he
doesn't rea-
does?
yeah, he doesn't really use Roy that much.
Okay.
At least I don't. I've never said Roy Thomas. Could you get me a beer? I've always said Thomas, and Thomas, as we say in Norway.
Looks like he's drinking some wine while we're actually... first player I think we've seen enjoy a little bit of adult beverages on the stream.
Yeah, he had kind of a rocky start to this series. He flew down on Monday, and it's he was. They think it was something he ate on Monday. I actually had lunch with him that day. I was fine, or maybe it was the day after. So he was a little under the weather for a couple of days, but here he is, deep in the main event. 31 players left.
You shouldn't be poisoning the players, Steak. That should be in the contract going forward.
Håkan. He's got to be Finnish. We know he's Finnish.
Yes.
He's been seated in seat 8, looks down at Ace Jack, and he's been hard at work since last time we saw him playing. More than 900,000, opens to 32. Folded quickly around to Ilovsky in the big blind. 5 deuce.
Snap defend.
That's a hand we call Trunder aces in Norwegian. Trunder aces. And look at this. Trip aces for Håkan. I don't think Ilovsky is going to get into any trouble with that flop. He was looking for a whole different kind of flop. Not necessarily with a 5 and a deuce, but low cards that he could represent. So he checks. Håkan bets. 16,000 min bet from Håkan, enough to get Ilovsky to fold. 1 million, 1.1 million. And we have other million stacks at the table as well, and other close to a million stacks at the table.
But he had already a final table average stack, Ilovsky. He had more than 2 million.
Not anymore.
Now he still has a final table potential stack. He would be one of the short stacks, but not that short probably.
But you know, we haven't seen Ilovsky play for that long, but we can already kind of see what playing style he has. And with players like him, it's he sees a spot, he takes it, and it's often, you know, like a yo-yo stack, up and down. And
Yeah, yesterday he was handcuffed a bit because there were bigger stacks that had position. So even though he had chips, he was picking his spots
yeah,
a bit differently. Now he's taking every spot.
a good example. I mean, you are old enough to remember. I think everyone should, if they don't remember, should try to watch Johnny Laden when he was an active player in tournaments.
Not that long ago, right? What,
No, no,
12
it's not.
years ago, or maybe less even.
And he still plays occasionally. So, but more for fun these days. But he was one of those players that, you know, was insane the way his stack, you know, fluctuated up and down. And extremely difficult to play against. Milovsky limped in on Sorknes' big blind. 10-9 for Ilovsky. Ace-9 for Sorknes.
Thought Thomas would raise here, but playing it safe.
Yeah, kind of disguising the strength of his hand as well. And the Queen, King, 10 flop. Ilovsky with a pair of 10s is ahead right now. Not anymore. Broadway for Sorknes. And a straight for Ilovsky. But the donkey end of the straight. He checks. Sorknes bets. He has disguised it. I mean, Ilovsky, how can he put Sorknes on an ace when he just checked the big blind? So he calls 16,000. So he does not raise. So maybe he's, you know, taking it slow here, Ilovsky, and is just gonna check call the river as well. Is
Depends
he
on
that
how
good?
big.
Oh no, he's gonna lead. He's gonna go for value, and this could be a big.
Did he just call the
he-
nuts?
Did he just? Yes, he did.
Wow, why? He must have misread that maybe there was 3 diamonds instead of a heart
Yeah.
and 2 diamonds.
He must have.
I
Oh,
mean,
wow.
he knows that if he raises, that an opponent is likely not calling, but still,
In this spot, it's
it might be calling.
yeah, and I think he missed value. Well, he must have missed value. I don't know how much Ilovsky would have paid, but he would have paid something.
Well, he's an experienced player, so let's just say that I doubt he did that intentionally, checked back the nuts, and I don't think
No.
any player is having any issue because of his experience that he's doing it intentionally.
No.
Especially with the players being from different countries, it's no possibility of really any
You're
anything other than a misreading of the situation.
You're absolutely correct, and like you said, 3 red cards. It's been not just a long day today, but a long week for Sorknes, who has played a lot of tournaments, had deep runs, and I think that was just what we call a misclick. Now Håkan, kings.
Another chip millionaire in our miss.
Stai with an ace. He folds. Vedde. Pocket sixes. He could be in trouble.
Depends on how aggressive he thinks Hokunen is. He is sitting on a lot of chips, but it's an early position raise. And I think if he does 3-bet, it's going to be large. He can't call from the
No.
hijack especially. He can 3-bet.
34 big blinds. No, hold on.
He could call
Yeah.
it, but it's just with the
24.
players behind him, it's very risky to do so.
And he folds. He folds.
I like this.
Still players left to act. Mifsud with an ace. In the cutoff. He folds, so does Ilovsky. Sorknes in the small blind, 9-8 suited. Might be tempted to defend the small blind here.
Many players don't know.
It'd be a fairly easy defend from the big blind. From the small blind, these kind of hands, I prefer 3-betting or folding.
And he folded Malou with 7 deuce in the big blind, so no action for Håkan. It's always a little annoying, but
Who knows, maybe Oscar, if he jammed, there would have been 2 6s on the flop and end of story. So it's better to win a small pot than lose a big one. Obviously, it's best to win a big pot. Master of the obvious here in your co-pilot seat.
in the words of John Cleese, as Basil Faulty, master of the bleeding obvious.
But Oscar making a good read on that situation. Could have easily decided to 3-bet shove. He had a little bit too many chips for the shove, so probably would have been a standard 3-bet. Folding to a 4-bet, but that wouldn't have been a good situation for him either.
There's been some activity in the chat on YouTube as well. Gonna get to that one after this hand. Håkan, Queen 8 suited. Probably was thinking about it, but he folds.
We have somebody that I've been calling the fake Jason when they've been asking me about it, but is Australian Jason, Jason Casellas. Do
Right.
need to meet you. There is another Jason in the house. He's
Yes.
originally from Australia.
I played with him. I've been knocked out by that guy here in Bratislava this week.
I think we both come from faraway lands and live now in Europe, in different countries in Europe, but
Well,
be maybe nice to have a drink with you, Jason, if you're around.
He actually flew from Australia here to Bratislava this time.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he did, to play the Coolbet Open. Folded around to Malou in the small blind, King Queen. Races. On notch is big blind. Nine six offsuit with a smile.
He seems so much more relaxed than yesterday. Maybe it's just the camera angles, but
Yeah, well, or maybe he is more relaxed. I think you're right.
he had a lot of chips yesterday.
Yeah.
He didn't seem like tense or anything, but today it just seems very like I'm having a good time, relaxed.
Calls top pair for Malou, but not the only one with a heart in his hand. $55,000 and the quick fold from Naj. Okay, to the chat. There's been some activity. It's, I mean, back to the diamond hand. where Sorknes came to the table and where he just called with the nut straight. Well, maybe we misread it, but still Spike D also thought he saw 3 diamonds. And that can happen sometimes.
I think we read it correctly, though.
And Spike D also saying Sorknes repping the Norwegian Poker Association on his right arm, right shoulder. Jason Casillas is saying that he's really enjoying the commentary. Thank you. We are, I mean, Jason, like you said, we are enjoying doing the commentary, Jason.
Yeah, it's been a good time. We have a nice little setup back here inside the poker room so we could feel the vibe. But enjoying the action and enjoying just being part of the Coolbet Open.
And Benjamin Berman is saying, Brandon getting rubbed, let him be. Yeah, we are not going to disturb him.
No, I'm not judging.
No.
He's playing far less hands than he did yesterday. Was it yesterday? It must have been 2 days ago that he was on the TV table. Yesterday we, yeah.
No, I
bagged
wasn't.
on day one. He bagged on day one. C. No, day one.
Day 1A, yeah, yeah. Time flies when you're at the Coolbet Open.
Yeah, I can't believe it's already Saturday. Tomorrow we're already going to have a main event winner. It really is flying.
It is. Notch flops top pair. Not a big pot against Håkon. Battle of the blinds. Still 48,000 in the middle. Just limped in. Håkon checked his options. Notch bets and Håkon folds.
So back-to-back hands where the small blind has had a king, flopped the top pair, and single bet, and it's fold.
Opdaling on YouTube wonders where she could find the results from the 8-game tournament. Just go to coolbetopen.com and you will find live updates. Just click on live updates and you can see all the tournaments that have been played throughout the week with all the winners. And, you know, I don't think just... I think it's full results list.
Yeah, you can see for any of the events. You could even go for the events that are still in motion and see who's still in there. You could see ongoing payouts. But if you do that for the main event, don't give away any spoilers in the chat, please. That's the one thing we have to ask you.
Remember that we are on 30 minutes delay.
Yeah.
But feel free to go in and take a sneak peek.
We should maybe ask for that page to be... that link to maybe be temporarily disabled tomorrow.
Nah, it's, I mean, we have the nicest viewers in the poker world, Jason. We trust our viewers. That will be fine. If not,
I used to be a very trusting person, but
oh, have
now
you
at
been?
my age, I've been getting more and more jaded. I like a lot of people, even if I don't trust them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I trust you guys. I mean, come on. I mean, there hasn't been anything negative in the chat. I mean, how can you kind of imply that they would spoil the broadcast?
So, Stig, I need to borrow about 25,000, and it's for a very important reason. It's not to like buy a used Saab convertible at all. It's just, you know, for something very important.
Yeah, of course, Jason. I mean, I'll take up a loan. You'll pay me back, right?
Oh yeah, of
yeah,
course.
Yeah, sure.
Let's not put it on paper. Let's, you know, no witnesses here
No,
in the
we
chat.
don't. The handshake is fine. I mean, I'm kind of
And we're
sweaty.
on camera, actually.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that
yeah.
would be binding.
Malou has opened King 8, suited from the cutoff. Ace 3 for Sty in the big blind.
Incoming 3-bet, or is it just going to be a call?
Looks like just a call this time. It does have the best hand. 1 heart for Sty. Paired board. 6, 4, 6. 1 club for Malou. Sty checks. Malou checks behind. Jack on the turn.
Flush draw now for Malou.
Yeah. Sty checks again, not trying to represent something. Blue bets.
Just 25,000 though.
Yeah. Blue hasn't really been too active, and I think Sty, yeah, thought that okay, he just hit that jack, and I'm not gonna pay, so he folds the best hand, which you sometimes have to do when you play poker.
So I don't know what they charge here for massages, but Brandon has, if it's not been just a TV table and all day, that can,
Oh, I mean, come
he
on.
is cashing for quite a lot.
Yeah, almost 2,000 euros already, with, you know, maybe a lot more coming. He can afford it.
Yeah. It hasn't hurt his gameplay. It may have even helped. You know, he's not overplaying his spots at all. He did have that one shove that was maybe slightly up for debate. It was a 25 big blind 3-bet shove with king queen, but outside of that, no like random crazy aggression, and I don't think that that necessarily was bad. It's just something that would be nice to look into when I have the time. I'll probably play back a few of the hands next week just to see if my intuition about the way to approach them were correct from a mathematical point of view.
And that's how you study, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, if I
Boys
can
and
learn
girls.
from that, it's even better, but it'll at least satisfy my curiosity. Ooh!
Oilovsky has opened Jack 10 suited, folded around to Oskar Vedde in the big blind with pocket aces.
Wow.
How do you play this one now? This is actually one of those spots where he might just flat.
But why? It's an early position open. You should be 3-betting. If it
Well,
was like a button open, I can see
but
the
if you
flat.
what stack to pot ratio with his stack size? I hear you, Jason. I'm just saying it is an option, and I mean he does 3-bet, but still it is an option. You're out of position, but it's like you kind of have to take a few risks. But he decides to go to 105,000. Ilovsky wants to know how much.
It's the perfect sizing because it's exactly a pot size bet behind if Ilovsky just calls, and if not, it's inviting him to shove.
Yes,
If
and
he
he
wants
gets
to.
the call. So I wasn't saying that it's your only option.
Oh my
Oh
God.
no, Ilovsky flops trips.
Wow.
This is just so unfortunate.
There's no possibility Oscar is not getting out of this, but there's still 2 outs in the deck that can help him.
Yes.
This
and
is just too
here
bad.
is the C-bet. 55 goes small.
It's not going to save him,
No,
not unless an ace comes.
and already close to 300,000 in the middle. Ilovsky doesn't really need to shove here. It's gonna do a little song and dance.
This might actually be the one thing that can save Oscar. I mean, really it can't because he only has 191,000 left, but just this time taking, is he doing this with an 8, you know, is he doing this with just diamonds or a 9-10?
Just a smooth call. 8 on the turn.
And that might save him too. The fact that Ivalsky called. I don't think so once again. I don't see how Oscar is getting out of this mess.
191 behind. He checks.
I really hope he can get out, but
Full house for Ilovsky. He can even allow himself to check behind and let the catch up, which is like he was hoping he had something else. 7.
he's hoping he has the 9-10 because, I mean, we could see that he's much stronger, but that's what he'd be hoping
But
for.
when he checks now, or maybe he jams now. Yeah, he does, and he's gonna get snap called, and he is out, unfortunately, in, I'm guessing, 28th place. And just so unlucky, Oskar Vedde.
He's buying them, I guess. I'm doing it here.
nothing he can do there.
No, no.
If he 3-bet shoves, he had too many chips for that, then he's getting a fold. But that's just being results oriented as played. That's just very unfortunate, but very good run. Another good run for Oscar Verde.
And it
His brother is
hurts.
still in, so
Yeah.
maybe that'll help a little bit.
That
He'll have
no,
somebody to rail.
no, that hurts even more.
They don't
believe me.
rail each other. They
Yeah, well,
assume
yes, they
that
do,
they-
but still, they're in that family. It's kind of well, competitive. So, but now it seems that we are on a break. 28 players left. I don't know how long the break will be, but that will probably come up on the screen. So I'm not sure if this was a scheduled break or not. It might be to chip up, but still, we'll be back in 20 minutes here from the Coolbet Open in Bratislava.
Mitä tää jätkä tekee? Kuka tää on?
Akurát vlastne. Dobra, gotowe.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Sleeper report.
Special one.
No,
The
sedmička.
table doesn't bend at all. Then it's like,
No, šestka je desina. Peťka je vlna vlastne. Na 4-6, 4-6 5 je prázdna.
dúfam, že to bude v live streame.
Dobre, prosím si. No, neviem, že som sedí na šestke.
How much?
No, 50, 50. Možno vypadlo, no asi neviem.
Presadili peťku.
Aha, presadili, no. Peťku presadili. To je zaujímavé. Dobre. Začínala sedmička. Bielobrátno 3, 4, 5, 4, 6 bol small deep.
And too deep.
Máš? Sedmička bola pas. Dobre. Osmička bol raise pade.
Nice.
Ostatne boli pas až po big blind, ktorý kolol.
10-8 diamond.
Bol big. Hej. On kolol a na flope išlo check a osmička bola bet pade.
And here he is, deep in the main event.
Very nice guy. We're still friends despite that he busted me from the warm-up, but
And he's all in, so his tournament life is actually in danger. It's been folded around to Desert in the small blind. I think he called. He did.
so Kaito at risk. The two players we just mentioned locking horns. We don't know what they have yet.
I see paint. I see a lot of paint. Jacks for Kaljulaid. Ace Jack for Desert. But there is not a lot in the middle, I think. I think Kaljulaid was critically short. Here's the flop for his tournament life. Does not want to see an ace. Safe flop. King is a safe card. Only an ace on the river does not come. And he gets the double up.
So Kaito's dream of becoming the Coolbet Open main event champion stay alive. He's from Saaremaa, which is like a giant island in Estonia. Only about 30,000 people live there, but it's a lovely place to visit, and he's more than happy to talk about it with anybody that wants to learn more about this lovely island.
A lot of good poker players from Saaremaa.
Who are the others? I'm trying to think, because I know Estonian players.
I was just, I might go there one day, and I want to be welcomed. That's why I said it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Kaito will welcome you anyway.
So we have Kjartan Sævarsson in C2, another Sævarsson.
Our sole Icelandic player remaining in the field.
Yeah, I kind of said that we only had Jasmine Schuster that we had seen on the feature table before. That's not correct. We also have Sævarsson, which we had on day 1A. Sævarsson Junior sporting the Joakim patch, as is Ville Tapani Hakala from Finland in seat 7. We also have Oskari Jukka Tapiopira from Finland in seat 4. Now I think we have introduced them all.
Except for Mr. MTC in seat number 5 with 0 chips.
Yeah,
We must be waiting for a player there, though. I think that's why we're waiting, is we're probably down to 24 players.
the tables are being balanced, or I should rather say a table has been broken. Not broken as in physically broken, but the table was broken by the tournament director, who did not physically break the table. Can you explain, Jason?
I don't know. I'm picturing now the tournament director physically breaking the table. We don't know that not to be fact. It could have happened.
It must have happened sometime,
Yeah.
During poker history.
And maybe that's where the term came from. No, it means that as you progress throughout the tournament, breaking tables means that that table is no longer needed for the tournament. It's broken out from the rest of the tournament. So if you went from 4 tables to 3 tables, perhaps it would be table 4 is broken. That's the terminology.
And seeing as we're down to 24 people, I guess there has been... No, not yet. If we are down to 24, one more player needs to be busted before we get the pay jump. Right now, 1,940 euros. If they make top 23, they're guaranteed at least 2,240.
It's also possible, since we had some graphical issues the first 2 hands, that they were getting some chip counts in, but I don't think that's what was happening, because I didn't see any chips being counted there, and we're back dealing cards.
Yeah, and the thing is, we should really not disturb the players right now.
That's for sure.
Yeah, let them wait. The clock is running. They're playing for big money, 60,000 euro to first prize. For first prize, I should say.
Yeah, they would have had to stop the entire clock for everyone if they were doing that, but still, you don't want to disrupt the rhythm and flow.
So we might still be 25. Fold it around to Andre Desit on the button.
Just with crumbs, it looks like his chip stack is correct. Blind and a half.
We had the best beard on our featured table yesterday, the big man from Iceland. Now we have the best mustache.
And the best hoodie.
Yeah, okay, that's
So far
kind of
today.
yeah, well, that's kind of that's subjective, I'd say.
The most
Folds
creative hoodie?
to okay, Salmirin that we have to go with. But yeah, well, this is Salmirin. Yeah, that's right. I've played with this guy.
I have as well, but not here in Bratislava. He also runs deep quite often in these mid-major kind of events.
So he races Sikura defense from the big blind with ace deuce and hits the flop, top pair.
He may make a
Salmirin
run at it because he only has 11 big blinds in his stack.
Salmirin with a gut shot. That's about it.
Was the pre-flop raiser, though. Has an ace.
No, he does not.
I mean, there's a has an ace in his range. is
Yes,
my
that's
point,
true,
But
yeah.
then a 5 would complete a gut shot for him. I mean, it's not going to work out, but I'm not going to be surprised when he bets.
Joel Christian Salmirin is the player. I mistook him for another Finn. He gets raised here. Bets 25,000. Sikora with a click back, 50. This would be bad timing, Yul. Just a
Interesting.
call. And the deuce 2 pair for Sikora now. Now he's never folding. Now he's hoping that Salmarina has a strong ace. Check. 220,000 in the middle. Salmarina, the effective stack, 175,000.
That's 75,000, so it's about half of y'all's stack.
Blinds 10,000, 20,000 by the way. We didn't mention that. And he manages to get away from it. Well, get away from it. It's like not trying to bluff again. But he... that was expensive for the Finn. And Senior Sikora, he's gotten a nice little vitamin boost to his stack. That's a Norwegian expression, by the way. I just directly translated it into English.
So what was it again?
A vitamin injection.
Whiteman injection.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure you have those in the States as well, but not the saying, right?
I'm not sure. I have no idea. I am so confused
Put
at the moment.
an American and a Norwegian together in the commentary booth and you will get confusion.
Especially if we start talking Norwegian.
It was English words, but Norwegian expression. Folded around to that's it. In the cutoff. Just 30k behind here, and you know when you're that short, it doesn't really help that you're one of Slovakia's best players. You don't really have much room for play. But you know what to do with your stack. This time he folds. Salmarina, Queen 8 suited. He is gonna go all in. 175,000. 19 big blinds. Well, shy of 19 big blinds, but still. Gets the fold from Sikora. Calculate shows 9 deuce. Well, Calculate actually has 320,000 after he got the double up.
It's a nice little pickup there for y'all. He's up to 225, picking up 50,000 in chips with just the shove. He probably would have been in good shape if he was called by most players, but still, he's going to be behind even if he's in good shape.
Yeah, so Desit was left with crumbs when he doubled up Calculate, one of the first, if not the first hand we saw, but didn't really see.
Still being patient with his 1.5 big blinds, waiting until he has 2 cards or is forced to go in. I don't think he's folding from, well, he's going to have to play when he's in the big blind because of the big blind ante.
Yasmin Schuster folds an ace under the gun. Pira is gone.
Oh-ho!
And kings for Desit.
Happy days.
Yeah, with 1 big blind. Well, 1.5 big blind.
And he just limps. He leaves that 10,000 behind.
Salmarina, ace 10. He's all in. Tries to isolate. Gets the fold from Sikora. Calculate folds 10-6. Savarsson, Jack deuce. He's gone. And Desit has already called. Oh, slow roll! Hey, there we go. Well, I think these two guys, well, I know they know each other. They played a lot together.
So Andre in amazing shape from go from 30 to 110,000. Has to fade an ace, maybe some other combinations.
I was about to say there are aces in the deck. Not on the flop. King is safe. Okay, still runner possibilities for a straight. It has to be a straight. Okay,
Oh,
8 on the river. No, 4.
so
Oh.
now both players are very, very short. That's it, though. Get some breathing room up to 110,000, 5.5 big blinds, and saw Marina down below 10 big blinds, but it didn't cost him as much as if he ran into someone else's kings. He's probably getting the ace 10 in regardless.
And just barely below 10 big blinds. So
Didn't really change that much for him, and changed quite a bit for Andre. Still needs another double up, but
I
he
mean,
doesn't need to force it in the big blind now, actually.
double up 2 times and you got 40, more than 40 big blinds. No worries.
Now, that's it back to all smiles and laughs. He is a very social guy.
Yes, I can confirm. Takes his time, not too much time though, and folds, but that I hear Salmir in that Jack 10 offsuit and runs straight into the aces of Sikora. He's still got players behind.
Is Sikora gonna call or shove?
He's only got 20 big blinds behind. And I think that was just a call.
Nobody else showing up with anything, though.
No. Schuster in the big blind. Nope. So this is for Salmir in this tournament life. He needs a lot of help. He needs to flop. Like, well, actually...
Here's
Oh! 3 clubs.
but now he's drawing dead.
No. Yep, he is. Unfortunately, I was about to say he would have to flop like Ilavsky, who we had on our feature table earlier on. Look at Salmirena, all smiles. Another deep run in the Coolbet Open main event. But out in what we think is... Oh, actually now, look, 27, so 27th.
I think this, though, we were down to 25 before, so I think we're going to see
Yeah, he might
more
be-
players coming soon. I don't think they're going to do a redraw at 3 tables, considering there'll be a redraw tomorrow for 2 tables, but I could be wrong about that as well.
No, yeah, I can confirm he was knocked out in 25th place. Salmirena, so... Yeah, so now we are down to 24. You are absolutely correct. So we will get new players to the table. Now the tournament director is gonna go and break a table, Jason. Look at the desert. More than 1.1 million euros, or maybe, no, wait, I think it's dollars in live tournament winnings. He folds. There is a page up coming up, and even though he's won a lot of money playing poker, he still wants more. I'm sure he'd love to make that pay jump. 300 euro pay jump.
And still minus.
Call your ride.
Thinking about it, it's this awkward stack, though, of 15.5 big blinds. You don't want to be raised folding, especially these kind of hands. But you look down at it and say, I would normally be raising here.
He folds. So does Savachon. Schuster in the small blind. 840,000. And she folds, of course, and tries to get Piro to show his cards, and he does. He's a nice guy. King 8 suited. Jasmin Schuster from Austria had her at our feature table earlier on. Early on day 1, and she's made it to day 2, and she's built her stack up to more than 880,000. No, 840,000.
She seems like a very aware player.
Hold on, Jason. We need to hear what you're saying because it's often wise words.
No, it seems like she's a very smart player because on day 1 we saw her be a bit more active when she knows that she can re-enter still. She knows she had active players at her table at a good time to maybe pick up some chips just by not folding all the time. And now with the money jumps, ICM dictates let's not do any fancy play, and she's playing strong. You know, just because we see her folding a lot, these are hands that she should be folding. There isn't a single hand that she folded that should go in. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get away this time.
He's got a king.
It's just unfortunate for him that his king 4 is dominated. You'd rather be seeing like an ace, queen, ace, jack type of hand, ace 10. Anything that doesn't have a king in it.
I mean, they don't. I have two blinds.
Take your time. I'm not in a rush.
He's
Showing
showing
the
the 4.
Careful. And he folds. I think he, well, he must be thinking about the pay jump that's coming up when they're down to 23.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's, yeah, I mean, he still, I guess, has 3.5 big blinds. He's in the small blind. So we did say that he bought himself an orbit with the double up before from 30 to 110.
Yeah,
But he never had a hand like this in the big blind the last time. It's once you have like a king in your hand and you're in the big blind, I think it's hard to do it. But he made the correct read here.
Yeah, and we don't really know Kaljulaid, how he has been playing, how long they have been sitting at the same table in this tournament. Maybe they know each other from before. Maybe he thinks that Kaljulaid would not do this without a very strong hand. And now they have to make room for new players to the feature table. And here's the Norwegian, Per Erik Hjelten. We've never seen him before.
Very nice guy. Very good poker player.
Yes. And now Hakala is in seat 7, actually.
Don't know him personally, but I do dig the Mickey Mouse t-shirt.
I see palms, says Spike D in the YouTube chat. Vegard Dalen, 2 palms. Now there's 4. It actually doubled, and that's actually a picture of Jevakim's dog. One of them. She's gotten another one after those patches were made. But that's Romnia.
So who would have thought there would be 4 people at this stage left in the tournament wearing the patch, and there's 4 at this feature table alone. That's impressive.
And who would have thought that Ylva is still in it as well?
So at least 5. Is Ilva wearing it?
And going strong.
Is she in her own competition?
No. If,
Okay.
if she wins the last longer, she does not get the prize. The prize goes to the one who goes the farthest out of
The remainder.
the remainders. Yeah. But I mean, you're right. I think I know there is more than 4, or there are more than 4 patches out there.
Jonathan might be wearing one too,
Yes,
right?
yes, I think so. And
Sorkness was wearing one.
yes, he was.
Sty.
Stai is wearing one. So we could potentially get a final table of players that is still in the last longer. That would be kind of sick. It's already kind of sick. 600 entries and so many people still in the last longer with 24 players left. Okay, but now we are ready to continue. 24 players, one more player out. Well, actually that might have been a stroke of genius from Desit because now it's full ring and he has even more time to wait for another player to get knocked out until he has to put his chips in.
Because the top 24 still get a 1940 payout, but one more player goes out, and it's 2,240 euros guaranteed to the top 23 players. So a 300 euro pay jump.
Oskari was the stack. I have 4-man stream.
4 was called about something.
Yep. Spike D, no spoilers.
Oh, I have two whites here. I didn't.
Somebody's misbehaving.
Yeah, but he always is. It's fine. We don't have her at the feature table right now. And she updated herself, so I think it's okay. I just like the needle spike. And Jason has contributed, says there were at least 11 of her patches at 8 p.m.
Ah, wow.
At least 11.
So it was an hour and a half ago, so we probably lost a few of those players. Oscar maybe was one of those players,
Yeah,
for
that's true.
example.
Yeah. But thank you, Jason. Yeah, I get right back at you from Spike in the chat. I think he wrote, I just ignored him, but I think he wrote yesterday, I think he wrote, "You are junk, Stig."
Again?
Yeah, again. No, not while I'm working, but when I'm off, I do enjoy my coffee. So I guess the tournament clock has been stopped, and why not? It's been pretty fast, Jason. 110 players through to day 2 now, just 24 left.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to get down to the 16 or get all the way to level 24, and it's appearing to be more and more likely that we're going to end the day at 16 players, but I guess it could still turn out to be the other way. Things can slow down. Tournaments have a way of ebbing and flowing in terms of eliminations.
And now we are good to go. Folded around to Peta, ace-9. 20 big blinds. Some would say 21, but that's not correct. He does not have 21 big blinds. Don't you agree, Jason?
He does if I use the Excel round function.
Yeah. He folds. So does Hjelten, and now that's it. 9-8. On the button, 3 big blinds.
Might be your spot here, Andre. You don't really have fold equity, but
Well,
it is better than King 4, which you folded.
he's got Sikora in the big blind now.
He also now has a full orbit to wait for something better if he so chooses.
Jew.
It's more likely than not you're going to get called here. It looks like, though, the chips will be coming in.
Yes. Hasn't put everything in, but close to 50,000. And Actually, no, Sikora is not in. Oh yeah, no, he's not. We have Kalulide in the big blind because the player that came and sat down in seat 7 is still not allowed to play just yet. He came in to the small blind, so we have to wait until the button passes.
And he does actually have fold equity against Kaito here. I didn't realize he was in the big blind. I don't think it's going to happen with Queen 6, but in general he would with this stack size on
And
worse
he
hands.
just calls. He's getting such a good price here. I mean, usually any two. And top pair. Looks over at the clock.
I'm curious if Desert will just fold. I mean, there's no point. He has to just hope that he has runner club possibilities. There's half a blind left.
10,000, enough to put Desert all in. Oh, 20,000. Yeah, it's of course he can't bet 10, but
It's an effective bet for
yeah,
10.
it is.
Or a jam for 240. It's all the same at this point. Anything is a bet, is a shove. He's definitely now, there's 24 left, so this is his chips are definitely coming in. He's just hoping that something happens on one of the outer tables, so he might be waiting for a single hand. The players at the table are getting a laugh over his faces, but they know what he's doing.
And
They
I
see where
mean,
he's looking.
yeah, he is a professional poker player. 300 euros, that's more than half a buy-in to a tournament like this.
I do this myself more when it's online. I strategically use my time, especially when it's like final 2 tables, so that's when my time bank gets started. I'm not using it on usually the bubble or near it. I'm saving it. There are some networks though where the time bank just completely refreshes and then it's not really an angle, but I'm using it strategically. And then in live, I might just wait for tables to be played out.
But, you know, none of the other players at this table, at least a lot of them, are just happy that it takes this time, you know, because if he makes the pay jump, they make the pay jump. But now he called and he needs a lot of help.
Running clubs or running 9-8.
Running something. Run straight.
And now he's drawing dead.
Yes, he is. And he is out. Unfortunately, I don't know if the cash of 1,900 and was it 50 euros is enough to.
Yeah, I don't know how many bullets he had into this one.
No, but I don't know if it's enough to climb to 3rd place on Slovakia all-time money list. He is in 4th.
It was that close.
I know. I said I don't know.
Ah. Well, it was either way. It was another impressive run by the Slovakian Andre Deset. His brother also is a very good player. Made it to the final 3 tables in the Coolbet Open, which attracted a lot of very good players from around the globe, including some from Chile, Canada, mostly from Europe though. And yeah, he got short. He lost a big crucial hand against Kaito and hung around for a little bit of time, but couldn't get that last pay jump.
So 23 players left in the main event here at the Coolbet Open. 2,240 euros. That's what they are all guaranteed. If they win, it's 60,000 euros. But that decision will not be made until tomorrow. The plan today is to play it down to 16 players. Two tables will come back tomorrow to fight it out for the prizes. Colorlide, Jack 7 suited. Raise to 50,000. Savarsson folds the big blind. I mean, Finland. They, I mean, they didn't really have a good day one, you know, by Finnish standards, because they only had 6 players through to day 2, and usually there are a lot more Finns. But what is impressive is that there are actually 3 of them left.
I need you to make a pie chart overnight. Should I give you that as like a homework assignment? Are you good with pie charts?
No.
Then we can have the countries, and then we can have one by number of players, another one by percentage of chips.
I think you'll have to call Madeline Harper.
I can pie chart.
Yeah,
Although Matt, there's nobody better at pie charts than Matt.
she
That's
loves
good,
her
yeah.
charts.
Many years ago.
Matt is special.
5 or 6
Yes, she is.
last 7 years later. Oh, this is
Savason has opened Queen 10 suited.
If Matt is watching, she may even have a pie chart ready for us now.
Yeah, that's true. She has my email. Or, you have my email. I don't know why I looked into the camera and said that. There is no camera on me right now. Schuster's thinking about defending because Savason just min-raised small blind against big blind. And the standard these days are that you often go like 3x plus. 3x or 3x plus. But she folded jack deuce.
So Kaito sold blinds and then stolen back again.
Calling
Back to
red.
back small blind wins.
how do they do that game?
Calling red. Made it back.
I lost in the 8 game. I won the rebuy on the last level. And the lady said, you haven't been busted out. So I was like, okay, maybe this is a sign. I went to play the 165 turbo instead and won it.
Congratulations.
Yelton and Kalulai talking about the 8 game. Yelton was wondering how the Estonian did in that tournament, which was played yesterday. Well, he didn't really do that well in the 8 game tournament, but he went on to win actually the Deep Stack Turbo.
So he did quite well. If he didn't bust the 8 game, he wouldn't have been able to enter the turbo and win a trophy.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he entered the 8 game. Maybe I maybe I didn't hear what Yelton was asking. Maybe it wasn't the 8 game. I thought I heard 8 game.
So he broke even in the 8 game and then wins a trophy. That's even an even better story.
Yeah, well, he did play the 8 game. He finished 36 out of 58 players. That's not bad. But by my standards, Jason, that's not bad. Almost survived half the field. Hakala.
That and a
He
pound of
folds.
bacon, and you have a pound of bacon.
Oh, Hakala. He won the 8 game last night. I just remember his face now that I saw it, because I was railing that tournament until they were 6 players left.
At like 5 in the morning or something?
Pass, check, fold. I'm not going to answer. But yes, it was quite late or early. But it's so exciting. Schuster on the button, 8-5 suited. She folds. Pira King Jack in the small blind. On Yelton's big blind, and he just shoves. Yelton, the effective stack 155,000. He is forced to fold.
His chip count looks correct, and a bit of a wide shove from any position with 20 big blinds at this stage, but I guess he didn't want to take any chances, any bad beats. Or to be pushed off a better hand from out of position. Those are all possibilities. It's unexploitable when you're jamming King Jack with 20 big blinds. It's not like it's a bad play. It's maybe just not the optimal play.
Calling light, King 10 suited. I see up in our top right corner it says 24 players. It's supposed to be 23. We had Desert at the feature table and he was knocked out. And there is one seat open, so it has to be 23. Even I know that 8 times 3 is 24.
Are you sure?
No, I was kind of second guessing myself now. I looked, if you had a camera on me, you would see that I was looking at Jason for approval on that one. And now he,
Oh, wow.
let's see, Yelton folded a suited ace.
He had 9 big blinds there. Yeah, we would have been ahead, but I guess he was worried about Kaito off a 21 big blind stack from early position.
Yeah, it might be that he hasn't played against Kaligulad before, and that he's not really sure how wide the Estonian is opening. And after just being told that Kaligulad won the deep stack last night, maybe that added some respect.
The 8-game winner and the deep stack winner all on the final 3 tables in the main event. And on this table that we have broadcasted.
Well, and Ronny Aron won a tournament yesterday. He won the 225. No Limit told him we don't have him here, but
He's still in the main?
No, I don't think so.
He was at some point.
He was earlier today, yeah. I'm not sure, though. I am gonna just...
But hold on a second. Severson waking up with the ladies, raising to 50. Nobody else waking up with anything yet, but I did get excited when I saw somebody with a premium. We may get a defend here, though, by Soroka with King 7. It isn't a min raise. Nope, no action. Severson just takes down the blinds and the ante.
Aron is not in it, I think. No, he's not. I hope, because it's so embarrassing if he gets a lot of text messages from back home or calls.
We heard you're still in. I thought we were going to be 5-handed for a hand, but they're coming back.
It's even worse if they think he's out, because yeah, well, you know. Savason, King Jack now. He's gonna open.
So first queens, now King Jack. The first hand he went to minded to be played back at now. Under the gun, he'll be happy if it goes at least around to the small blind. Does get ace-8 to fold. Not that ace-8 should be playing against an under the gun open. Pace of play is nice now. Usually when you get to the final 3 tables, that's when it begins to slow down a little bit. We'll see that tomorrow, maybe at the final 2 tables, and then at the final table, it's usually just when you have decisions to make. Once in a while, you'll get somebody that wants to Hollywood a little bit, but I have to say on this table, it's one of the faster ones.
Down to 6-handed in the Coolbet Open free roll. Late reg over, but you will get one last chance tomorrow at 1900 hours CET. So tune in then, or just go in a reg. But I guess you have to tune in to get the passwords. So
maybe they could guess it. I don't know if it's another country. I didn't take a peek at it, but
well,
we had we had Chile, we had Estonia yesterday. Today was Iceland.
So my guess would be Israel, because they had 20 players through to day 2.
So per Jelton here with the 10s, it doesn't have a lot of chips, just 7 big blinds, but it gets all the way around to Sverson in the Big blind. He has enough chips to make the call, but I've seen Jelton just fold, fold, fold for orbits. That being said, it's just 7 big blinds.
35.
Well, orbits. Yelton was moved to this table not long ago.
Yeah, but he's now done at least an orbit and a half.
Yeah, and he has Savachon calls. I don't think Yelton wanted that call if he knew what Savachon has. He is ahead, but he is flipping against the King Jack. Safe flop. Deuce, Queen, Deuce. Rainbow. Another Queen. Okay, no King, no Jack. Instead a
Ooh.
10. Hey, full house. And gets the double.
Doubling in style and up to 16 big blinds now instead of hitting the rail, but not showing any emotion.
Oh, well,
He is a very nice guy.
he's a very calm guy. He's very relaxed usually, and I mean, I could see some tension there.
The first red room for me today. Keep it coming.
Oh,
It
well,
seems like
maybe
other
maybe not.
players are- yeah, other players are getting more joy than him.
So still in.
So what are the 6 players in the free roll locked up now that are left? Have they already locked up like €10 ticket, something like that?
Let me have a look. Oh, even better. €30 festival ticket.
Oh, wow, cool.
And if they make it top 3 or second or third, they get a €50 summer festival ticket. And first place, a €100 ticket now. Still 6 players left. Will Leuven, who's leading.
Where'd the guy that busted you finish? Because I don't see him on the list.
Oh, 12th.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So she or he got a €10 festival ticket and a €50 ticket for knocking me out.
probably to the summer festival.
Probably. You'll have to wait and see. The ticket will be in your Coolbet account, I guess, kind of shortly. I just need to get off work today, and I will pass it on. So, just 5 letters. GG. Good game. ARJ. I'm not going to guess what ARJ stands for.
A misspelling of Argentina is my guess.
GG Argentina. I think that's
Good
Don't
game.
Cry for me, Jason. Schuster limps 4-3 suited. Sikora checks 5-4 suited. 6-7 flop with the king. Open-ended straight draw for Sikora. Schuster with a gut shot.
5 high between the 2 players, though, at the moment.
40,000 from Sikora. I'm not sure if Schuster is the kind of player to call with a gut shot. At least not now. Deep in the main event. Playing for big money. This will be, or this is already her biggest tournament cash. And I think by far. She's played some live tournaments in Austria. But this is... Well, she might have played some big tournaments like this and just not cashed, but I know that this is her first potential really big cash.
I don't remember seeing her around before this week. That doesn't mean, of course, I'm everywhere at one time, but I'm in a lot of places where it's the 550 1Ks running, and she's not a familiar face. Now, I'm not a regular in Austria, and if she's playing a lot there, then she certainly can have a lot of live tournaments that don't get recorded on the Hendemab. I know most of what I play doesn't get recorded, for example.
Kalulide 7 deuce. He's gonna fold. Salvation 10 deuce on the button. He folds. Schuster 8-4 suited.
I haven't looked.
Pito is trying to start a conversation. Gets denied.
borderline here for Yasmin. It's kind of one of those hands you don't mind actually just completing.
I think she is thinking about doing something. And look at this, Jason. The red chip,
Raised to 60,000,
which means the red chip is worth
100,000. Which looks a lot like the 500 chip, but those aren't in play anymore, so we don't have to worry about that. Those
Nope.
were colored up already. Then it's okay to repeat colors.
Pira with a7. Makes the call.
Oh-ho.
Ace, queen, queen, flop.
It's the kind of flop I would expect Yasmin to continue on, even though it didn't hit her at all, and it hit Pira.
And that's one of the reasons you raise hands like this from the small blind, so that you can rep big cards. And this is a big card flop. That's, was it 60? 55?
That's
50.
fine.
Okay, I was close. Quick call from Pira. Deuce on the turn.
Schuster should be able to slow it down here. Obviously, Pira could have been calling with like a king 10, king jack that he may have just called the pre-flop with. But you're even way behind that. You could probably get those hands to fold, but more likely you're up against an ace or even a queen.
He
Schuster
checks.
does check. And Pira's not going to get any value out of anything that he's ahead of. He's chopping with other aces, but those are calling.
Checks behind. Jack of hearts on the river.
Let's see if Schuster takes another stab now that it was checked back.
But like you said, I mean,
I don't think she should.
Pira, no, because Pira, you know, he called the flop, and when he got the chance to bet, he checked the turn. He has to have something of showdown value to check behind when he got the chance to bet.
And some of those hands, like King Jack, are still going to call. King 10 got there. We see that he has the ace, and those. It's just the hands that he didn't really make
And still,
are
even
there now.
yeah, even King High is kind of like sometimes calling the way the hand has been played now when Schuster gave up.
She would have to
after the
shove
flop.
if she thought he only had King High, but
Yeah.
that's even then that's way too risky.
Pira, though, has the effective stack, and she does shove on him, Jason. Look at this,
Wow.
wow. And look at Pira. What do you do now? Now he has to be worried about a queen.
And the King 10 that
Of
would have
course.
checked there too.
Yeah. Jacks, even.
Deuces that would have checked the turn. Tried to take it on the flop.
And this is for Pira's, I mean, it's like for his tournament life, and to make this call against Schuster.
You might think at best I'm chopping, but it's not the case obviously at all.
Show if I fold.
And he folds. He
Wow.
asked her Jack 4, and then he asked, "Will you show if I fold?" And she shows the bluff. And look at Pira. Taps the table.
Wow.
What a play by Schuster. Deep in the main event. 23 players left. And she just bluff jams. Put Pira all in. What a play.
Wow, and it was because he was trying to get some table talk from her. She wasn't talking early, but then at the end, acting all confident. Usually when you're talking that fast back, it's when you probably have it. You're feeling very confident. When you're bluffing, you might be tightened up a little bit.
Jasmin Schuster from Austria, ladies and gentlemen. One of two women still left in the main event.
The other being Ilva, I assume, is still alive and well.
And Sikora looks down at pocket aces. And I can confirm Ylva Thorsrud from Norway is alive and well. Sikora opens to 55,000. Folded around to Schuster. King Jack on the button.
Not the timing to try to get away with it twice in a row, especially after you showed the bluff.
But it's so tempting, Jason. When
Yeah.
you're on a roll, you know, come on, I can outplay these guys. But she folds. She's better than I am. Beat up. Queen 3 in the small blind. He folds. Yelton in the big blind. Jack 4 suited. And he's gone. Raise and take it. And Sikora says no.
I don't get this kind of cards.
I'm still like fascinated by Yasmin's move and how it worked there. She must have been saving that up. You know, that was just I wouldn't say out of character, but it was very risky but very rewarding.
I think actually we have, you know, this is our 4th day of broadcasting. I think that is actually my favorite moment so far.
And then showing it.
Yes, but Pito, he asked for it, you know, so he can blame himself.
And it was the one time that she responded during the hand. Now she's being very chatty, but when she was on this uncomfortable stack size, not really talking to anyone at the table, even when they're asking questions heads up in a hand like Piero was trying to do earlier in the hand.
I just got a message from Oscar Vedde, who was knocked out not that long ago from this tournament. He was, of course, disappointed, Jason, but not disappointed enough not to just jump right back into it, you know. Another tournament to play. He has already busted that one, but he came in late, so it was...
A mystery bounty.
Yeah, the mystery bounty. So he had to go for it there. But now I got the message that he has jumped into... well, he is going to jump into... What did he write?
The Hyper Turbo, maybe? That started at 9 o'clock?
No, he's jumped into 6-bet. Of course, yeah, the Hyper Turbo. You are absolutely right. It started 9 o'clock. So he will not join us today. Maybe for a little while tomorrow. We'll see what happens. But tomorrow is kind of like the final day.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be tough.
Yeah, but still, we'll see what happens. Maybe just to say hi.
Yeah, or maybe like during like right before a break, and we keep him during the break, and we can one of us do a little Q&A with him to find out how his week went.
It's a possibility. Back to the action, folded around to Schuster. Ace 5 suited. She opens.
Players may think twice now about playing hands with her after what she just pulled.
Yeah, when players show a bluff, it's like, I mean, usually they have something good when they open, but then again, you have players that use it as a meta thing, you know. Look at Hakala, he's thinking with Jack 9.
He's maybe thinking about if I shove for 12 big blinds, is it going to work?
Hakala, pay attention to what he's doing. He's looking over at Schuster. Small glance. And a glance at Schuster's stack.
There's no pay jump now. That Desset went out. That's happening anytime soon. If it was suited, I can see something here.
The 8-game champion in the box.
And Hold'em is one of the games there. No limit Hold'em. Same with limit hold'em, but that's not what we're playing here. I'm curious what he's thinking about here.
Fold. I think he was close. Secret up, 4 deuce. Folds the big blind. Schuster. Well, she had the best hand. And ace 5 suited is an open. No doubt about that. Are you gonna leave us, Jason? Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
How can you know? How can you know?
Who knows?
The friends are not you. And then a pair.
He'll be back, don't worry. He's, I guess, you know, coffee would be nice, Jason. No, okay. Savason, first to act, he folds. Schuster. Is it time for a hat trick? Talks to Pito, maybe about the hand. Spectacular hands she played. Oh, we see Savason folded an ace actually. Schuster folds. Pita, queen 5, he's gone. Yelton folds. To Hakala. Ooh, would have loved to get something he could shove there, but 7-3, a little too thin. And Sikura gives Kaljulaid a walk, which I guess he's happy to take. Shows one card.
Aika semmoista kädet. Ei mun mielestä ihan pätevä. Ei se röyhkeämpi kai ollut kuin se tänään. Juu, sillä oli kyllä paljon. Sitten jotain fiilitti mua. Vittu fiilitti kyllä hyvin. Mä olisin maksanut ihan minkä tahansa.
A lot of poker
Se oli tosi vaikea.
to be played after the Coolbet Open series is done late tomorrow, I guess, after the main event is finished. We don't know how long that's going to take, but the Slovak series is coming up in October here at the Banco Casino. And after that, we have the festival, which Coolbet is a part of as well, in November into December. Okay, let's see. Hakana from the cutoff now. King 7, he folds. Sikura, pocket 3s. Opens. To 60,000. Blinds 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 ante now. So a slight increase in the big blind. Savason defense with King 8 suited. So two similar stacks going up against each other. 7, 3, 6. A set of threes for Sikora. Unfortunately, not much for Savason. He checks. There's one club. He's got 2 overs to the flop. Does also have runner on the straight possibilities. 40,000 from Sikora. It's a small bet, but enough to get Savason off the hand. And he actually wanted action in that hand, so I think it's wrong to say that he wanted him off, right, Jason?
Yeah, it's he would have been more than happy to be played back at in that spot. If he's raised and it's by an 8-9, well, the 8-9 only has 8 outs. It doesn't have the 8 and the 9 live.
But it's kind of, I mean, it's kind of a big blinds flop, so he could have gotten more if Savason was tempted to represent that flop.
It is a good flop for the blinds for sure. And I think we just lost a player on the outer tables. So we're down to 22. We lost Malul, the day 1A chip leader, Jacob Malul from Israel in 23rd place.
Oh, wow.
Bottom right 60.
But they still have Rafael Rafi Ben in, right? And Yehuda Yosef.
Seeing if there's any other Israelis. But yes, those are the two sole Israelis left.
Meanwhile, Sikora, open cutoff.
4 from Austria.
Yeah, I know. That's strong because if I remember correctly, they didn't have that many players through to day 2. Oh, yeah, well, they had 10. So they were third.
But still, to go to 10 and you still have 4 left.
Yeah, they were third biggest nations. Yes, it is strong. Israel was had 20 players through to day 2, and Norway had 15. Austria with 10 was in third.
Kaito is the sole Estonian left. Lots of Estonians here.
But
A lot of them played the side events more than the main event,
Yeah,
but there were a lot in the main event as well.
folded around to Schuster in the small blind against Pito. Ace 3. Blinds have gone slightly up.
We had a situation where she had A4 suited before and then made that fabulous bluff. This time she has a hand. Her opponent has less than, has about 10 big blinds in their stack, so she may just shove here.
And she does. Puts Pito all in. Pito looks down at 8-3 and has to fold. Left with almost 10 big blinds behind.
Did she show this time? I'm not sure. It looked like she flipped them over.
Yeah, it
The
looks
show,
like
sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't.
yeah, it seems like they have a good tone.
You better do something like 4.
Is that an English expression as well, by the way? A good tone?
Good rapport, maybe?
Good report. Okay, yeah, in Norway we say good tone.
We would say that about a band that stays in tune. Maybe then it would be a good... No, I don't know.
No. No, let's make that the Norwegian word of the day.
Okay.
God tone. That's good tone. Repeat after me, Jason. God tone.
Gule tuma.
Yeah, you're close. Getting better. Kaljulaid with pocket deuces, but
It's very awkward.
it is.
Just because of his stack size, it's almost a fold here. It's not a shove, that's the problem. Yeah? Don't blame him.
Could try, but still, I tend to fold. Well, I've never been this deep in the Coolbet main event. Just 22 players left, so I don't know what I would do. But I usually do it in other spots in other tournaments.
I was in a main event earlier this year that had a 550 buy-in this deep, and I folded twos in the same.
And look at Pira. He's all in. Ace King suited. Yelton. He goes with Queen 8 suited.
Wow.
And it's Pira who has the effective stack. Yelton has him covered by less than one big blind. So this is for Pira's tournament life. He is ahead. Yelton with 2 live cards.
Snap called it. Pira could be shoving super wide, though.
Yes, he could. And Yelton knows it, so I don't blame him for the call.
Oh, wow.
King 7 trips for Pira and the 7 full house. And I think Yelton would have needed the king of hearts on the river to...
Nope, that wouldn't have mattered what the river was.
yeah, if the king of hearts came, then it would be a misdeal because it was already in the
Yeah,
flop.
if it's the king of
Yeah.
hearts or the king of clubs
Yeah, yeah, you're right. That one too.
or king of diamonds, even
And
for that matter.
oh, Per-Erik Hjelten left with just crumbs. At least our chip count says so. We'll just get it confirmed. Yes, he can sit back down.
But meanwhile, we lost another player. We're down to 21 players. We lost a player we had on the TV table yesterday, and Gregorios Pugarodidis, who had a top 5 stack coming into today and parlayed that to a 22nd place finish worth 2,240 euros.
That is nice. Well, Per-Erik Hjelten, you've had, well, this is your third cash during this series. Yeah,
He still has a chip and a chair.
yeah, he finished 10th in the warm-up. That was on Monday. And then he finished 11th in the 11 o'clock turbo on, I guess that will be Thursday.
So very good at bubbling final tables.
Yeah, rub it in, will ya? He's not out, Jason.
No, he has to go a few more spots to bubble the final table.
It's true. Sikora opens King Queen. Kalulite folds. Savarsson is gone. Schuster with Jack 9. She folds.
Player all in.
Pira and Hjelten announces it himself, and he is ahead here, Jason.
He is
A7.
ahead, and here's
And
another
look at
king
Hakala.
queen.
Hakala has King Queen. This is not over.
Blocking each other with pair ahead.
Yeah, well, that's good news for Hjelten. But
He's-
still, you know, even though they are blocking each other, there are still kings and queens left in the deck. And Hakala goes with it. But not much. 205 total. Sikora has already put out 55. There's 305 in the middle.
If this holds for a pair, he goes from like 10,000 to like 65 because of that 25,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, I was thinking more about if clubs come, then Sikora will knock out 2 players.
You're looking for mayhem. That's
Yes.
usually my job. We've reversed roles.
And he folds.
Okej, I'll pröva efter det.
So Hjelten doesn't know that there are less kings and queens in the deck. Happy he's ahead.
And it's 85,000 actually, not 65,000.
Yeah.
So from 10 to 85 is a big jump.
I had a stake.
And here
And
we
an
go.
ace in the flop. It's the ace of clubs and clubs on the
Oh my
turn,
God.
but Sikora has folded king on the river just to rub it in for Hakala. Hit but loses. And Hjelten plays 85,000. 3 big blinds and a small blind.
Much better spot than just having a small blind.
Good point.
Oh, so shameful.
How far up does he have to go to ladder? Right now they've locked up 2,240.
Well, he has to
19th place.
make, yeah, no, actually Yeah.
He needs 19.
19th, yeah.
Where it goes up to 2,605 euros. So a nice little pay jump of 365 euros. That's worth trying to get. You also would like to find a spot to double or triple up again.
If you just tuned in, all the remaining 22 players are guaranteed at least 2,240 euros, with 60,000 euros up top for the winner. Savarsson, Jack 10.
Few patches going on there. Can you read the other one? We know the Yavakim one.
Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know if that patch to the right is PC. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not taking that risk, so I'm not gonna.
Okay, so we'll leave it at
Oh,
that. but
Hakala
look at
with
this.
queens.
Just shoving the king queen recently too, so he's not going to get credit for such a strong shove. Doesn't mean Severson's going to call as light as Jack 10, though.
No, but we do have Sikora in the big blind as well. He is yet to act. And Hakala, double-handed all in, 210,000. Nothing there for Sikora. And then it might not get any more exciting. Salvason, he wants to count.
He did just see the King Queen jam.
Yeah,
It
and
has Jack 10.
Yeah.
Maybe he would call if he had something slightly better.
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I know.
I think I heard mamma, and that's mom, at least in Norwegian. I think something similar.
I think Mama is mom in a lot of languages,
I
even
think
a
so too.
slang.
So maybe mama is watching right now. In that case, mama, your son is doing great.
Mama.
Don't sing, Jason. We said no singing before we started on Wednesday.
We did?
Yeah, it still stands.
Damn it. That was Wednesday, though.
It was.
This is the weekend. The weekend. We haven't even done karaoke.
No, you're right. We haven't had time. But still, your son is doing great. So we send. What? How do you say that? Now I'm trying to translate a Norwegian saying into English again, like word for word. That doesn't really work.
Does it involve me singing again?
No, no, it does
Oh,
not.
damn
No,
it.
no.
I cancel out without people.
It's so bright in here. I'm not wearing them because I want to.
And a walk for Kaito with the ace 10.
Yeah, but still, it's like.
Better just grab that 50k back, I suppose, than anything else.
Yeah, it's terrible to lose them.
More, actually. It's 60k now. Because it's 25k big. And a 25k ante.
And a 10k small blind that you can just get handed to you. It's always nice.
I never complain when somebody hands me 10k.
Hjelten 9-5. He's forced to fold. Hakala, Queen Jack suited.
If he goes in, he should be shoving, I think.
And he thinks the same as you. Okay, I guess Mama is,
Fingers crossed.
yeah, on the edge of her
13
seat, on the
13 big
edge
blinds.
of
It's pretty standard.
the sofa right now. And look at this, Kalgride, pocket sixes in the small blind.
If it was pocket eights, yes. Pocket sixes, I think it's going. No chips are going in. As I say that, he's counting his chips, but it's just too much of a stack. If he was sitting on like 2 million, it's much different than sitting on 420,000, and he does make the fold there, Stig.
Yeah, and so does Savason in the big blind. So now you can sit back in the sofa. Mama Hakala.
Do they give us a sofa too tomorrow for the final table? How does that work, Stig?
That we get a sofa?
Yes.
No, that is not gonna happen.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. But it would be nice,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't feel right.
I don't know. I think it would feel. Everything would feel right. It looks like we just lost another player, so we're suddenly down to just 20 players. We lost Martin Ivalski, who was just at the feature table recently. He was one of the chip leaders yesterday at the feature table during day 1E.
Hold on, Hjelten is all in. Ace-9 suited, Hakala with pocket jacks. And still players to act behind. to 380 now, Hakala.
Unfortunate for Jelton. He was waiting for the spot, and he found that spot, but
Yeah,
he's going to need some luck.
we'll have to wait and see. Sometimes ace-9 suited beats, pocket jacks.
And we're just assuming that Hakala is getting in, but we kind of know that he is. It's a question of whether he's calling or shoving, but I'm pretty sure he's shoving as well, or something, doing something close to a shove. And as I say that, he's calling.
Sikora folded. Still 3 players left to act. Kalilide folds. So does Savashon. Schuster, ace-10 in the big blind. 2 all-ins. That's what she faces.
Come on, give me triple.
And it's looking grimmer for Jelton. That's one of the aces that's in Schuster's hand. And if Schuster calls, it's even worse, because if an ace comes, he's still got kicker issues, but I don't think Schuster's going to call about half her stack here.
No. We did see a jack folded as well, if I remember correctly. So if Jelton is able to find one of the 2 remaining aces, then Hakala would be drawing thin. But we'll have to wait to see if Schuster is coming in. She is not. She folded, and this is for Per Erik Jelton's tournament life. He needs an ace or a lot of hearts. Of course, there could be other possibilities that arrive, and the heart in the door, but yeah, 4-6-4, not the flop he was looking for. Now a 9, ace or a 9 to survive, but no. An 8 is close, and we lose Norwegian Per Erik Jelton out in 20th place. So 19 players remaining, and he just misses the paid jump. So now the remaining 19 are guaranteed 2,605 euros.
Very nice, and nice run by Per Erik there. It was just unfortunate that he wasn't able to complete the Cinderella story. Just before that hand, I was mentioning that Martin Ivalski hit the rail, so that means the trophy will not be going to a local player. He was the last standing Slovakian player, and the trophy will also not be going to Greece because Grigorios Pougardiris, who went out in 22nd place, was the last remaining
But I mean,
Greek player.
Ilovsky out, and he was at one point at over 2 million in chips.
Yeah, that's
Which, I mean,
correct.
if you look at the stacks at this table that we have now as the feature table, nobody is even close to that.
His stack was above what we expect the final table average to be, so it's a little bit of bad luck, a little bit of, let's say, too aggressive play at the wrong times. I mean, timing is everything, but yeah, to keep that downward trend after the TV table, I think he was down to about 1.1 million at the break, but that's still a healthy stack.
Kalulad opens a7 from the cutoff. Playing
What a bad fold!
Tito, still happy.
Yeah, the hand.
He's in the big blind, 5-4 offsuit.
If you would raise 500,
And race and take it for Kalulad.
yeah, I think you.
So 19 players. That means that we just have to lose 3 more, and
Oh, that's
then
right.
the players will bag and tag and come back tomorrow to play the final day in the Coolbet Open main event.
So I guess we were hopelessly optimistic that we might actually go the full 10 blind levels, because we're scheduled to play the rest of this level and 2 more, so it is theoretically possible we go that way without 3 more players
Yeah, I've
hitting the
had,
rail, but there's some short stacks around.
but still, I've both you and I have seen some, I mean, sick long final table bubbles, and this is kind of like a final table bubble, even though it's not for the final table. It's to make it to the final day. So final day bubble.
Yeah, and tournaments ebb and flow, and if we're just seeing a bunch of eliminations, sometimes then it slows down, and you never know when it's going to happen. I mean, at the last Coolbet Open, you would have had a blast commentating. I was one of the reporters for it instead, and it was a 5-hour heads up before Kaido Mick won that event.
Folded around to Pita in the small blind, ace jack. And this is on Hakala's big blind. And he shoves. It's Pita who has the effective stack, Queen 8 for Hakala, and he's never calling in this spot.
Not for more than 15 big blinds.
So he folds.
We did see pair before snap it off with the Queen 8 suited, but that was for much less of a shove.
And if you haven't seen much tournament poker before, you can see the floor now is collecting some blues from the players, but he is giving them reds. So they are not losing chips.
Just some real estate.
Yeah. Doesn't look as impressive, the stacks, but it's so much more efficient. The dealers don't have to count the blues every single time. The players don't have to count them. So it's for everyone's benefit.
Well, we're down to 18 players.
Oh,
We
wow.
just lost Barnabas Naj, who was also on the feature table earlier today and also had chips when we saw him yesterday and today at the feature table. So out in 19th place. I believe he's the last remaining player from Hungary, where we had also some impressive players from. And just a quick glance, he was the last player standing from Hungary.
Savashon opens ace-queen suited. Folded quickly around to Sikura in the big blind, ace-6 suited. Sikura came, I don't know if he came straight here, but he was in Barcelona last weekend, and he might have just stopped by in Austria, where I guess he lives. Just a few, what do you say, miles away from Bratislava.
Very unfortunate flop here for Severson with Sakura, not only flopping middle pair, but also backdoor flush draw.
But it's not over yet. And the c-bet, he bet c-bet small, 35,000. Which Sikora is more than happy to call. 8 on the turn. No help for Savashon. Now Sikora checks again. He could check behind and take the free card.
I know your boyfriend is gonna be at home. Very good play, very good play.
If he's able to bet big, he might be able to wrestle this one away, but has too much showdown value to do that.
He checks deuce of hearts on the river. Sikora best. The only way he can lose this one is by folding. They check it down. And all the pots are getting big now, even the small ones. 225,000 in that one, Jason.
Yeah, but I just kind of broke the stack.
Yeah, it sounds big, but it's only 9 big blinds, so it's really proves your point.
Have you heard anything about the starting time tomorrow? Are they still going to start at 12 o'clock Central European time?
That's what I haven't heard about any changes anyway, so that would have had to have been loudly announced. We would have likely have heard that. Which means we'll be live with you sometime around 12:30, maybe slightly later for things like introductions and if like final table photos take a little bit longer. So between 12 and 12:30 and 12:45, we'll be live with you.
And we will broadcast until we have crowned a new champion in the Coolbet Open. Coolbet Open main event champion number 6. Pira, ace king suited. Races to 50,000. Hakala folds, Sikora on the button. Oh, 4 players behind actually. But does not get any action, I think, unless Calculate got a heat stroke, which, I mean, could be possible here in Bratislava this week. Temperatures have been high.
There are plenty of players that'll defend the min raise with any two. You know, both good and bad
Don't
players.
tell me you just watched. Got a min.
Good players typically are ones that feel very confident post-flop, and bad players just thinking any two might connect. Not thinking about things like pot odds and domination. Risk of ruin goes up with hands like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Calculate, when this table was moved up as the feature table, he was actually all in one of, if not the first hand he played at the feature table, and he doubled. So he was at risk. And here he is, still here, looking down at ace king in the small blind after button raise from Sikora with queen 10.
Just shove it in. We'll see if he just 3-bets. That's also possible, like a normal sizing, but I like a shove.
He shoves. Savason has folded, so has Schuster, and quick fold from Sikora.
Nice result for Kaito. Even though he was ahead, he would have been facing live cards in this particular instance. If
It's like
Sikora made a tight fold with the queen 10, maybe if he just opened, he would have had Severson do something with the ace 3, but still, it's always better to just get your 3-bet through and pick up some chips there.
yeah, it's really uncomfortable to be 60-40 favorite with 19 or 18 or 19 now. We are still
No,
19. We are 19, yeah.
You were at 18.
We are at 18, yeah. Okay, 18 players left in a big main event. And actually, I think the free roll finished a little while back.
Do they stay in the lobby after they're finished? And we can announce the
No,
winner?
I lost the lobby, but I think I can find it.
Hopefully one day again I can play at Coolbet and iPoker. I mean, I never played at Coolbet because it wasn't available in Lithuania, but I hear good things about the tournaments at Coolbet. The software looks very smooth nowadays. Are you playing? You're playing on a PC as well.
When I play, yes, I do. And that works great. No, I cannot find it right now, but congratulations to the winner and all the people that managed to win a ticket to something. All 24 of you. I saw that Vegard, he has, well, he wrote in the chat on YouTube that he won a €5 ticket yesterday and a €30 ticket today.
Sweet.
Last chance tomorrow for that 100 ticket, Vegard.
Maybe another €50 bounty on your head like GGARJ collected today.
Yeah, maybe. And it starts at 1900 hours Central European time.
Did we figure out what time that would be in Chile?
No.
Are there
Okay.
players from Chile left, actually?
No.
'Cause we had quite a few. No, they've been gone for a while, unfortunately.
They have. Hakala opens King 9 suited. Schuster in the small blind. Ace 5. She folds. Pira in the big blind. Ace Jack. He is not going to fold. Slightly less. No, I mean more chips than Hakala. And how is Pira going to play this one?
It is an under the gun open against a player with a similar stack. You can often get in trouble with ace jack. We could see that ace jack is looking very pretty, especially with that ace of spades mixed in there. So is it going to be a shove, a call, a normal 3-bet? Looks like a
That-
3-bet, a normal one.
Well, 135,000.
So actually not normal, it's on the opposite direction. It's super light. From the big blind to just be 3-betting to 5 big blinds, 5.5 big blinds.
On the light side, I agree. And Hakala all in.
Wow.
Is that what Pira was trying to induce?
I
No,
don't think
because
so.
he is. The glasses are off.
I think he was looking for this kind of information that he'd be dominated if this happened, but we see that he's not, that Hakala.
But, I mean, he should have. And he folds.
Wow.
Wow, that is kind of a sick fold with these stack sizes and
That's
ace jack. But like you said, it was under the gun, but still Hakala is capable of doing that with hands that ace jack has beat. But when he gets the shove back after 3-betting, I mean, I understand the fold. It might seem strange. We can see the cards, remember they can't.
the
And
two
it is,
Finnish players may know each other as well.
yeah, and it is for a lot of money. I guarantee you they know each other.
But Pira, that was the second time he's had to lay down when he's been ahead. We had Schuster do it to him earlier with that 8-4. And now Hakala, this was all pre-flop. Schuster was on the river with this King 9 against the Ace Jack. Hopefully he can continue and regroup though. He doesn't know yet that he did it with King 9. That was not face up, but he'll know soon enough.
Yeah, 30 minutes from now, he could be able to find out if he has friends watching the stream. Fold it around to Pira. No, wait, Schuster first. Ace 3 on the button. She opens. Pira folds. Hakala. In the big blind, 4-3. Up to 585 now. 23 big blinds. And he lets his go, does not defend. So 2 more players out, and they're done. 18 players left, not 19.
Yeah, I was thinking it must be getting exciting for some of these players that maybe have never been into this spot before. Most of the players have probably cashed for the amount that they're getting, but they probably have not been on the final 2 tables with 60,000 on the line. I'm looking at the list of names, and there's certainly a few that have like Oystein Stay and Florian Fuchs certainly has as well. Brandon Milfsud, Ilva, Jonathan Kaito, but there's others that are likely going to be a little bit nervous going to sleep this evening.
Schuster in the cutoff, ace-8. Raises to 50,000. Peter folds. Hakala, king 4, suited in the small blind.
I think Hakala is one of those players that wants to slow things down a little bit to increase the likelihood that he'll make the final day with some chips.
Sikora, 3 deuce offsuit. Do you want to go to battle with the only player who can knock you out? No. With 3 deuce offsuit, no. The answer is no, Jason.
And Schuster shows her ace, but not the other card. She likes to show a lot. She's having fun. I think it's helping keeping her like relaxed as well. Like more of like a home game feel when you're doing that.
Back up to 955,000. Closer and closer to 1 million in chips now. Jasmin Schuster from Austria.
There must be a lot of chips on one of the outer tables at this point. Because when they pulled it up earlier with big blinds, and it was like the average on our table has to be a bit lower, which could make it interesting. It makes it even more likely that a bust out or two will happen at our table, but no guarantees of that.
Average stack being 1 million right now. 1 million and...
We don't have anybody above that at our table.
No. Schuster could get there after this hand. Opens King Jack. Hakala with pocket eights.
Might just want to shove it. It's 23 big blinds he has. It'd be different if it was still a 20K big blind. He could just call. He doesn't want to do the same thing that Pira did and just 3-bet with this kind of hand. He's out of position if he's just called, and if he's shoved upon, then you kind of need to call, but it's such an awkward spot. You don't want to induce a call there.
And he is all in.
Do like this.
Sikora folds the small blind. Kaljulaid, ace-10 and the big.
So if Hakala had just folded, then Kaito would have had an amazing squeeze spot, but instead now he's probably going to wind up folding.
And he does. Back to Schuster. I don't think she's going to call with King Jack.
It would be quite a loose call for more than half her stack. She would be not in the worst of shape if she does. But do you want to flip for more than half your stack? If you know your opponent has 8, so you're making the call even.
And there's the fold. Show one. This now no.
Not
Hakala
that time.
cannot show one.
Well, he'll be showing 2 in 30 minutes.
He will. Schuster can find out. But she has to step away from the feature table to do so.
They have a break coming up soon, though, so it may work out timing-wise if players are allowed to grab their phones back during the break. They're allowed to talk to their friends as well.
Yeah, we might not make that break.
That's also possible. We're down to 18, so if 2 players hit the rail before the break, then it's a completely different story. It's been a while since we've had a bust out. Or at least it feels that way.
Yeah, Nudge. Yeah, it has been a while. I think you are right.
We had Pergo out, and then moments later, Naj joined them on the outer table.
Folded around to Kaljulaid. 8-3 offsuit in the small blind.
Let's see if he wants to get cute.
I don't think cute is the term if he jams 8-3
Fancy?
here. Yeah, well, I would say over fancy. He decides to give
Ooh, good he
Savason
did.
a walk. Savason with pocket sixes.
Schaverson shouldn't be upset about getting a walk with the sixes. He would have probably had to have called like a jam if it was small blind, big blind. So instead gets 50,000 he put in right back and another 10,000 that he's putting in now for the small blind. So a free orbit for him.
Playing short-handed at this table. At all three tables with 18 players left.
Yeah, it's 666.
Which
One unlucky or lucky, depending on how you feel, will be 5 once one more player goes out. And it won't be like in a bubble, but it'll be a final day bubble after one more player goes out. It won't be hand for hand or anything official.
Pira with ace-4.
Nearly 15 big blinds in his stack. Apparently too much for him to jam with.
Hakala though, king-queen offsuit. Short-handed play. He's gonna raise. Up to 685 now. Hakala behind. No, not behind, but total. 635 behind after the raise. Sikora has folded. Kaljulaid, king jack.
This
On the
could be trouble.
on the button. If he just calls here, then we might actually get the first multi-way flop in a while.
And if he shoves here, at least Hakala is going to have to fold a better hand most likely, but we don't know what the players in the blinds have. Does
Call.
fold.
He does. Savason is gone. Schuster in the big blind. Jack 6 suited.
Defendable, actually.
It is. And now that Hakala has more chips, she can defend against the Finn. Implied odds to potentially win more if she ends up the winner. And she does call.
One of our 4 Austrians remaining out of the 18 players left.
3-3 deuce. Not the flop Hakala was looking for. Schuster checks.
Still a flop he can bet.
Definitely, and a paired board with baby cards. Not as advantageous for the big blind as 3 different ones. And Hakala, he bets small, 35,000.
Should get the job done. I mean, Schuster has that backdoor flush draw. She doesn't know that her cards are actually live. So even though it's a little bit more than 25%, on a board like this, it's really enough.
And remember, she has shown that she can be creative. She showed it against Pira, but not this time. She folds.
Where it might not have worked if it was a different player with Pira, it would have worked here against Hakala just because of what Hakala had. Kaito rushing back to the table, getting there in time for the next hand. Do not want to be missing hands at this stage of the game.
I'm not sure, but it might be that Kaito Kaljulaid rushes down to check the stream to maybe see what.
There may have been an all-in call at one of the outer tables because we see several players getting up. I don't think we're at a break yet, but that's also possible.
But it still could be that he runs down to check the stream, Jason, also. That is a possibility. It does happen quite often in these situations, but they have to.
He'd have to be looking at someone else's phone, though. He doesn't have access to his phone right now.
No, but there are other people with phones just like 15, 20 meters out in the lobby. Wouldn't be the worst idea in the world when you're in this spot deep in the main event. But you are absolutely right. It could be something interesting happening at one of the other tables as well. Sikora has opened King Jack. Schuster with Ace Jack in the small blind.
With the 3-bet.
She 3-bets.
155,000.
Back to Sikora. King Jack. Pira folded the big blind. And Sikora, he calls. Almost identical stacks. I mean, Jack high flop could be critical for. And the flop comes Jack high. Okay, Sikora has a king. There are 2 clubs in that flop.
Wow.
Schuster first to act. The 2 Austrians going up against each other here.
Already 360,000 in the pot. It's going to take a miracle for Sikora to get out of the way, but he could still improve here. It's backdoor flush possibilities king.
And 130 is the C-bet from Schuster. Sikora reaching for chips. And he... Was that a race?
Looks like it was like a min click because
Yeah.
there was more than one red chip that went in there. Those are 100,000 each. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
he
a min click.
Races to 260,000. Leaves himself with 300,000 behind. Back to Schuster. Top pair, top kicker, all in. Sikora, he has already called. It's a showdown. And this is for Sikora's tournament life. And he's dominated. He needs a king or running clubs. And it's a club. King or a club on the river. Instead, it's a jack. Both players with chips. But Sikora is out-kicked, Jason. He's out.
Wow.
In 18th place.
And Schuster now among the chip leaders with a 1.6 million chip stack. That was just sick. A massive pot coming out of nowhere of 1.5 million.
They're just going to make sure that Schuster has Sikora covered.
If so, we are on the bubble for day 2. It does look like he's going to be covered and we'll be down to 17 players.
Unfortunate for Sikora. Has a lot of tournament experience. But here at the Coolbet Open, he's out in 18th place. And look at Schuster.
All smiles.
And she is playing a big stack.
I thought maybe she had that premature fist pump. She got so excited when the cards were turned over. Couldn't hold her in emotions. It was fine. It wasn't like in your face. And yes, with the fist pump. And then that club on the turn, I'm like, oh no, that she just jinxed herself.
Yeah, we've
Not
seen
that
it
would change
before.
the
It's
cards,
like
but you just feel that it
Yeah.
changes the karma a little bit.
Kismet or something. it's called. But
In a
so
very
the
good
moral
shape
is
now.
never celebrate prematurely. Just wait till all the 5 cards are laid out. Well, we are just gonna keep going here. One more player out, and they have made the final day of the Coolbet Open, the remaining 16 players. And, well, actually now it's kind of exciting to have this table with now 5 players left as the only one of the 3 tables. The other 2, they're still playing six-handed, and we have some short stacks, and we have a big stack. And I mean, the short stacks have to get busy now. With I mean, you're in the blinds 2 out of 5 hands.
The short stacks, I mean, I don't want to advocate to people stalling, but they should actually play a little bit slower. They don't have to play super slow. They want to play actually less hands at this stage.
And Schuster with ace jack opens the button. 1.5 million behind. And I mean, Hakala may be doing... No, he actually... Yeah, well, he defends the big blind.
This is fine.
Yes, it is. Has a suited queen. Nothing there for him, nothing there for Schuster, but this is what we call a big blind flop, and Hakala might try something depending on the action.
He's a one player at the table that's certainly capable of it, with Schuster being also in that category to do a check raise in this spot.
55,000 from Schuster.
You may want to check call with the backdoor flush draw, but now he's, I think, giving up on the hand after doing that, but let's see.
The facade broke. It could have been because of something else. It could have been, you know, Savason who did a little dance in his chair. I don't know. Oh, you were right. Takala, he folds. I think he was thinking about something, about doing something.
He lost his poker face, and at that point it was evident that any chance of him making a move was probably done.
Yeah, but look at this woman. How can you not lose your poker face when she, you know, opens straight after she's knocked out of players? Like, she can run this table now.
And she's shown that she can bluff. She showed that big bluff before, so it's going to be tough with Schuster with the stack.
She
That's
has
the table captain at the moment.
Yeah, she has the stack, she has the skill, and she has the heart. I'm sorry to quote Tony G, but still. Savason, he folds. Let's see if Schuster is going to fold one.
She should be opening hands like this at this stage too, just because of the dynamic, but it's okay to fold as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Otherwise you can get in, like in an Ivalsky situation. And look at this.
Well...
Pocket rockets for Pira. And doesn't have to shove off this stack, so just doing stuff like min-raising where you're more likely to be able to get more chips in is certainly on the menu here. Shove is fine too, though. If you were going to shove other hands on a 15+ big blind stack, you should shove.
Hakala, king 4 in the small blind. He folds. Calculide, ace-7.
Probably would have called a min raise, but won't be calling a shove.
Well, this is one of those spots. It's kind of
Still,
like
it's
player
five-handed.
dependent. Yeah, it is 5-handed.
I do not like a call, though.
No, but I have a lot of friends who would have gotten it in already in this spot. Button show and a7 in the big blind. And he's up against a player who is shorter than he is, so he won't be out if he loses.
Kaito has shown in similar spots, though, that he has a full button, so I think that's what we're going to see here, but I'm at least glad he's thinking about it, because if he's impulsively just calling, then At least then now he'll have his reasons one way or the other.
He has to take into consideration ICM. There is not a pay jump coming when they're down to 16. There is one when they're down to 15.
But he has fold equity even with the blinds going up still if he folds here. Just needs one more player to bust out before it becomes full ring again. So it's good that he's taking his time from that aspect, because one or two hands probably went by on all the other tables.
What you have to take into consideration as well is that Schuster, she has opened 2 hands in a row now. And it's like that was after they got down to 5-handed play. Now, Pito, this was his first moment to open jam, and he got the opportunity from the button. And he could be doing this with a lot of hands that A7 has beat. Still, it's always a risk.
And stacks are about to get shorter, so if he does fold here, which would be a results-oriented good play at a minimum, he'll be down to 14 big blinds after this hand. So we'll be going on a break. The players are sticking around to seeing.
Yeah, because I think they have to. If not, the TD has to run after them and get them, or well, they could come back and find out that they're in day 2.
Yeah, yeah. So now we know he's legit thinking about it because there's no clock considerations going on at all. All the Estonians that are watching now or will be watching later really want you to fold.
While the Finns are shouting, "Call, call."
A lot of the Finns probably have gone to no Kaito too, though. So
Yeah,
it's
it's true.
like it's very friendly with the Estonian and Finnish poker communities.
Yeah, there is actually not really any rivalry between nations. I mean, a lot of friends across borders. Ooh, for a moment I thought he was going to get it in. And I would not blame him. He folds. Wow, okay, so we are on a break. The players are going to get a well-deserved break. We will be back with the conclusion of day 2 in 12 minutes. And we are back. 17 players remaining in the main event here at the Coolbet Open in Bratislava. Just one more player needs to be knocked out, and they are through today to the remaining 16. And I didn't really expect this, Jason, but we have actually gotten a new feature table. And I mean, we don't know how long this is going to take. It could be over in the next hand, the first one after the break, or we could be here for hours. So I guess this is fine. We see Thomas Sorknes in seat 1. And, well,
I believe that's Florian in seat number 4.
you are absolutely correct.
I've played a lot of mixed games over the years with him.
Florian Fuchs from Austria, one of the remaining Austrians. Saw him talking to Jasmin Schuster earlier on today.
And we have Matush, the tournament director, keeping everybody in line, always patient, working very long hours, making sure everything is set. We'll be 6-handed on this table. The table that we used to have at the feature table will be 5-handed, and then there's a third table with 6. And then after we lose one more player, as Stig alluded to, we'll end the day, but tomorrow we'll resume with 2 tables of 8. Of course, it is possible that we end the day with 17, but very unlikely, because that would mean we have to not only play the 1530 level, but also the 2040 level. And although the average stack is relatively high, it's still unlikely. There are some short stacks in play. Florian is not one of them, though. He's sitting on well over 2 million, I believe about 2.4 million, but we'll get an official count fairly soon.
I think maybe we have Magid as Assis at this table as one of the players.
With our Egyptian flag.
Yes.
So we did lose our Greek, our Slovakian, our Hungarian. What other flags did we lose recently? And Icelandic.
Yeah, Belgian is out, right?
Yeah, and Belgian as well. There's several players from Norway, 4 from Norway.
We have, well, as far as we can see, one of them
And
at
we
the
have
feature
one from
table.
Iceland actually left. So Iceland is still in. Israel with 2. Czech Republic with 1. Yaroslav Peter is still in.
Yeah, I think Rafael Rafi Ben is at the feature table now. And Josef Yehuda, he's... No, hold on. Okay, we will get the seat draw shortly. I guess it's going to take a little while. So 17 players left. No pay jump when they get down to 16. That's going to happen tomorrow. And I will take the opportunity to remind you that we will start the broadcast somewhere around 12:30 Central European Time. So make sure to tune in to either coolbetopen.com or YouTube for that one.
Or Facebook.
Or Facebook, of course. If you are younger than I am an old man.
You're not too old for Facebook. Maybe too old for TikTok.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely too old for TikTok. You know, let's leave it at that. I am too old for TikTok.
And I think I'm older than you, so I think that makes
No,
me
you-
older than old.
No, you're not older than I am, Jason. I'm really old.
Ah, we have a competition here, actually.
November. I'm gonna be
Oh,
that
you
age.
have me by a little bit, by 6 months.
That's an eternity. Okay, here we go. Thomas Sorknes from Norway. He folds. And here we have him. Josef is back. And he's still got 2 million. We had him at our feature table earlier on, and he has just built that stack. He was a big stack back then. He still is. And then, as you predicted, we have Fuchs, King Jack,
He used to have such long hair, Florian.
opens. Shakir He folds. It's Daniel Shakir. He's also from Austria. He folds, and Ben,
Oh.
Rafael Rafi Ben with pocket aces in the small blind. Started the hand with 610,000. What a dream spot. 3 bets to 240,000. Peter in the big blind folds. I guess, well, we'll get back to that. We haven't seen that player before. Now it's back on Fuchs, playing 2.3 million behind here.
Florian trying to guess the story here. Even though we're new to this table, Florian and Ben have been playing together, and easy enough fold for him.
And Ben shows the aces.
I guess that's okay at this stage. I don't know.
Florian Fuchs is, I guess it's safe to say that he is the chip leader in the tournament with 2.3 million, closely followed by Josef to his right. And then we also have Jaroslav Petr.
Considering it's going to be a 2 million average at the final table of 9, having 2.4 million is just seeming like you have heaps at this stage.
Yeah, we have Jaroslav Petr in seat, well, let's call it 8. He's in the last seat. They are playing 6-handed. We know that the feature table we had before the break, they are playing 5-handed.
Fuchs will likely
Shocker with
yeah.
A7, and he is ready to celebrate once the day is over.
Is he going to raise the bottle?
Doesn't, it's not as fancy as popping the champagne, but still. He raises to 60,000. The blinds went up after the break, 15:30 now. Folded around to Sorknes in the big blind, and he has 12 of them behind the one he has put in voluntary. I have to stop using difficult English. Not voluntary. Involuntary. Hey, got it?
You got it.
Yeah. And here we go. Peter, the smallest stack, 8 big blinds. In danger. Just 260,000. We know that there are stacks of similar size at the other tables. It's kind of the waiting game, Jason.
Be interesting if Josef and Fuchs get tangled up in a hand. I mean, that could be a 4 million chip pot if we're looking at something like aces and kings or something of that nature.
Well, usually 2 big hands, really big hands, has to clash, of course. If we see a flop, anything can happen. Ben with ace-4 suited. So we have both the Israelis at our feature table right now.
Big sizing here, 110,000 off a stack of 745.
Goes 3x plus.
Heard some cheering on a side table.
Oh, wow.
Could be a double up of some sorts.
Ben, did he raise to 210? He did.
Oh,
Oh.
even bigger than
Oh
we
my
thought.
God.
I thought it was 110 and I thought it was big.
Yeah, and there were 2 reds there, so it's 210,000 from Ben.
Wow, and Josef actually, with the sizing, he's actually maybe going to get Josef to fold the ace-jack. If it was 110, I don't think he would be folding here.
Oh, look, his face says it all. It doesn't make sense. Why do you do this? And these are the 2 Israeli players.
He might have thought he was doing 60 because it would make sense if we thought he was doing 25Ks to take 2 of them, put them out, and do a min raise.
So, oh,
I think
so we
it's
have a 7. We
misclick.
have a 7x here.
I think it's a misclick though. I really think he meant to do 60.
Well, if it is a misclick, I hope he manages to just keep the mask, not. Oh, and Josef shows an ace, and I know that Ben is really happy now. He knows he was behind.
And it looks like players are bagging up now.
Hold
so-
on. Players have left the table. The dealer is not dealing the next hand. Are they done?
I thought the TD said they were done.
I think they're done. I think we're down to 16 players in the main event.
And the chip leader was not actually Florian. It was Jaakko Halkinen, who we saw earlier at the feature table. So something happened, and he's going to start tomorrow with the chip lead with 2.76 million in chip stake. So quite a nice
wow.
stack for him.
Yeah, and I have gotten a message now. It was Kjartan Savarsson from Iceland, the last remaining player from Iceland, who is out in 17th. We have to wait until that is confirmed.
I'm looking now at the list, and that is confirmed, sadly enough. So nice showing by the players from Iceland, but you will not be winning the main event title the first time it's held in Bratislava. But we have a lot of other nationalities that are out there. But
We do. 16 players left, and we will be back tomorrow, 12:30 Central European Time. It might take a few minutes longer, but tune in at 12:30 and you will not miss a single hand.
looking forward to it. See you tomorrow, Stig, and thank you everybody for tuning in.